Rochester fans. On your home for the Rhinos. Fickle 93.3 FM. Fickle 93.3 FM. Welcome to the Rochester Raging Rhinos pregame show.
Rhinos took on Puerto Rico in 2 games on the road. After struggling in their first match of the season, they were looking to build on the offense they found in their second match. After getting some good looks early on in the first match, things quickly went downhill for the defense.
Ball to Janino, far side, now plays it central. Cardala's right-footed shot. It's in! What a blistering shot from the Puerto Rico Islanders. 35 yards out, no chance for Scott Balo.
And that's how the first one ended, 1-0 Puerto Rico. The second match didn't get much better, as the Rhinos gave up 2 quick goals in the first 22 minutes. In the second half, though, the offense finally got one to click.
Far side, corner kick, Pato drives it in the box. Camp with the header! It's in! Goal, Rochester! Let in Camp after a beautiful service from Pato Aguilera, and Camp makes it 2-1.
But the lone goal didn't cut it for the Rhinos, as they fell for the second time last weekend, 2-1. In their 3 road matches, the Rhinos have scored just 1 goal. They have 3 goals on their home turf at Frontier Field. Time will tell if they can repeat that performance here tonight. It's rival night as the Montreal Impact come to town to take on the offensively struggling Rochester Raging Rhinos. The Rhinos lost 2 to Montreal in the regular season last year and were eventually knocked out of the playoff race by the Impact. The defending champion Impact are always a cause for concern, but now the Rhinos potentially face their worst start since their inaugural season. The next 90 minutes could set the tone for the rest of the season.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Rochester Raging Rhinos pregame show. My name is Tom Craver, high atop Frontier Field in the broadcast perch, and we thank you for joining us here tonight. Wow, defending league champion Montreal Impact in town tonight. A culmination of Impact Week, as I've heard some of the fans call it. The Rhinos come in tonight with only 1 win in their first 4 matches. The undefeated Impact, 3 wins and 2 ties. Good enough to hold them in second place in the USL First Division table. Some already calling this a must-win for the Rhinos so early on in the season. Tickets are still available at the box office. Come on down and support the Rhinos here at Frontier Field. Could always use all the help we can get tonight. Fans coming in right now, pouring in, taking their spots on their blankets and in the seats. 1,500 of them got the Chase Pickens scheduled T-shirts here tonight. And when we continue on the Rochester Raging Rhinos pregame show, we're going to find Soccer Sam in the concourse somewhere as we do the countdown to kickoff. This is the Rochester Raging Rhinos pregame show on the all-new Fickle 93.3 FM.
The area's best used car selection is in your home. Log on to that'smyvision.com now and see nearly 1,500 new and used vehicles from all 5 Vision dealerships. Search Vision's used import and domestic cars, used trucks, Vision's used minivan. Find the perfect pre-owned SUV. 1,500 vehicles, all priced with huge online-only savings. Save even more with Vision's internet coupon and free oil changes for life. And get instant credit approval online. That'smyvision.com makes it easier than ever to...
Oh, no, it sounds like that car needs some help. Take your car where the Rhinos have been taking theirs since 1996 to Tony's Collision. Conveniently located at 270 Anderson Avenue in downtown Rochester, just minutes from the Park Ave area. Tony's Collision is family-owned and proud to celebrate their 40th year of providing quality collision repair. Their color match experts guarantee that your car will look like it came straight from the factory. Tony's Collision takes pride in their quality workmanship and the savings they pass on to their customers. They'll even work directly with your insurance company. And until May 5th, Tony's has free Rhino tickets. That's right, come in for a free estimate and tell us you heard this ad and receive 1 ticket for an upcoming game. When your car's been in an accident, don't settle for anything less. Trust in Tony's. Tony's Collision. Call 473-8776 or stop by 270 Anderson Avenue downtown.
Gallo & Iacovangelo is a full-service law firm that has been serving the Rochester area for over 30 years. The experienced attorneys at Gallo & Iacovangelo are uniquely qualified to represent you in a variety of areas. Whether you've been injured in an auto accident, need to draft a will, or are buying a house, Gallo & Iacovangelo provide you with the abilities of a large law firm, but give you the personal attention you'd expect from a smaller firm. Call them at 454-7145 or visit them online at gallolaw.com. Gallo & Iacovangelo. Progressive thought, traditional values, uncompromising strength.
And welcome back to the Rochester Raging Rhinos pregame show. Again, thanks for joining us here tonight. Tom Craver up at the broadcast perch. We're a good 25 minutes from kickoff still, so still some time to come on down, grab your tickets at the gate. The Montreal Impact in town tonight. All time, the Rhinos are 11 wins, 17 losses, 2 ties against Montreal. 6 wins, 2 losses, 1 tie at the home field here at Frontier Field. They traded wins at Frontier Field last year. 1 win, 1 loss to the Rhinos. Scouting out the Impact, we look around. 3 wins, 2 ties so far. They haven't played at home yet at all, but they're still unbeaten. Up top, the Rhinos need to look out and mark Kevin Wilson real tight. He's got 3 goals in 5 games, and he hasn't been a factor off the bench, but he has scored quickly when he's been part of that starting 11 for the Impact. Feeding him and the rest of the Montreal offense in the middle, the always creative, always dangerous Mauro Biello. He's got 3 assists in his 4 starts for the Impact this year. Of course, the Impact boasting the second stingiest defense in the league, only giving up 1 goal so far. It includes 2004 Defender of the Year and former Rhino Gabriel Gervais. The back line helped protect Montreal's 2004 MVP and 2-time A-League Goalkeeper of the Year, Greg Sutton. Of course, having only allowed 1 goal in 5 matches yields an incredibly low 0.2 goals against average. Incidentally, the same as he had all of last postseason when the Impact took the championship. Scouting out the Rhinos on the other side of the ball, they got their work cut out for them tonight against that stingy Montreal defense. Averaging 1 goal a game, the Rhinos are, but they've been shut out twice. The upside of that stat is 3 of their goals have come right here at Frontier Field. Statistically, leading the Rhinos charge is Doug Miller and Pato Aguilera, each with 1 goal and 1 assist. Looking through the lineup, which Don Stevens will go through later, Aguilera does not appear to be in the lineup for tonight. And that's about it, the statistical tale of the tape. We're going to see if we can find Sam by the concession area when we return on the Rochester Raging Rhinos pregame show. Keep it right here. This is Rhinos Soccer on Fickle 93.3 FM.
Carrier, he's still with the ball, seeks it through. On the right side, Kirk Wilson shot.
Rochester loves its Raging Rhinos. You can help your business grow by reaching thousands of passionate fans as a Rhinos advertiser on the new Fickle 93.3 FM. To find out more about becoming a Rochester Rhinos broadcast sponsor for their 10th anniversary season, contact Tim Thompson now at 423-2964, 423-2964.
Does your golf game need a change of scenery? Leave the same old courses behind and head to Lakeside Country Club in Penn Yan on scenic Cayuga Lake. It's one of the most beautiful courses you'll ever play. Memberships are available, but the public is welcome. Just call PGA Pro Bob King at 315-536-7252 to book your tee time. The course is located near many of the Finger Lakes' finest wineries, so make a day out of it and enjoy the best that the Finger Lakes has to offer, on the course and off. Call Lakeside Country Club, 315-536-7252. Make a game night this season into a game weekend with the Clarion Riverside Hotel, conveniently located in the heart of downtown Rochester near Frontier Field. Blue Cross Arena, restaurants, shopping, and more. The Clarion Riverside Hotel is offering sports fans a special $69 spectator rate. Call the sales office at 546-6400 for details. That's 546-6400. The Clarion Riverside Hotel, Main Street, downtown, right on the banks of the Genesee River, and just a free kick away from Frontier Field.
I'm Tom Rosati from Hollier Chevrolet Buick. You know, the guy who always says yes. Now with a lot more to say yes to. Malier is Rochester's newest GM certified used car dealer with more than 200 General Motors certified used vehicles in stock. And with bumper-to-bumper warranty on these vehicles, you'll have the same peace of mind you have with a new car or truck. So take the short drive to Malier in Honeywell Falls or check us out at Malier.com.
Malier, Chevrolet Buick, we always say yes.
You know, Arnie, I really admire you.
Well, let me tell you something, Bill. In America, you can have it all.
Yeah.
Me, I can't even trade in my old car. Bill, stop being a deli man and go to Marina Dodge.
When you make a deal, we'll pay off your current vehicle no matter how much you owe. New 05 Dodge Durangos and Ram Quadcast. $9,000 off MSRP only at Marina Dodge. 943 Ridge Road between 5 Mile Line and Hart Road in Webster. Call 866-YES-7774 now. Several available at this offer to qualified buyers plus tax, title, and placement.
Giant. And welcome back to the Rochester Raging Rhinos pregame show. Tom Craver here, high atop the broadcast perch. We're about 20 minutes now on the countdown to kickoff. The players have just been asked to leave the field, and we were looking for Soccer Sam all along the way, but what I found instead was Rhinos color commentator Joe Giuliano. Joe, I can't find Sam. You see him anywhere?
Sam was in line at the Red Osier. About 30 people in line. He's waiting for that juicy steak sandwich or roast beef sandwich. So Sammy's busy, I think, grabbing some chow.
Well, you know how it goes. Different atmosphere here than it was in Puerto Rico, huh?
Yeah, it's about 30 degrees cooler, a little breezy, but thank God there's no rain here so far tonight. The Rhinos are going to really have to bounce back after two tough defeats down in Puerto Rico. It doesn't get easier. You've got Montreal coming in, so it's a tall order here for the Rhinos tonight.
Absolutely, and they've been on the road for the first 5 games. So their 6th-game in their 6-game road stretch to start the season off. How horrible is that? Yet they haven't been defeated yet, Joe.
And they only given up 1 goal. That was in Puerto Rico in the first match of the year. So it's incredible stuff. 6 games to start the season on the road. A lot of teams that could ruin their playoff chances, but this is Montreal, undefeated on the road, and a quality side.
Absolutely. Well, the atmosphere here is looking really good. People are still pouring in. Still time for you to come on down. There's tickets left at the box office. So get on down here. It's about 15 minutes before kickoff here now. Joe, you look around, all you see is green and gold.
Great stuff across the field with the gold and green flag. They'll be waving, I'm sure, throughout the match. Right at midfield, almost eye level with the players. So that'll be a huge support for the Rochester Rhinos tonight.
Hey, anything the fans can do to take Montreal off their game and help out the Rhinos, we're all for.
You know, I was driving to the stadium tonight, and a little special feeling. Montreal coming in, it's such a great rivalry. I'm a little excited more than I would be for a normal USL game.
Absolutely. Joe, thanks a lot for joining us here on the Rochester Raging Rhinos pregame show. When we continue, we're going to look around the USL First Division and try to pull Sam away from Red Osier. So stay right here. This is Rhinos Soccer on the all-new Fickle 93.3 FM.
Getting older can be a harrowing experience. Staying in shape just gets tougher. Why not join the downtown Harrow East Athletic Club? Memberships include aerobics, yoga, Pilates classes, whirlpools, sauna, indoor pools, squash, racquetball, 2 weight floors, cardio, indoor track, free parking, the list goes on. Don't give in, get tough. Join the Harrow East today, and they'll even waive the initiation fee. Call 546-1000. That's 546-1000, and we'll see you at the Harrow East.
Hot dog. No one makes it better than Sligo. Hot dog. Hometown favorite from Sligo. The flavor is right. Every bite. Cover 'em with lots of everything nice. Everything you like. Come on, take one. No one makes a hot dog like Sligo. Just how we make 'em makes 'em great.
Hey fans, World Gym Rochester is the official strength and conditioning facility for your Rochester Rhinos, Nighthawks, and Hammers. World Gym Rochester is proud to offer personal training packages tailored especially to your needs, including a 5-component system that assures you results. Fun, high-energy group exercise classes like Ref Reebok are offered so you can work out with friends. And to make it more convenient for you, World Gym Rochester now offers newly expanded childcare hours. For more information, stop by the gym at 1717 East Avenue or call 271-0440. That's 271-0440.
Oh, no, it sounds like that car needs some help. Take your car where the Rhinos have been taking theirs since 1996. to Tony's Collision, conveniently located at 270 Anderson Avenue in downtown Rochester, just minutes from the Park Ave area. Tony's Collision is family-owned and proud to celebrate their 40th year of providing quality collision repair. Their color match experts guarantee that your car will look like it came straight from the factory. Tony's Collision takes pride in their quality workmanship and the savings they pass on to their customers. They'll even work directly with your insurance company. When your car's been in an accident, don't settle for anything less. Trust in Tony's. Tony's Collision. Call 473-8776, 473-8776, or stop by 270 Anderson Avenue downtown.
And welcome back to the Rochester Raging Rhinos pregame show. Thank you again for joining us. My name is Tom Craver here. We are just 15 minutes from kickoff right now. The Rochester Raging Rhinos taking on the Montreal Impact. Well, as we look around the USL First Division now, last Saturday night, Charleston Battery were out west. They fell Saturday night to Seattle 1-0 and then went up to Vancouver and fell 4-0 to the Vancouver Whitecaps. Also last Sunday, the Montreal Impact were playing the next game in their long road trip at Toronto, beating the Lynx 1-0, and Richmond were at Atlanta. They beat Atlanta 2-1. Last night was the only other game around the USL First Division this weekend. The Minnesota Thunder and Virginia Beach Mariners playing to a 2-2 tie down at the Virginia Beach Sporting Complex. So taking a look around the division, looking at that one-tier table, we have the Richmond Kickers up on top, well ahead with 8 games played, but they have 19 points. Portland and Montreal, 11 points each in second place. Atlanta is fourth. Vancouver, ironically enough, the only other undefeated team, 4 games played, 2 wins, 2 ties. They're in fifth place with 8 points. Puerto Rico, after last weekend's stomping of the Rhinos, 7 points now in sixth place. Virginia Beach next in seventh. Charleston and Seattle round out 8th and 9th. Rochester and Minnesota tied for the 10th place spot with 3 points. And Toronto, after 7 games played, still winless. 5 losses and 2 ties. They sit in the basement with 2 points. All right, that just about does it for the look around the USL First Division. After the game, stick around. Soccer Sam and I will be here to take all your phone calls. Coming up is Don Stevens. He will bring you an interview with Coach Lori Calloway and the play of the game. Thanks for being with us. This is Rhino Soccer on the all-new Pickle 93.3 FM.
Wouldn't it be great if every tool you bought were covered by a lifetime warranty? Chase Pitkin includes one at no charge with every tool purchase. If you're not completely satisfied, return any tool with your receipt and we'll repair it, replace it, or refund your money. And you'll find we carry a huge selection of tools from the best names. DeWalt, Porter Cable, Bosch, Delta, Stanley, and more. All at great prices. The lifetime tool warranty, only from Chase Pitkin.
The Connolly Printing Company congratulates the Rochester Raging Rhinos on their 10th anniversary season. Just like the Rhinos, at Connolly Printing, they continue to strive for excellence. They've been serving Rochester for over 100 years, and their goal is meeting today's sophisticated printing demands head-on. Connolly Printing's technology and computer graphics, pressroom and bindery equipment, as well as their employees' expertise, will guarantee you're a satisfied, loyal customer well into the future, turning your printing nightmares into creative dreams. Connolly Printing. 426-4150.
I'm Tom Rigotti from Mallier Chevrolet Buick. You know, the guy who always says yes. Now with a lot more to say yes to. Mallier is Rochester's newest GM certified used car dealer with more than 200 General Motors certified used vehicles in stock. And with bumper-to-bumper warranty on these vehicles, you'll have the same peace of mind you have with a new car or truck. So take the short drive to Mallier in Honeoye Falls or check us out at Mallier.com.
Mallier Chevrolet Buick. Yes.
The time for a healthy you is now. And Personal Health Approach Health, Wellness, and Fitness Center, Rochester's brand new premier upscale health club, is the place you need to be. PHA Health, Wellness, and Fitness Center, located at 3450 Winton Place, is the official strength training facility for the Rochester Rhinos. Let PHA's personal trainers and exercise therapists create a personalized program that will meet your needs and goals. Call PHA Health, Wellness, and Fitness Center at 232-8888. What if you
you celebrated getting things done in your office, the way you celebrate on the field.
We won the pitch. It'll be our biggest client ever.
Yeah, that's cool. Maybe some celebrations are best left on the field. But when you hear this, you'll know things are getting done. To learn more about how Nextel can help you get more done, call 800-NEXTEL-9 or visit Nextel.com. Nextel. Done.
Fickle 93.3 FM. Random Radio. It's time for Raging Rhino Soccer. Tonight's game is brought to you by Auto Depot USA, Best Volvo, Blueberry Hill Apartment, Chase Pitkin, Clarion Riverside Hotel, Connolly Printing, Faber Homes, Three-Time Magazine, Gallo and Yakavangelo, Golden Memories, Arrow East, Messenger Post Newspapers, Midtown Tire, Health Source Chiropractic, Homa, Mollier Chevrolet Buick, Lakeside Country Club, Nextel Partners, Marina Dodge, New York Lottery, Personal Health Approach, Shocker Report, Tony's Collision, Total Tan, Vision Nissan, World Gym, Zweigel. Now, here's the Rochester Raging Rhinos broadcast team.
And good evening to you. Glad to have you along tonight as the Rhinos are back on home turf to take on the visiting Montreal Impact. The defending champions coming to town, and they're coming to town in fine fashion. So far undefeated on the season at 3 wins and 2 ties. It's a tough task ahead tonight, to say the very least, for the Raging Rhinos. This for the Rhinos is game number 5 of the season, and it's game number 6 of the year for the Montreal Impact. All right, it's a chilly evening here at Frontier Field. Actually, where we're at is up in the perch up above, and there's a breeze that blows through and brings in the cold air with it. I think down below where the folks are sitting in the stands and that, they seem to be fairly comfortable. And as long as you're out of the wind, it's 60-some degrees, so it doesn't feel like it should be all that bad. But the breeze is chilly. Well, talking now with the coach of the Raging Rhinos, and that being, of course, Lloyd Calloway, asked him for his thoughts about last weekend's trip to Puerto Rico. Needless to say, I was a little disappointed in what happened in that trip.
Disruption, if you want to call it. The new coach here, trying to get people on the same page.
But to get on was disappointing. The encouraging thing, I think, was the second half of the second game where I thought we played very, very well for 45 minutes. And I felt should have got something from the game. I think we deserved something from the second game. Not so much from the first game, but certainly in the second game. If you take away the penalty, which the video proves it was outside the box, second goal's offside, looks like. And the fact that we scored in the second half and could have had 2 or 3 others, I thought we were unfortunate not to get at least a point, maybe 3.
Now, I'm sure you're looking for something to improve every game. Is there something that's been getting better game by game?
Well, yeah, I think just the fact that guys are together, the more and more we're together, it's going to improve that esprit de corps, that understanding, that fellowship that you need to create, in the locker room that will help, takes the team on the field, and then together you win games. I think the uncertainty of who's going to be going and who's staying and all of that type of stuff, we've asked Still to come, Horst Still to come next week. It's created a certain amount of tension, perhaps, that's led, I think, to perhaps some of the inconsistencies in the performances so far. 8 players tonight starting that weren't here last year. So some idea of it's like putting a new franchise together almost. The old guard, 1 or 2 of them are going to play some part this year, but it's proven through the last 6 or 7 weeks that a lot of them, were perhaps the reason that the team hasn't done as well in the last couple of years. For that very reason, are they good enough to get results in this league anymore? Maybe off the bench they can help. A couple of them, I think, still going to be valuable parts of a starting team. But we've pretty much building a new team, Perry and Sanfilippo, both in the early 20s, start tonight in the back. Paul Guta's, 22. He won't start tonight, but he's played in every game. 2 wingers, Martinez and Steele tonight, 19 and 23. So this is probably the youngest team in the history of the Rhinos that start tonight, and It shows. I mean, the talent's there, but there's some lack of experience. They've got to get that. How do they get experience? They have to play. So, it's teething problems. It's evolution. It's a new culture. It's a new coach, new players, and new system. So, it's all taken a little while to put in place.
Oh, it's just too bad you're up against who you're up against tonight. The defending champs coming in. They've only allowed one goal all season. They're on a roll, unbeaten. It's a tough task ahead for you, isn't it?
Well, I like it because I think we've beaten Puerto Rico so handily here, although it was closer than the result probably reflected, because they did have a good 30-minute spell in the middle of the game. I think one or two of our guys got down there and thought, well, this is going to be easy. Puerto Rico were poor last year. We killed them last week. Players are players. They don't think through the whole thing, the scenario. And we tried to remind them that, hey, Puerto Rico played us up the park for 30 minutes in Montreal last week. So let's make sure we don't go in complacent and get caught with our pants down. I think that happened in the first game. They came at us, they shocked us, they got the goal, and were able to hold on. Second game, I think the conditions, the field being very heavy the second night, even though it was heavy the first night, but much heavier the second night, had an effect on both teams in the first half, and there were some tired legs out there. But in the second half, we came out having gotten ourselves into a hole and really provided the best performance probably so far. Best 45 minutes, although we didn't get the goals to show for it. We won't have that problem tonight because Montreal, if anybody in that locker room thinks it's going to be easy tonight and aren't psyched and aren't ready for this, then they probably won't be here tomorrow. So, I think it's good that we've got the best team in the league, or let's say the champions, which you would assume are still the best team in the league. But on the other hand, I've talked to three coaches who have played them in the last 3 weeks, and they say they're not the team they were. So the scenarios we can probably get at them. There was last year, we were 2-1-2 against them in Syracuse because we believed, and I'm going to try and make the players believe that tonight, that there are weaknesses, even though they are such a powerhouse, and that they can be got at. But at the same time, you got to watch the Zabrangos and the Bielos and the Kevin Wilson, this kid who's scoring goals now this year for them, who's new. But you have to watch these guys because they're dangerous.
And that, of course, is the coach of the Raging Rhinos, Laurie Calloway. So he had some interesting things to say. Joe Giuliano, of course, alongside. And Joe, nice job last weekend. Outstanding.
Thank you. It was tough filling in for you, but Friday was tough. Sunday got a little better. And I guess for the Rhinos, though, it wasn't the result that they wanted. And now Montreal comes to town, so tough trip to Puerto Rico and a tough way to come back home.
Well, you were probably listening to a few of the comments from Coach Calloway, and he had some fairly stern words right there.
Very strong direction that this team is taking, and he's saying, we're going to go in a new direction. Some of the guys who've been here for a long time, look for them to take maybe a bit of a reduced role, if that. So Coach Calloway, that's the first time I've heard him really come out that strong and say, we're going to turn the corner and go in a different direction with this team.
Well, interesting that there's only one player who was here last year who is in the starting lineup here tonight, and that being Sean Tsakiris. He is the only one that was here last year with the Rhinos. And all of the rest, there's some that have been here before. Of course, like Scott Schweitzer and Scott Dallow in goal and some of those players. But anyway, from last year's team, it's a whole new ball game. And I like the part that he was talking about, that it's a young team. It's like he's building his own team from the ground up, and it's going to take some time.
I know a lot of fans don't like to hear this, but this is almost an extension of the preseason. Mixing and matching players, seeing what combination, what chemistry works for the team. It's a weird situation because Pat Erkley was in charge at the end of the year. He brought some players in. Then there was a gap with no coach, and the GM, Chris Economides, brought some players in. Then Calloway is hired. He brings his own touch of players. So a lot of juggling to do here, and Coach Calloway's got his hands full trying to make a final decision who's going to carry the team this year.
And the juggling isn't done yet at this point because there's still more players coming in. Rene Rivas is yet to arrive, and along with Hall also is coming in.
They're playing indoor tonight. Tonight is the final game of the MISL championship season. So Rivas and Hall should be ready to come back within a couple of days after the championship match. So more, I guess, headaches, you could say, for Coach Calloway and Coach Fitzpatrick to decide where to put those guys.
And that might not be all of the players that are coming in. There's still a possibility of more players arriving to get a look at.
Well, we know Dante Washington was a bit of a rumor. People were talking about him coming with the Rhinos or wishing he would come with Rochester, but he has been signed by Real Salt Lake. But like I said, you never know who else might be coming in.
Well, it's going to be interesting to say the least. But first and foremost, the task at hand is to come up with a victory here tonight. That's so important right now for the Rhinos.
It's important for the psyche of this team. They're still a team that's looking to find themselves. Again, there's been a lot of mixing and matching, different players filling in here and there. And if Coach Callaway finds the right mix tonight, he'll stick with it and go with it as long as he can.
Rhinos players are being introduced. Montreal Impact looking pretty much the same team as they had a year ago.
4, maybe 5 changes on the roster overall. The starting lineup very similar to what we saw last year. And with a team who is so strong defensively, if it's not broke, don't fix it.
Well, certainly they had quite the year last year, coming up with the championship. And what a great start they're off to this year, as they've played so far all 5 games on the road. They're playing their first 6 straight on the road, and they haven't lost yet.
Yeah, Peter Pinizzotto said it before the game. A lot of teams in this league to play 6 games in a row away from home are going to struggle. It could ruin their season, could ruin their chances for the playoffs, but Montreal has done a tremendous job staying undefeated and giving up only 1 goal away from home to start 2005.
So they're done with half their road schedule already.
That's scary because now that's a tough place to play, Claude Robillard Stadium. If they can get the momentum going at home, they may run away with first place in this league. I know it's early, but it definitely favors Montreal as far as being at home as the season goes on.
All right, it's still the Rochester Rhinos are being introduced here at Frontier Field. And the temperature has dropped now. It says 59 degrees. The wind continuing to blow. And there's some sprinkles of rain that are blowing in from our left to our right. And, which is, getting my book all wet. But you're over there in the dry spot.
You choose what you want. I take what's left over, and I guess I lucked out tonight.
Yeah, you get the sun of Puerto Rico. And
well, no, I wouldn't say that. We saw the sun for about 2 hours. We saw a lot of this, a lot of rain, but again, about 30 degrees warmer down in Bayamon, Puerto Rico.
All right, it's still the players are being introduced here at Frontier Field. And the Rhinos playing on home turf tonight, but have a couple of road games coming up after this. They'll travel to Montreal and then off to Toronto, starting next Sunday in Montreal and the following Tuesday in Toronto. So playing back-to-back games against Montreal, really needing to come up very strong.
Without a doubt, tonight this game will set the tone for that game back in Montreal. And if Rochester gets off to a bad start here tonight, it's going to be Montreal's home opener next weekend. They will be fired up, so Rochester's got to send that message early and often tonight.
All right, so we'll be getting underway very shortly from Frontier Field. It's the Rhinos and the Montreal Impact. And this is Raging Rhino Soccer on Pickle 93.3 FM.
Hey fans, World Gym Rochester is the official strength and conditioning facility for your Rochester Rhinos, Nighthawks, and Amherst. World Gym Rochester is proud to offer personal training packages tailored especially to your needs, including Apex, a 5-component system that assures you results. The Apex system is customized for you and your needs. Lose weight, improve your health, or just get in better shape. World Gym Rochester and Apex can help you reach your goals. Fun, high-energy group exercise classes like Rep Reebok are offered. You can work out with friends. Spinning, yoga, and Pilates are also great ways to work out and to release stress and tension. And to make it more convenient for you, World Gym Rochester now offers newly expanded child care hours. For more information, please stop by the gym at 1717 East Avenue, just west of the East Avenue and Whitney Road intersection. Or call 271-0440. That's 271-0440.
Twilight last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the
USA Payroll would like to salute the greatest soccer fans in the world.
Tonight at Frontier Field, the Rhinos meeting the Montreal Impact. I think we have a couple of announcements coming up before we get this game underway. And we'll pick up on those if we can. From field level, Sammy, Soccer Sam.
Our new ritual here, pregame kick talk. We talked our last home game about Lori Calloway and his wife Marcy, welcoming them into our Rhino family. But something really unique happened on the Rhinos Puerto Rico road trip. T-Bone Bonsu, his wife Ida, was expecting twins. She was not due to June 20th, so about 5 weeks early. T-Bone has no family in Rochester, hasn't really met many friends. So the Rhino family comes together. Coach Willie's girlfriend Joan takes care of their 18-month-old son. And the coach of the Rhinos, his wife Marcy, becomes the coach in the delivery room. So let's hear it for, first of all, T-Bone Bonsu for having his twins. Congratulations, T-Bone.
How about his wife Ida? She did the work.
Emil and Kareem.
So you barely, did you know them at all?
No. Met her on Saturday.
Met her on Saturday, went in and helped deliver the kids. That's the Rhino family for you. Thank you, Mercy. What a great thing.
Well, congratulations to the Bonsus. 6'5" and 6'18" are the babies.
My wife would agree with you.
5 weeks early.
Wow. Incredible. You know, Bonsu was his third child now with the twins. And he said after their first child was born, he was also on the road, so he had a tough time.
First of all, I want to thank you for your continued support.
This is Frank DeRoss.
The vision is turned into reality a couple blocks from here. I can tell you that the construction schedule is going to be met. August 30th, we'll be able to play a game over there. It's a couple blocks away. The steel is installed. 60% of the seats are installed. All the electrical work is installed. We think it's a great facility. We're saving a lot of seats for our season ticket holders, obviously. We'll be getting back with you on how to get your ticket to Payson. Thank you.
All right, Frank DeRoss, they don't want to wait for you to get done because this game has started. It's underway. The Rhinos are shooting the net to our right, and Montreal is attacking Scott Bella to our left as the ball is played across midfield, hit away by Vincillo on the near side and into Rhino territory. Chasing it down, Sanfilippo. He gets tied up, pulled off the ball, and the whistle blows. Sanfilippo with the throw-in as he's taken down by the newcomer, Wilson, who's had quite a start to the season.
Got 3 goals. He played with Arnett Gardens FC in Jamaica. Also with the Impact earlier in his career, now comes back a formidable threat with the Brango up top.
Schweitzer delivers downfield, but the foul is called, and so the restart for the Impact will be from around their own 20. As the keeper of the year, actually the MVP of the season last year, Ray Sutton will come out to take the kick.
Sutton looking for his 5th straight shutout. He gave up 1 goal the first game of the year down in Puerto Rico. Since then, nothing's gotten behind the big man in the net for Montreal.
Last year, he set a team record for, 530-something minutes of shutout ball. And so far, right now, he's at 430. So he's trying to eclipse that mark, which he set a year ago. As he's had 4 straight shutouts. Ball brought away by Mladenov, then played away off a foot and out of bounds. So it'll be a throw on the near side for the Rhinos to be taken by Sanfilippo. Goes short. No, he'll go across midfield to Mladenov. And in the middle, it's taken, dropped off by Bolanos, as of the midfield line, and places to the outside of left wing for Steele. Tries to deliver in front, but the return pass picked off and carried away. Pistolino jams it out to midfield. That's picked up by Bonsu. Has the hit from Mladenov. Drops it back midfield. Tsakiris chips it to the outside, and Perry after the ball, getting to it at the far touchline. Throws it across midfield. Tsakiris, 1 touch back to Mladenov. Shanks it off the outside of his foot out of bounds, and it'll be a throw-in for the Impact at midfield on the far side.
And the Rhinos coming out with 3 in the back choice for the central defender. Perry on the left, Sanfilippo on the right. So 3 in the back here to start for the Rhinos.
At midfield, chipped into the center circle, and underneath it, brought away by Martinez up the right side. Approaches midfield, into Montreal territory, sneaks by Di Roberto. Here's Martinez on the attack, a step over on the ball, but it's knocked away and out of bounds on the near side by Vincillo.
And this is something we've talked about a while now with Rochester, is Jason Perry's got a long throw-in. Coach Callaway likes it. A very direct throw, almost like a corner kick. It's a driven ball into the box. We'll see what Perry comes up with here.
If he has to come from central back all the way up to make the throw-ins all night, he's got a lot of running to do tonight.
It better be worth it.
All right, here comes the throw-in. Line drive, down around the 6. That's knocked down in front, but played aside. Hand jammed away out of the box and down the field by Vincello. So now it rolls out of bounds to the far side. Throw in for the Rhinos from their own 35 on the far side of the field. Throw in to be taken by Sanfilippo. Just getting underway. No score. We're in the 4th minute.
Sanfilippo was fantastic on the road trip to Puerto Rico. Especially in that first game. He was all over the field deflecting shots. Did a great job. We'll hope he picks up that play here tonight.
Biello drops it back. Vincello with the left foot jams it through midfield. Stepping in underneath it. Schweitzer for the Rhinos. Plays it back in the middle. Taken there by Sanfilippo. And he'll try the outside on the left wing for Steele. Approaching midfield. Long service downfield. Martinez on the right wing, but up in the air. Sutton comes down with the ball in his hand, and he'll hold on.
That's what Coach Callaway is looking for tonight. Martinez and Johnny Steele, the outside wing players, to push up in attack to help out Roger and Bolanos, the two forwards. Roger, the one forward up top. Bolanos a little bit withdrawn behind him.
Sutton puts it out of bounds with the goal kick on the near side, but Rhinos will take over. Cross midfield in the middle, knocked away from Bolanos. And stepping in Bolanos. And where the ball picked off, Z. Roberto has it for the impact. Drops it back in the middle for Pisolito. Pulls it out to near midfield and tries the right wing side. The impact on the attack. Hassel on the far wing. It is a cross out in front. Throws to the end line, gets away. And, boy, it looked like it was out over the end line, but evidently not. There it's out of bounds on the far side. And a throw in for the impact. What do we have now? The referee coming over to talk to Schweitzer. And Schweitzer was quite upset because that ball was over the end line.
The referee's assistant was about 5 yards behind the play, couldn't see the angle, and then Montreal continued with possession.
Tsakiris rolls it through midfield. It's Roger on the left wing side. Bolanos after it. On the far touchline, has it down to the 18, and it's knocked away and out of bounds. So in on the far side for the Rhinos from about 10 yards out.
It's going to be Perry again now, shifting sides to the far side. With that bomb of a throw-in, Roger, big, strong target player. He'll challenge Sutton inside the 6. That's why he's here, to be that big, bruising forward up top.
First, Greg Sutton, keeper for the Montreal Impact. Here's the high looping throw-in, and Sutton up in the air, comes down with the ball. When he's just standing there, he's 12 feet tall. When he puts his arms in the air, he's 19 foot. And when he jumps in the air, he's 27 feet tall.
The throw-in it's great, but Perry's got to keep it a little away from the keeper. Anything at the 6 or within, Sutton's going to pick those up. The long throw-in is good, but need a little deeper, so Sutton's got some more work to do to come out for the ball.
6 minutes, no score here at Frontier Field. Throw-in for the Impact from the Rochester 35 on the near side. It'll be Vincello for the throw-in. Goes short. Checking back for the ball is Wilson. However, that's knocked away. The Rhinos have it. Schweitzer jams it out across midfield, but skips out of bounds on the near side. So a throw in for the Impact from the midfield line. Vincello into the center circle for Pisolito. Off on the right wing side. And it's carried across midfield into Rhino territory. And a low line drive kick in the box, but headed away by Perry. Off on the far wing, Tsakiris tried to block it, and it's deflected away and out of bounds on the far side. And that is, that's who that is. It's Lyson. Played for Syracuse last year, so he knows a lot of the Rochester players.
And he's a left-footed player. Very interesting to see him playing on the right side as a right defender. He likes to push up, so if he can push up a little bit, Johnny Steele may find some space behind him if Lasan's caught up in the attack.
Long throw in across midfield. Underneath it was Roger, but couldn't come up with it. That's booted out of bounds into the stands by the Impact.
The Impact, that traditional 4-4-2, 2 forwards up top. Biello gets in the mix once in a while to give him 3 attackers, but 4-4-2 all the way here from Montreal.
Throw in deep to the corner. Roger out to Miladinov. However, as he tried to cross it in front, it's brought away by the Impact. Through midfield. Long, high kick downfield. Bonsu heads to the side. And checking back is Steele up the right side for Martinez. As of the midfield line into the center circle for Miladinov. Looks to the left and they pass off on the far side. Roger drops it back. His own side of midfield for Perry. Across midfield. Miladinov on the left side for Roger. As he's bumped, tries to get away. Foul is called on the Impact. So a restart for the Rhinos, and a very quick one. Tsakiris feeds it through. It's Bolanos. Takes on the foot and puts it in, but way wide of the net. That's out over the end line, deflected away by the defender. So it'll be a corner kick for the Rhinos.
Bolanos getting his first good look at the goal tonight. He was with Seattle last year, the team that lost to Montreal in the A-League Championship. So maybe a bit of payback on the line here for the newest Rhino, Bolanos.
Is it Steele or is it Miladinov to take the kick?
It's something we saw last week, two players coming over just to look for a different bit of an angle, maybe play it short, keep the defense honest.
It is played short. Miladinov to Steele, right back to Miladinov on the left side. Cross on the 15 in front, knocked away by Gervais. Out on the outside the box, Martinez drops it back for Tsakiris. From his 35 and on the far wing, giving it off to Steele. He looks for the cross, blocked away and out of bounds, so the throw into the far side of the field for the Rhinos from about 20 yards out.
Martinez had a chance to one time, but there decided to cut around the Montreal defender, then losing his angle with the left-footed shot.
Tsakiris picks the ball up, and then he'll leave it there for Perry, who's been out sick the last 3 games. He's had some kind of a virus. Miladinov on the left wing, working deep in the left wing corner. Tried to cross in front and does, and headed away out of the box. Moving in, Steele went to crank it up, but couldn't get to it, and the ball is hammered out across midfield. Back for it goes Schweitzer. He'll play it all the way back to the keeper, Vallow. Has it at his 18, tries the left wing side once again for Schweitzer. 9th minute at Frontier Field, no score. Ahead for Tsakiris, turns it to the outside again along his 45 across midfield. Ball knocked away into Rhino territory. Tsakiris to the outside, Schweitzer again. Chips it up the left wing side, carried across midfield. Long feed forward. Checking back for the ball, Roger, but knocked away. And it rolls out of bounds on the far side. Off of the impact, so a throw in for the Rhinos.
We're getting to see Roger play here. It's his 3rd start in a row for the Rhinos. And one thing he's doing very well is checking back for the ball. It's not coming deep in Montreal territory. He'll come back and receive the ball, hopefully draw some of the Montreal defenders with him. And Gervais is following him all over the field so far.
Well, certainly the Rhinos are trying the left wing side. That's the side furthest away from us, so we can't see what's going on.
And I think that's because of Lassan, again, being a left-footed player and playing on that far side.
Foul is called. A restart for the Rhinos. About 8 yards out of the far corner, almost like a corner kick. Miladinov and Steele once again are there. Miladinov right-footed kicker. Steele would perhaps deliver with the left side. And Steele dummies the ball. Here's Miladinov. Chips it in the box. Out backdoor side. It's headed away and out over the end line.
The first time I've seen Sutton come off his line inside the 6 and miss the ball in the air. I think Miladinov caught him off guard with that quick whipping shot from the far side.
It's a corner kick for the Rhinos, this time off the right wing side. Played short to Miladinov. Turns it to the outside for Steele on the left wing. Cross along the 10, but it's booted away out of the box all the way out on the near side to midfield. Schweitzer stepping up on the right wing side. Pass along the near wing underneath the foot of Miladinov. Skips through and out of bounds. It'll be a throw-in for the impact from their own 10, maybe 15 on the near side.
Miladinov tough touch there. Ball just sliding under his foot. Callaway turns and walks away. There's frustration there.
Dropped down to the end line for Gervais with the right foot. Chips a high one coming down in the center circle. Collision there as Sabrango's bumped off the ball. Now Perry heads it forward for Tsakiris. Lost it on the end of his foot and is carried away by Lysan of the impact up the right side across midfield into Rhino territory. Drop back at the midfield line for Lysan once again. As he'll then drop it to his own side of midfield to Pisolino. Chips it forward. After it is the new Japanese player, Fukusawa, in the corner, across along the 15, coming out through the box on the near side. After it, Bonsu, pass ahead, but blocked away by Roberto, and out of bounds. Throwing on the near side for the Rhinos from their own 30.
A lot of movement, a lot of shifting in the midfield for Rochester. Steele was on the right side. He stays on the right side as Ray Martinez and Johnny Steele shifting sides here. But a lot of movement, trying to open up some space and make themselves difficult to mark.
San Filippo the throw-in. As Roger heads it along the midfield line, Steele picks it up, plays it to the outside. Miladinov up the right wing for Roger. He sneaks through, pass in the middle. That's knocked down and up with the Balanis. Takes the shot, but way wide right of the net. And it was deflected out over the end line. A corner kick once again for the Rhinos. This will be the 3rd corner already for Rochester.
The Rhinos having a go from about 40 yards out off of the dirt. Good chance there. Just take the shot, see what happens. Rochester wins the corner kick, and again, they'll play it with a 2-man setup. We'll see if they go short or mix it up here this time.
All right, Steele looking like he's going to serve it up. Miladinov standing short. Steele goes for the cross along the 6, out the back door, and it's headed over the end line. And this off of the Rhinos, so it'll be a goal kick. Sponsors of these broadcasts include Nextel, helping groups get things done. Call 800-NEXTEL-9. My Vision Nissan. See your vision online at thatsmyvision.com. By Hero East Athletic Club on the web at heroeast.com. and by Moyer Chevrolet Buick, West Main Street in Honeyberry Falls, or online at Moyer.com.
Johnny Steele shifting over now to the natural left side for him. He had some tremendous crosses in Puerto Rico. And again, he's picking up there with a beautiful service from the flanks.
Back in the Rhino territory. On the left wing side, brought forward by Schweitzer. Moves out to near midfield. Takes a look downfield, then chips it across midfield, but headed aside. Leduc up with it for the impact. Long service through and downfield as Sabrango is offside. And a restart for the Rhinos from their own 35 or maybe 40.
In 13 minutes in, Sabrango, a name we haven't called very much, and that's just the way the Rhinos defense wants to keep it. Sabrango.
Especially the pair of Sabrango and Biello. If you keep them off the board, then you got a shot at them. Actually, Montreal is not scoring very many goals.
They never really did. They're just such a strong defensive team once they get that lead.
Carried forward, looking for the through ball. Fukasawa to Sabrango. As he goes down, the ball brought away by the Rhinos. Sabrango, I think, was looking for a call, but didn't get it. Carried upfield at the left wing and service across midfield. Ahead for Roger, drops it back in the center circle. Miladinov, long chip up the right side. Underneath it, there's Vincello to knock it down. Martinez got the boot on it, pops it up in the air, and the foul is called. So the Rhinos with a restart, 22 yards out, the right end of the box, the near end of the 18.
Vincello coming in with these studs up on Ray Martinez. Martinez checking his right foot, actually tying his laces. But dangerous play there on Mauricio Vincello.
Either way, the referee is Elias Baskos. The lines handled by Vladimir Fabre and Andrew Edelman, and the fourth official is Franco Bevilacqua. Here's Steele. There's it up, back post. Has the ball knocked down, bounces away, and then driven out on the far side by Sabrango. And rolls, and it's out of bounds. Throw it at midfield for the Rhinos.
Another beautiful service from Johnny Steele at the corner of the 6 on the far side. And Sutton not coming off his line there, but no one there to win the ball in the air for Rochester, but a great quality service from Johnny Steele.
Tsakiris turns it up the right wing and ahead with it. Here's Perry to Steele across midfield. Bonsu in deep as he plays it deep in the far corner, and the whistle blows, and a foul is called on the Rhinos Roger. He tugged a little bit at Gabe Gervais' jersey.
That has been the matchup. It's Gervais marking 1v1 with Roger, and that's going to be a great matchup as Gervais played forward here in Rochester, now a defender. Actually, the A-League Defender of the Year in 2003, so he's got quite a matchup with Roger tonight.
Delivered through midfield in the Rhino territory. Turned to the outside as Perry is bumped there. He and Sabrango battle. Pass off to Schweitzer. Goes up the left wing side. As it is still the Rhinos controlling. Miladinov dropping it off. That is Martinez way over there on that side of the field. How'd he get there?
They've been shifting quite a bit.
It's brought forward by Miladinov, giving it off to Martinez. Works the left wing side and across midfield. Into Montreal territory, down to the 35. Now he's double teamed, and the ball is taken away. Lasan at the right side. Fukasawa sends it through midfield into Rhino territory. After it's Sabrango turning back for the ball. Gives it off once again to Fukasawa. As he tries to serve in front, as he gets spun around, still has the ball. Now crossing along the 18 down to the 15. Hit ball in, grabbed a one hop by Vallo. Wilson with a head ball. And, well, he put it on goal.
And Bell, that's really his first touch of the game here. He had some tremendous acrobatic saves in Puerto Rico. You can't fault him for those losses. He was absolutely tremendous on that trip.
And Filippo sends it cross field all the way up the left wing side. Rhinos have the ball at their own 35, brought forward by Tsakiris. Working toward midfield with a pass across the midfield line. After Bolanos, lays it to the outside. Here's a cross down inside the 18 at the near side. Steele knocks it down, comes up with the ball. 18 yards out, left footed kick blocked away by Gervais. Over the end line, and another corner kick for the Rhinos.
This is a good shift here by Coach Callaway. What he sees, he likes the matchup of Martinez and Lasan on that far side, and Johnny Steele and Vincello. And it's paying some dividends here as Johnny Steele got a great look at the goal, just poking the ball around Mauricio Vincello.
All right, Steele set to serve it up. Left-footed kicker. Goes low in the box, but blocked away right back to the corner. Steele sends it out in front. That's knocked down. Bolanos, left-foot kick into the midsection of Sutton. He's on his knees and has the ball.
That's a great save by Sutton. That ball coming through a bunch of traffic. And Bolanos with the left foot about 20 yards out. Hard and low. Sutton's 6'6". You want to keep it low, but able to get down and make the save.
Long kick downfield, and to the side off of Schweitzer, rolls down to the 18 on the near side, and there's Sanfilippo to drive it out to the midfield line. Top of the ball, the impact along the near wings. D. Roberto's cross along the 18. That's headed up in the air. Back along the 6 on the near side, and Schweitzer feeds it out the near end of the box. Steelful first time it out to midfield. Checking back, Roger blocks it off for Malone, and then it's clear to downfield. Nine Balanas, and back for it goes Gervais for the impact. Turns it along his own 18-yard box to the far side for Pistolito. With the right foot, drives it out through midfield. That's headed aside by Schweitzer for Milanoff. The Rhinos have it. Off to Perry. Turns it to the outside on the left wing side for Bonsu. Long chip downfield. Inside the 18, far into the box. Rolls out over the end line. And a goal kick once again for the impact. Other sponsors of these broadcasts include Swagos, famous for quality sausage meat products since 1880. Messenger Post. Stay posted. Call 442-POST for subscription information. Best Volvo. Rochester's exclusive Volvo dealer at 1500 University Avenue. And Blueberry Hill Apartments. Come home to stress-free living at 889-7250. Through midfield, headed in the air, nodded to the outside by Schweitzer. And around the Rhino 35, Wilson will knock it down, drops it back to near midfield. Cross in front, Milano out there to head it away. And on the far side, skipping through. Lysan long up the wing. Has the ball rolling toward the corner, skips out of bounds, throwing for the Rhinos from their own 18 on the far side.
20 minutes in here. Montreal does a nice job of keeping things compact. You can see the gaps not existent there at all between the defense, the midfield, and the forwards, pushing up as a solid unit. And that's something Nick DeSantis has been preaching to this team since he took over as the head coach, and very solid formation by the Impact.
20th minute, no score. Bicycle kick. Ryan Bolanos sends it across midfield. Back for the Impact. Hammered out to midfield, but again, the Rhinos up with it. Spinning around, Bolanos on the left wing side. Step over the ball, sneaks it through, then plays it away out the foot of the defender and out. Quick throw in for the Rhinos.
You can see Bolanos creative with that ball.
As he dummies the ball, pass on the far side, rolls to the corner. Trying to play it away, Roger, but puts it off the foot of the defender and out. And another throw in for the Rhinos, this time about a foot out, off the end line, deep in the corner, where they're calling a corner kick.
I think it's a throw in deep in the corner. Perry making a long trip. And Bolanos, the Costa Rican international, very dangerous, going directly at defenders. Great moves, good step over move there, and a nice back heel pass to Roger.
All right, so Perry set for the throw in. High looper coming down short. Handed away by Gervais out top, not all the way out to midfield. Underneath the Schweitzer with Wilson on him. Off the right side to Martinez. Pulls the ball on the near touch line. Martinez trying to sneak through as he's double team. Ball taken away by Z. Roberto. As he's watched there, and then Vincello will jam it out on the near side, but Bonsu heads it forward for Milanoff. Turns the ball on the near wing, gives it off to Martinez. Trying to sneak it through, Z. Roberto. Grabs on, gives him a tug, and a foul is called on Martinez.
Martinez hungry to play. He fed out the game on Sunday with a calf injury. He has been excited to get back onto the pitch here for the Rhinos. Exciting player down the flank. Z. Roberto will have his hands full with the Cuban, Ray Martinez.
Here's Vincello, low line drive kick through midfield. Tsakiris heads it back into the center circle. Milanoff plays it forward as it's skipped by Bolanos and down to the Montreal 35. Taken there by the Impact. Right hand to the outside of the right wing for Gervais. As he'll slip it through midfield into Rhino territory, far wing, but skips out of bounds. Throw in for the Rhinos from their own 35 on the far side.
If this formation is going to work for Rochester, Roger needs some quicker help from the midfielders pushing up into the attack.
Milanoff dropping it back for Schweitzer. Turns it to the outside of the left wing for Perry. Rolls it forward to Milanoff. Drops it back once again for Jason Perry. As he looks for it with the right foot, drives it through midfield. That one is kicked aside by Gervais and recovered by the Impact. Leduc dropping it off, and Lysen will then jam it through midfield. And knocked aside by Perry for Bonsu, and the Rhinos have it. In the middle, Schweitzer along his 35. Long chip up the left wing side of the touchline. Headed back toward the middle by Steele. Underneath it, Bolanos, as he's bumped away from the ball, comes along the 35, and Z. Roberto knocks it down, and getting to it is Pistolito, hammered high in the air, and a floater through midfield coming down to the Rhino 35. Played away by San Filippo, deflected off at the far end of the 18. There's Perry, gets to it, and he'll volley a high one all the way through midfield, and all the way down to the Rhino 35, the Impact 35.
A lot of kickball here, just deep, back and forth.
Gervais hammers it through midfield, as Sabrango knocks the ball down, and the whistle blows. Was it a foul is called, or was it a handball?
You see Sabrango, the ball was just a little bit far for Eddie Sabrango. Just extending the arm inside the Rhinos 18, and the clever play by Sabrango. If he gets away with it, he's got a chance to turn and fire with the right, but the referee's assistant in a perfect position.
23rd minute at Frontier Field, no score. as the Rhinos host the defending champions, the Montreal Impact. Scott Donald, the keeper for the Rhinos, who's gone the distance thus far this season. Off of the left wing side, Tsakiris will send it downfield, but headed away by Pisolino into the stands. Throw in for the Rhinos at the Montreal 35 on the far side of the field. Tsakiris short with the throw into Miladinov. It's a return pass. He is brought forward by Bonsu, dropping it back once again. Tsakiris pass to the center circle on the near wing. Stepping up is Perry on the right side, tips it ahead. Coming back for the ball is Rocher. Knocks it down with a high foot, no call is made. And now the ball is booted up into the stands by Wilson.
Roberto getting the right foot right in the face of Roger. We continue to play not much of an advantage there for the Rhinos.
Throw in for Perry. To the near end of the 18, ball knocked down. Miladinov with the left foot, couldn't get a shot through. And it's blocked out to midfield. Into the center circle, Schweitzer tips it aside. Sanfilippo turning back to the ball as once again we're getting a few raindrops. On the left wing and across midfield, Miladinov. Right back to Tsakiris on the outside. Rolls the ball through. And Steele turns. Comes away with a nifty move there. And however, as he gets turned around, the ball is taken away by Montreal. Played across midfield, but stepping in to head of the side is Sanfilippo. It's in the center circle and Bonsu for the Rhinos. Out the right side to Martinez. Brings it forward. Now pass toward the middle. Turning back to the ball. Bolanos sends it through the midfield circle. Tsakiris underneath it for the Rhinos. No score in the game. We're in the 25th minute here at Frontier Field. Dropped off on the left wing for Tsakiris. On the far touchline. As he's dumped, the whistle blows. Foul is called.
And DeSantis up off the bench, irate with something on the field, but Tsakiris now shifting over from the central to the left side. He goes 1v1 with his former teammate Lasan and gets the call here for Rochester.
So the restart for the Rhinos. 35 yards out. Well, the ref says no. Back up a couple of yards. Steele placing the ball just inside the touchline on the far side. Touches it off to Miladinov. Brings it forward. Takes the tip shot. Turns it to the outside with the left foot. Tried to boot it in front, but that's off a leg. Out over the end line. Another corner kick for the Rhinos.
And if you look, Tsakiris is dead center, 35 yards out. The nearest defender is about 20 yards away. Miladinov decides to go with it himself. He lays it off central. Tsakiris has got about 20 yards to push the ball forward and let loose with a rocket.
Fifth corner of the half of the Rhinos. Here's Steele with the service. Into the box. Backdoor side, headed back toward the middle, but knotted away out of the box to around 20. Here's the shot by Tsakiris. He scores! John Tsakiris puts the left foot under the crossbar. Down in the net on the right side. The Rhinos score and take a 1-0 lead.
I just talked about Tsakiris letting a rocket go. 30 seconds later he does, and Sutton a little bit far off his line. It goes over his head, but Tsakiris a great dipping left-footed volley there to put Rochester up 1-0. The ball comes bouncing out to Tsakiris, takes it off the chest, and with the left foot unleashes a rocket over the Montreal keeper.
Joe Tsakiris scoring his first of the season. And the Rhinos on the board first. That's only the second goal that Montreal has given up this year.
And what a beauty. Maybe Miladinov gives Tsakiris the ball again. Wonderful finish from Sean Tsakiris.
And that breaks the shutout streak for goaltender Sutton. Greg Sutton's shutout string comes to an end. Ball chipped down into Rhino territory. That's played back toward the middle. Out the right side, Tsakiris giving it off Miladinov. Back into the center circle. Checking back for the ball is Bolanos. Sends it off of the left wing side. Across midfield into Montreal territory. Steele down to the 35. Chips it along the 18. Comes out the near end, and after goes Martinez. On the near side, Martinez looking back toward the middle. Sneaks a pass off and a give and go. Bolanos puts it too far ahead. Martinez couldn't get to it.
Lester bounce now. The Rhinos flying here after getting that goal.
Throwing for Montreal from their own 10 on the near side. High floater along the near touchline to Wilson. Drops it back in the middle. Stepping up is Bonsu. Turns away with the ball. Gives it off in the middle for Tsakiris. Turns into the outside of the left wing and brought forward by Steele. 35 yards out. Goes for the corner. The backdoor side. Passed in front by Martinez. Off the goaler. Sutton and out. Over the end line. Should be another corner, or is it going to be called? And no, I guess evidently it went out. That'll be a goal kick for the Impact.
And Tsakiris on a 20.
was deflected off a Montreal defender coming back outside the box.
Here's the service through midfield by Sutton. Headed away back toward the center circle. Maladonov drops it off for Tsakiris. Hits it to the outside of the left wing for Steele. 28th minute, finals leading 1-0. In the middle, Bonsu. Pass through the center circle. Not getting to it. Leduc. As the ball played out of the far wing, not sure what that announcement was. The log in the sixth, head ball, Sabrango misses high, and over the net. Great service from the right wing side by Fukusawa, and Sabrango's head ball is high.
I think Tsakiris getting the yellow card for undressing after the goal.
All right.
But Sutton, for Montreal, normally when teams play against the Impact, you don't want to serve the ball anywhere near the sixth. He's a dominating presence. Tonight, he's let 3 or 4 balls come inside the sixth. That last one by Martinez, beautiful right-footed volley off the goalpost. So Sutton a little hesitant coming off that line tonight.
As the ball is played forward, Maladonov has it on the left wing side, chips it through midfield. And is taken down. Here's Roger, knocked out of bounds, and the foul is called. This will be a free kick for the Rhinos near midfield. Maladonov, long service to the right wing side. Martinez, a one-timer. As he shanks it off the outside of his foot, it bends away from the net out over the end line. A goal kick for the Montreal Impact.
That's a shot. You're not going to see a lot of players they're scared to take that shot one time, but Martinez is such a skilled player. Corner of the 18, lets loose with the right-footed volley. Not too far off the mark. Give him some points for courage on that shot.
Goal kick for Sutton. 30th minute, 1-0 lead for the Rhinos. Sutton with the right foot delivers through midfield. That's headed forward by Sabrango. Knocked down and carried on as Wilson turns it to the outside for Biano. Inside the Rhino 18, near into the 18. As he gets tied up, being watched by Sanfilippo, and the ball is knocked away and out of bounds.
Sanfilippo holding his ground there. Mauro Biello's first touch here with the ball almost 30 minutes into the game, and Frankie Sanfilippo patient defending, forcing Biello to go out of bounds with that play.
Well, this is the first time this season that Montreal has given up the first goal of the game. And all previous games had scored first, or had not scored, because they did end up in scoreless ties a couple of times. That's headed forward out to midfield into Rhino territory. And a pass toward the middle. Trying to sneak through Bolanos, but couldn't come up with the ball. Hammered through midfield into Rhino territory on the near side for Biello. His delivery downfield for Wilson. Sneaks her inside the 18, and Sanfilippo has to play it away as he and Dallo. Maybe a little miscommunication there. Not sure which one was going for the ball.
And Dallo and Schweitz are having some words, but Dallo's been very vocal. That's one thing Coach Callaway loves about Scott Valley. He's a great leader from the back.
On the near side to the corner for Z. Roberto. Looking for the cross. Blocked away by Schweitzer. Comes out the near side. Vincello underneath it. And is then off of the foot of Martinez. And out throw in for the impact from the Rhinos 20 on the near side. There's a throw into Lou. Placed it into the middle for Gervais. Stepping up on the play. Down inside the 18. Wilson, left footer. Puts it up over top of the net. Got a nice shot away for the short side. Missed a couple of feet high.
Kevin Wilson with a great quick turn from the corner of 18. Got the shot off with the left foot. And now Montreal slowly pushing some numbers up. Gervais that time pushing into the Rhinos' final third. And Biello also asking for some more players to push up and not sit so far back, trailing 1-0.
32nd minute, 1-0 lead for the Rhinos. John Tsakiris scoring his first of the season in the 26th minute. Dallo with the goal kick. With the right foot, line drive kick, sends it through the center circle, coming down to the 35. And up with the ball is Roger. Turns it to the outside of the left wing for Steele. As he'll draw it forward, runs into Lyson, and the ball is knocked out of bounds. So it'll be a throw in for the Rhinos. Steele back to the midfield line for Perry. Steps up with the right foot. He pops a high floater up, coming down inside the 18. Up in the air, Sutton comes down with the ball.
It's not an easy save to make the ball flick. The wind is blowing, so Sutton's got to really keep his eye on the ball. It's going so high in the air.
Pass toward the middle, Pisolino. Sends a high floater through midfield into Rhino territory. Schweitzer back to settle the ball at his feet, but lost it out of bounds. And that off of Wilson of the impact. So a throw in for the Rhinos from their own 20 on the far side. Play underway. Back in the middle for Biello. Turning back at the 35 and draws it into the middle for Leduc. Into the center circle for Gervais. As he pushes up on the play, Gervais looking downfield with the right foot. Goes back to the far end of the 18 for Biello. Chips it down inside. Sabrango in behind. Offside flag is in the air.
DeSantis has some guys pushing up, Vincello pushing up. It's going to be crucial now for the outside midfielders, Johnny Steele, to keep up with Fugasawa and Ray Martinez to play some defense, something he doesn't like to do too much of against Vincello on the near side.
Dowell rolls it ahead outside of his 18, 33rd minute, and a 1-0 lead for the Rhinos. Takes a look downfield with the right foot, hammers it through midfield, all the way down to the 25 of Montreal, headed back in the middle, and Tsakiris settling the ball from Milanov. To the outside of the left wing for Steele, but not enough on it, didn't get to him. Fukasawa sends it through midfield into Rhino territory. On the far wing, blocked away and out of bounds. Another throw in for the Impact from the Rochester 40 on the far side. Leduc with the throw in back near the midfield for Z. Roberto. Tips it to his own side of midfield for Pisolito. Impact with the ball on the right wing and across midfield. Into Rhino territory for Biello in the far wing. Biello spins away, but a foul is called on the Rhinos, so a restart for the Impact. 35 yards out off the right wing side.
Montreal now throwing players in attack. Vincello pushing up, free kick here. Z. Roberto pushing up, two players sitting back here. The Impact trying to capitalize on this dangerous restart.
And set for the service. Here's the kick. High floater down inside the 6 at the near end. Headed back in out of the 18. Underneath it goes Tsakiris. Draws it off of the near wing. On the near touchline, Sean Tsakiris takes a look downfield. Left footer deflected into the center circle. Brought away by Schweitzer. He'll go long to the left wing side. Outside flag in the air. No way. No way. Oh, man. Pisolito had to be a good 5-6 feet behind. Who was it breaking up the left wing side? Bolanos, right?
It was. That was a terrible call. Pisolito had his hand up in the air.
And so the
he was keeping Bolanos on. It was a terrible call.
Right away across midfield. Underneath it, Leduc drives it up the far wing. It's deflected toward the middle. And checking back Milanov, helping out, but getting away. Fukasawa looking for the cross. Off the foot of Schweitzer out over the end line. And a corner kick for the Impact.
They're going to call it off of Montreal.
Wow.
Biello had the corner kick all set to go. Not going to happen, though.
All right. Other sponsors of these broadcasts include Connolly Printing. Turning your printing nightmares into creative dreams. Call 426-4150. Gallo and Iacovangelo, a full-service law firm. 454-7145 or online at gallolaw.com. By Golden Memories, the bus company that transports the Rhinos. Call 723-1322. 36 minutes at Frontier Field. 1-0 in favor of the Rhinos. That one is the flick on, but then kicked away to the center circle. Stepping in underneath the ball, Sanfilippo, as he's pushed us headed across midfield. Coming back for the ball, Roger. That's popped up in the air in the near wing, and Martinez able to tip it forward to Roger. As he's double teamed, comes away with the ball. On the near side, pass on the touchline, but it rolls out of bounds.
Roger again getting the ball. Now with Rochester leading 1-0, Montreal's going to push some players forward. Roger may find some space now to show his magic on the pitch.
Hold across midfield, foul is called, and a restart for the Impact. Quick service down inside the 18, and Bonsu checks back for the ball. Turns it to the outside, boots it away from Biello, and the throw in on the far side for the Impact from the Rochester 18. Fukasawa up quickly for the throw into Biello. Face it to the outside. Fukasawa cross along the 6, headed away and out by Perry. At the far end of the box, Biello underneath it. But he's taken away from the ball by Bonsu. Up with it is Fukasawa. At the end line, fakes across. Now has it with the left boot. Sends it on the near side, headed away outside the 18 of the near corner. Vincello stepping out, drives it in a goal. Scooped up on the second hop by Vallo, and he holds on.
Good driven ball by Vincello. Sabrango just had to get the right foot on it to redirect it around the Rhinos keeper. Just a little too far for Eddie Sabrango. And Vallo maintains possession.
37th minute. Vallo takes a look downfield. Now gets a little pressure from Sabrango with the right foot. Drives it out through midfield all the way down to the Montreal 20. Flick on inside the 18. Rolls through. Nobody will get to it except for Sutton at the end line. The Montreal keeper has the ball.
Bonsu, his specific assignment tonight is Mauro Biello, and 38 minutes in, he's done a great job.
Sutton had to hustle as Bolanos almost came up with the ball. Locked away, but a foul is called on Terry in the middle of the field, 35 yards out. Dangerous restart spot here.
The Impact with a couple chances here late in the first half on these restarts. 35 yards away from the Rhinos' goal.
All right. Set for the restart. Temperature continues to drop. It's 57 degrees now. Here's a little chip down to the 6. Head ball in. It's knocked by Gallo. Falls wide to the far post, and Gallo pouncing out of the end line. Comes up with the ball, keeps it in play. So no corner. It's a goal kick for the Rhinos.
Great save by Scott Vallo, and it's Z. Roberto with the header of all people, probably the shortest man on the field, able to get up through the crowd of defenders. Heads it hard and low, but Vallo dives to his left, makes the save. A bit of a rebound, but the key there is the rebound went to the side, not directly in front of him.
As Martinez take it down, going for the ball. Whistle blows. Foul is called. Restart for the Rhinos, 25 yards out on the right wing side. And it looks like it'll be Steele coming over to serve it up.
Vincello running up the back of Ray Martinez. That's the reason he's been out. His back injury is holding his right side.
Mladenov works the right wing, looking at the corner for Steele. Sends it down to the end line. Steele has it there. Lost the ball at the end of his foot. Rolls out over the end line, and this will be a goal kick for the Impact. Other sponsors of these broadcasts include Joma, the official uniform supplier to the Rhinos. Available at Eurotech at the Rochester Sports Garden. New York Lottery, you can't live the dream if you don't play the game. My World Gym, the official strength training facility of the Rochester Sports Group at 1717 East Avenue.
We'll have to keep an eye on Ray Martinez. He's on the left side now, but again, Vincello running up his back, and Martinez a little soft on the jog.
Cross midfield, Biello has it. It's turned around, Steele with the ball. Pass in the middle, but that's played aside. Biello has it again for the Impact. Tries to serve it to the end line for Wilson. They're knocked away and out.
Offsides on Kevin Wilson.
All right.
Late call there by the official. I thought Biello put a nice cutting ball through the Rhinos' defense. Wilson, with his speed, able to catch up to it, but I guess a little too far ahead of the play.
So Ballo will come over to take the free kick. 40th minute, 1-0 lead for the Rhinos over the Impact. Ball brought all the way out around the 35. Well, Ballo asking the linesman where it is, and the linesman pulling him forward. The referee comes back and pushes him back.
Even more.
Well, he was out about the 35. Now he's all the way down to his 18.
It's a matter of the referee and his assistant not being on the same page, I guess.
Or in the same ballpark. Ballo with the right foot. Low kick through midfield. Mladenov with a flick on. As that is knocked aside and controlled by the Impact. Jello on the near wing, and immediately on him is Roger and also Steele. And as Vincello puts it up in the stands, nice pressure applied by the Rhinos.
Exactly what Coach Callaway is looking for here in the first half. Immediate pressure, put Montreal in a tough situation, and he applauds the effort there of Johnny Steele with Anthony Roger.
Up for the throw-in will be Perry. Backs up a few steps. Perry with the throw-in. Well, nobody around where he put the ball. Out the other side. Trying to play it in front of Martinez, but sort of flubbed on it, and the ball comes out around the 35. Stepping up, Wilson knocks it back. Vincello, first time's at the midfield, but Tsakiris there heads it forward. Leduc settling the ball to feet, gets tied up along with Bolanos, and the Rhinos take it back. Here's Steele. However, foul is called on Bolanos, so it'll be a free kick for the Impact near the center circle. Gervais goes to the outside on the right wing. Nice end out across midfield for Leduc. Sends one down inside the 18, near the 18, but headed away by Sanfilippo. Sliding in Martinez, and he gets tackled. And it's going to be the yellow card on Martinez. Going for the ball. But they call a hard tackle, so the yellow is issued to Martinez here in the 42nd minute.
Maybe some studs exposed there. Ray Martinez hit a nice touch. Then the second touch just pushed a little bit too far ahead of him. As he comes in hard in the tackle, he makes good here with Vincello, but it's a free kick for the Impact.
I don't know. Montreal player didn't want to get tackled. He shouldn't have gone for the ball.
You know what else, too? The referee's looking directly at the Montreal bench, and DeSantis and Pinizzotto screaming for the card.
All right, here's Leduc. Serves it up. Down inside the 6. Punched away by Vallo. Out the far end of the box, and underneath it goes Martinez. As he'll draw it forward. Works the left flank. Approaching midfield. Pass in the middle for Mladenov. Back to the outside. Martinez has to slow up for the ball. Turns back for it. Now in the middle for Steele. Stepping back, drops it off from Mladenov, turns it up the left wing and gets away from Z. Roberto. Cross along the 18 in front, and out to slide in on the ball as Sutton comes down with it. Is right on the doorstep. It was Roger.
And the Rhinos had a great chance to counterattack. They're on the far side. Roger Bolanos are wide open here on the near flank. But Milanoff and Steele decide to keep it on that side as the counterattack completely stalled there for the Rhinos.
Chip through midfield into Rhino territory, skips by Tsakiris, but he turns and comes up with the ball. In the middle from Milanoff to the midfield line. Bolanos turning forward, has it blocked away momentarily, but now it's taken back by Leduc and the impact with the ball. 43rd minute at Frontier Field, 1-0 in favor of the Rhinos. Backboard goes Schweitzer. Lays it inside of his 18 to Vallo. He's flubbed on it, however, as it skipped by Sabango, comes on the near side, and then cleared away out the midfield by Perry. Almost costly right there.
Bell knows he made a mistake, put his hands up in the air. Perry, luckily for the Rhinos, in the right spot to clear it away.
Another chip into Rhino territory, and turning backward goes Sanfilippo. On the far wing, plays it away off the leg of Wilson, and out, throw in for the Rhinos on their own 15 on the far side of the field.
On that last clearance there by Vallo, Gabe Gervais, the sweeper from Montreal, was pressuring the Rhinos keeper, so he's pushing up into the attack, trying to make something happen here for Montreal.
Throw in to be taken by Perry. There's that long looping throw in out toward midfield, but taken back by the impact. Z. Roberto under the ball. Sends it down inside the 18, picked up on one hop by Dono, and the Rhino keeper has the ball. Well, these two teams will each have a little rest before their next game, which will be in Montreal. And that'll be a week from tomorrow, Sunday afternoon, as a foul is called on the impact. Restart for the Rhinos, 25 yards down on the right wing side.
It's a tough call there.
The tough part, the worst part about that thing is next Sunday it'll be the home opener for Montreal, and they'll have all the celebrations of raising their championship banner and everything.
So enjoy a 3-hour pregame.
The Rhinos are going to sit there and watch all that stuff.
You know, and with the Expos gone out of Montreal, now playing in Washington, look for the Impact to really draw even bigger crowds than they saw last year.
Three-man wall along the 18 for the Impact. First, Montreal talking now about building their own stadium.
Great for the USL.
All right, Bolanos goes for it, and he puts it about 10 yards over top of the crossbar. I know that Sutton's tall, but even Sutton couldn't get that one.
You think that's a little too much respect?
I'm saying it was a little high.
My guess is Pato will take the next one, or Milanoff will take the next one that's close to the goal.
2 minutes of stoppage time. 2 minutes of additional time here in the first half. 1-0 lead for the Rhinos. Long high delivery through midfield. Stepping up, Bunsu hits it forward, but there's a chip shot downfield by Leduc rolling to the edge. On the near side is Johnny Steele. One touch ahead from Milanoff at midfield. He'll chip it up the right side. Here's Roger. Turns it in the middle for Steele. Moving in the shot. Oh, just thwarted over top of the crossbar. Steele trying to pick that upper right corner. Missing by inches.
We talked about the Rhinos starting to see some more space in the Montreal defense. We did that. And Roger with a beautiful flick-on header leading Johnny Steele. Fakes to his right. Goes to his left. A left-footed cannon just over the bar. But give Roger a lot of credit for drawing the defender, then quickly flicking it with the head to the rushing Johnny Steele.
On with it, Sutton. Will slip a high one through midfield into the center circle. Headed forward by Bonsu, and then jammed aside by Gervais. On the near wing, Vincello through midfield, stepping in to intercept. Rod forward into the center circle by Sanfilippo, giving it off to Roger. Tries the return pass, got knocked down, gets back up and has the ball again. Then he's pulled off the ball. No call is made, and it's recovered by Fukasawa of the Impact. Drops it off Gervais from his own 20, brings it forward. Long up the left wing side, but Steele's in there to head it away and out of bounds. On the near side, it'll be a throw in for the Impact from the Rochester 25. Vincello with the throw in. Sends it down inside the box, knocked away by Milanoff. On the near wing, Perry after the ball, but as he's pushed, it rolls away. Hand off of the Impact and out throw in for the Rhinos from their own 18. 2 balls on the field right now.
And Vincello and Johnny Steele have this little argument going on. It's been about 5 minutes now, going back and forth.
Here's the throw in by Perry. Low line drive through midfield. Checking back for the ball. Roger, and the play is taken away, but the ball then is hammered out and downfield by Perry. Rolling all the way down to the 18. Sutton brings it outside the 18. Earned stoppage time in the first half. Sutton with the right foot. Drives it out through midfield, coming down to the Rhino 30. Floats over top of Bonsu on the near wing. Getting to it, Perry. As he's watched there by Sabango, the ball rolls out of bounds. So in for the Rhinos from their own 15 on the near side. Be taken once again by Perry. Long run at it. High looping throw in across midfield. Headed forward. There's the whistle, and that ends the first half. So a very successful first half of play for the Rhinos as they come out on top after one half here at Frontier Field. It's the Rochester Raging Rhinos 1 and the visiting Montreal Impact nothing. And this is Raging Rhino Soccer on Pickle 93.3 FM.
Every generation of Volvo has been committed to safety and saving lives. Visit Best Volvo, like Volvo owner Peter Parts.
I was in a horrendous accident where an oncoming driver had fallen asleep and hit me head on. I'm absolutely convinced I would have never walked away had it been any other car.
Test drive the Volvo XC90, the world's safest SUV, only at Best Volvo, where style, safety, and all-wheel drive come together to save lives. 1500 University Avenue.
The time for a healthy you is now. And Personal Health Approach Health, Wellness, and Fitness Center, Rochester's brand new premier upscale health club, is the place you need to be. PHA Health, Wellness, and Fitness Center, located at 3450 Winton Place, is the official strength training facility for the Rochester Rhinos. Let PHA's personal trainers and exercise therapists create a personalized program that will meet your needs and goals. Call PHA Health, Wellness, and Fitness Center at 232-8888.
Why do you stay posted with the Post newspapers?
High school sports and see what the kids are doing and see how the teams are doing.
It's really cool when I see articles on the kids and I can clip them out and put them in a scrapbook.
For less than the cost of a cup of coffee, you can stay posted with convenient home delivery of your town's Post newspaper. Just call 442-POST to get posted.
I'm posted. I'm posted.
We're posted. Brighton, Pittsford, Parenton, Fairport, Irondequoit, Penfield, Grease Gates, Chili, East Rochester, Henrietta, Brockport, and Webster Post. Call 442-POST and get posted.
What if you celebrated getting things done in your office the way you celebrate on the field?
We won the pitch. It'll be our biggest client ever.
Ooh, that's cold. Maybe some celebrations are best left on the field. But when you hear this, you'll know things are getting done. To learn more about how Nextel can help you get more done, call 800-NEXTEL-9 or visit Nextel.com. Nextel. Done.
Frontier Field, as it is a 1-0 lead for the Rhinos at the half. And as we take a look now at the Marina Dodge first half statistics, there was one goal scored, and that is the 26th minute, as Sean Tsakiris picks the upper right corner in a beautiful shot, scoring his first goal of the season. And the Rhinos taking the first and only goal of the first half of play, leading 1-0. The unofficial stats in that period, in that first half of play, I had 7 shots for the Rhinos and 4 for Montreal. And again, unofficially, 7-4. The Rhinos had 5 corner kicks in that first half, and the Impact none. And Rochester was not offside, while the Impact had 3 offsides in that first half of play. So statistically, a little bit of the edge goes to the Rhinos, it would appear.
Yeah, I'd say it was a good first half for Rochester. Tsakiris scoring a beauty of a goal with that left-footed rocket. And this formation is a little bit new here for the Rhinos, and they look much more comfortable playing it tonight than they did in Puerto Rico. It looks like everyone starting to get on the same page as far as playing with that 3 in the back and Roger up top. So it looks, I thought it was a good first half overall for the Rhinos.
In comparison to the trip to Puerto Rico, they look a little more into the game, if you will.
Yeah, you know, it was 90 degrees. It was very humid, very wet, and we didn't have the hometown fan support. That gives you that little extra edge that you need, and you're playing Montreal tonight, so much more crisp, sharp play from the Rhinos in the first half.
All right, so there's your Marina Dodge first half statistics, and again, after one half of play, it's the Rhinos on top, 1-0 over the Impact. Again, this is Raging Rhino Soccer on Pickle 93.3 FM.
I'm Tom Rizzotti from Mallier Chevrolet Buick. You know, the guy who always says yes. Now with a lot more to say yes to. Mallier is Rochester's newest GM certified used car dealer with more than 200 General Motors certified used vehicles in stock. And with bumper-to-bumper warranty on these vehicles, you'll have the same peace of mind you have with a new car or truck. So take the short drive to Mallier in Honeyway Falls or check us out at Mallier.com.
Mallier Chevrolet Buick. We always say yes.
Hi, this is Joe Giuliano, Rhinos radio color commentator and host of the Soccer Report. Join us every Tuesday at 6:30 for full coverage of the Rochester Raging Rhinos, Major League Soccer, and international soccer news. Give us a call every Tuesday at 346-3000. It's the Soccer Report.
Does your golf game need a change of scenery? Leave the same old courses behind and head to Lakeside Country Club in Penn Yan on scenic Cayuga Lake. It's one of the most beautiful courses you'll ever play. Memberships are available, but the public is welcome. Just call PGA Pro Bob King at 315-536-7252 to book your tee time. The course is located near many of the Finger Lakes' finest wineries, so make a day out of it and enjoy the best that the Finger Lakes has to offer, on the course and off. Call Lakeside Country Club, 315-536-7252.
Getting older can be a harrowing experience. Staying in shape just gets tougher. Why not join the downtown Harrow East Athletic Club? Memberships include aerobics, yoga, Pilates classes, whirlpools, sauna, indoor pool, squash, racquetball, 2 weight floors, cardio, indoor track, free parking, the list goes on. Don't give in, get tough. Join the Harrow East today, and they'll even waive the initiation fee. Call 546-1000. That's 546-1000, and we'll see you at the Harrow East.
Welcome back to Frontier Field at the half. It's Rochester 1, Montreal nothing. This is Raging Rhino Soccer on Pickle 93.3 FM. I'm Joe Giuliano, joined by the big man in the back for the Rhinos, Craig Demon. Craig, welcome to the perch, and how you doing?
Thank you. It's nice to be here. Doing well. Nice to see the guys out there playing well through the half. I think they had the better the half, and looking forward to coming back. But generally, everything is coming along nicely.
Let's talk about the knee. I had a chance to see you in the off season, and you weren't doing much running or weightlifting. Yeah. But from what I hear, you've made tremendous strides. And can you update us on the knee and where you are?
It's quite progressive for me. I expect time to get back and fully fit to play again. But I've started doing agility work, a lot of running and cutting now. And still, I'm not there, but I'm getting there. I'm getting stronger every day. So I'm excited and looking forward to the next couple of weeks again. So hopefully I can get back by then to practicing with team and playing.
How about the conditioning aspect? Since you've been out unable to partake in the action here, how's the conditioning aspect of your game?
Well, I haven't been able to do much with the ball, but I've done a lot of cardio work. Right. Elliptical machines and being able to vary it. I've done tons, and I've started running now. So I've been doing a bunch of running. I can't sprint as I would normally if I weren't injured, but I try as much as possible to get in, let's say, daily, maybe about 1.5 to 2 hours. I always try to go at least a game or 2 games, maybe 90 minutes here, there in the morning, and then 90 in the evening.
Must be nice.
I try to push it at the time.
That's incredible.
So I really do have time on my hands. So, it's important for me to stay at that level, even though I'm out and I'm injured. I try to, without affecting my knees, my leg, I try to do as much as I do to keep myself in shape.
On my show on Tuesday night, Craig, I had several calls, people asking, when is he coming back? From speaking with the trainer, I'm hearing a week, maybe 10 days. What's going on with that?
It's strange, because again, I thought it was 3 months, and it's a type of injury where, I guess, Mother Nature, there's not much that I can do but continue working, and there's hopefully one day I'll wake up and I would be able to sprint and stop without feeling, what I've felt, in terms of gradually progressing, and that's the last stage of it. And I would love to be ready by the end of the month. I'm working hard and being ready by the end of the month. So I've got to take it step by step and just continue working and hopefully I'm going to get there. But I'm feeling very, very good about the progression I've felt in the past couple of weeks.
And mentally, it's got to be so difficult. The season has started, sitting out, missing the trip to Puerto Rico, now playing Montreal, the arch rival of this team. Mentally, how do you keep yourself excited and ready to go in this thing?
Well, I try to stay in the game. Even as a spectator, you look and you see and you put yourself in the game and you try to, whatever experience you have in the players, talk with them and share it with them and at practice, you're there and seeing yourself and, I a lot of visualizing as well. I do, I do that from time to time, So, I'm very anxious. I'm not as disappointed in the sense I'm disappointed that I'm not out there playing, but I know I'm injured and I'm just doing as much as I can do, So, I'm all right.
Craig, we're going to take a break. Can you stay with us?
Yeah.
After the break?
No problem.
We're speaking with Craig Demon here from the Rochester Raging Rhinos. We played 45 minutes from Frontier Field. The Rhinos lead Montreal 1-0. This is Rhino Soccer on Pickle 93.3 FM.
We lead very busy lives these days. So many demands, so much stress. There's just not enough time to get everything done. Come home to stress-free apartment living. At Blueberry Hill, luxury and excellence are built right in. Amenities above and beyond other rental units are included. Concierge service is just a phone call away. Let them take care of you. Call 889-7250 and make an appointment and see why Blueberry Hill makes life worth living.
Yes, this is my Beamer. You can tell from the hand-waxed hood right down to the Toyo Proxys TPTs. That's TPT for Total Performance Touring Tire. I wouldn't settle for anything less. When I switched to Toyo, I got high-performance handling that hugs the road at all speeds, wet or dry. And they're so quiet, I can hear the engine, not the road. Okay, I'll let you in on a little secret. If you promise not to tell anyone, you save some money. Try it for yourself.
Toyo Proxys tires are at Murphy's Tire, Niagara Street, Canandaigua, and Tire World, Empire Boulevard, Webster. Toyo tires, driven to perform.
John wants me to stain the deck this weekend. Didn't you just do that last year? The winter snow and the summer sun kills it. We need to do it every year.
Are you tired of the hassles of maintaining your deck every year? It's time to go to Matthews & Fields and get Trex Decking. Trex Decking has the solid, natural feel of wood without the maintenance. No harsh chemicals, no splinters in the kids' feet, no fading from the sun, and it will not rot. With Trex, your deck will last a lifetime. For years, Matthews & Fields has been providing independent contractors and do-it-yourselfers with all the quality products they need for all their home improvement jobs. Now you can take advantage of their Custom Remodelers program. Whether you're adding on a Trex deck or remodeling your kitchen, they can refer you to the best in the business. Reputable, experienced designers and contractors. Plus, all work is backed by Matthews & Fields. Enjoy your summer without the hassles of maintaining your deck. Visit MatthewsandFieldsLumber.com for easy directions to their showrooms in Greece and Henrietta. Trex, the deck of a lifetime.
Welcome back to Frontier Field. Joe Giuliano here with Craig Demon. Craig, 1-0 here at the half. Rochester, a solid first half. One of your countrymen, Anthony Roger, starting to get into the swing of things here. How's he adjusting here to the Rhinos lifestyle?
Well, I think he has. His first time playing in America for a club here. He played for 10 or 12 years in Europe. It's a lot different, obviously, and he's getting along. I think more and more he's getting to understand the players, and his fitness level is getting there as well. He's been out for playing for a couple of months, and he's just getting more and more into it. So I think the fitter he gets and the more he gets to know the players around him, I expect a lot of good things from him.
Craig, you've been with this club through so many different situations. This year in 2005, a change in the coach, a huge change in personnel.
Yeah.
How is all that going? Is it going to take some more time for everyone to get on the same page?
I think so. I think change is something that is always there. It comes every couple of years. And I came into the Rhinos at that point a couple of years ago when they were making changes, and we were fortunate that our transition wasn't as tough. We moved in and everything went along smoothly. But unfortunately, it's not like that. We've been blessed and lucky to have that smooth transition. And in this case, we have a lot of young players. In my case, I guess we have a lot of experienced players who've been playing, at different teams and different levels for years. And it was easier for them to make the transition to the coach. And this time around, it's a lot of younger players, a lot of new players coming in, and obviously having a new coach as well. So we all have to come together, and it's taking time, but I expect it too. I think Coach Callaway is a very good coach, and we players do respect him. And I'm seeing this time and time again as we progress that the players are getting there. So it's going to take a while, but I do expect them to settle on and get into the style of things.
Craig Demon, nothing but the best. We're very excited to see you back on the defensive line here for the Rochester Raging Rhinos. Good luck with everything, and enjoy the second half.
Thank you very much.
All right, Craig Demon joining us here up in the perch from Raging Rhinos headquarters. The score at the half is Rochester 1, Montreal 0. We'll come back with second half action. This is Raging Rhinos Soccer on Fickle 93.3 FM.
Hey fans, World Gym Rochester is the official strength and conditioning facility for your Rochester Rhinos, Nighthawks, and Amherst. World Gym Rochester is proud to offer personal training packages tailored especially to your needs, including Apex, a 5-component system that assures you results. The Apex system is customized for you and your needs. lose weight, improve your health, or just get in better shape, World Gym Rochester and Apex can help you reach your goals. Fun, high-energy group exercise classes like Rep Reebok are off. You can work out with friends. Spinning, yoga, and Pilates are also great ways to work out and to release stress and tension. And to make it more convenient for you, World Gym Rochester now offers newly expanded child care hours. For more information, please stop by the gym at 1717 East Avenue, just west of the East Avenue and Whitney Road intersection. Or call 271-0440. That's 271-0440.
Back at Frontier Field, as the Rhinos lead the Montreal Impact 1-0. After the first half of play, the official stats, pretty much what we had. Shots 7-5 in favor of the Rhinos. Rochester was 7 shots and Montreal was 5. The corner kicks, Rochester was 5, Montreal none. Offsides, Montreal 3. Rochester did have 1 offside in that first half of play. So again, statistically, it's pretty much like we thought, Joe.
It sure was. I think Rochester, like Craig Demon said, it was a good first half. Not a great first half, but a good first half, and much better than we saw last week. And again, I think the team is starting to get into this system of the 3 in the back with Roger almost as the lone 4, but Polanos is up there with him. And I think Johnny Steele and Ray Martinez did a nice job supporting the attack for the Rhinos.
Scott Vallow credited with 3 saves in that first half. Well, Greg Sutton came up with 1 save, and again he had his shutout string stopped here tonight, which he had gone 4 games plus of shutout soccer. So,
not good news for him. And he's been a little offbeat tonight. He usually is so aggressive coming off that line, winning balls in the air, but tonight, at times a bit hesitant, not even coming off the line at times, giving Rochester a chance to win some of those balls served inside the 6.
All right, second half action coming up. The Rhinos now shooting the net to our left. And in goal, of course, Greg Sutton, and Scott Dallow will move in down to the net to our right. As Joe checks out the pitch to see what kind of changes there are.
Well, Rochester doesn't have the whole starting 11 out yet, so I can't tell you as far as the Rhinos are concerned. Unless they're going to play with 5, 6, 7 players, 8 players. We'll see how they shape up here in the second half. Montreal with the same starting 11. And Biello still, he's playing there with Jerron Spot behind the strikers. Bonsu has been tremendous marking him individually.
All right, I don't see any changes, Joe.
Here comes Perry. Dan Filippo out of the tunnel.
No, it looks about the same. And also, you didn't get it any warmer during the halftime. Thanks a lot.
You know, I did a whole chunk of work at halftime there, interviewing Craig Demon, taking a break. I was expecting a nice cup of coffee to come back my way, but my broadcast partner, I guess you're not happy to see me.
You know, I gave you a very easy pass. Go to Puerto Rico, enjoy sun and fun, and come back with a couple of wins.
The fun part you got right.
You didn't do any of it.
You missed the sun, and we missed on the wins, obviously. So we'll try to make good here tonight.
You know, what good are you? Talk about what good am I? What good are you?
Blame Sam.
All right, here we go now in the second half of play. And that's the 5th match of the season for the Rhinos and the first of 4 meetings between these two teams this season. Cross midfield, back in the Rhino territory, play back in the middle for Schweitzer. As he takes a look, being watched there by Biello, is able to chip it through midfield. Blocked aside on the far wing. As Vincello taken down, but a foul is called on Roger, and so it'll be a restart for the Impact, their own side of midfield. Played off in the middle for Pisolito. He'll drop it back. Gervais along his 35. Roger is applying pressure as Gervais sends it through midfield. That's headed away by Bonsu. And across midfield once again into Montreal territory. Long pass up the near wing, getting underneath it. Steele heads it back toward the middle for Tsakiris. Approaching midfield, across midfield for Bolano. As it's knocked away, but Bolanos will chase the ball down. On the near wing, Steele had it blocked off his foot. Pisolito up with the ball for the Impact. Right on him, then is Roger, who comes away with the ball at the left wing. Takes a look toward the middle, looking for the cross, but can't get away. It's played away and out of bounds.
Roger wants to throw, and they say it comes off of him, but he's such a strong player with the ball at his feet, able to fight off defenders, giving the midfielders some time to come up and help him out.
Into the center circle, foul is called. And so we will have the, what's the referee looking over here or something?
That was way behind the plate. Tsakiris and Fukusawa.
That was the foul?
Yeah, it was the foul, and the referee is going to bring it all the way back.
Long ways away from where the ball was.
Sure was.
All right, so it's a restart at the midfield line for the impact. And Pistolito with the right foot. Drives a high floater down inside the 18. Dello out, comes down with the ball. That is 10. Now he'll move it along to the near side of the 18, get back on the grass.
Just going to say, get off of that mud now. It's starting to rain again, so he'll have some mud to deal with here in the second half.
And on the attack, on the impact, out to midfield. Long ball at the right side, sneaking by Wilson and rolls to the end line. Sure enough, on it across the end line. Just barely, so it'll be a goal kick for Scott Donald and the Rhinos.
Montreal also with the wind here in the second half, so look for Sutton to play long, deep punts into the Rochester 18.
Donald placing the ball at his 6. Again, he's gone the distance this season in goal for the Rhinos.
I think Scott Bello is just happy to be playing again, as he was mainly a backup with Colorado with MLS, but comes to Rochester, wins the starting job, and has done a great job.
Floats it through midfield. As that's headed forward by Roger in the middle, but Gervais up with the ball for the impact, sends it off in the far wing. Cross midfield, coming back to the ball, Sabrango, but he's dumped from behind. And the foul is called, so a restart for the impact.
Good foul there by San Filippo. Right at midfield, a little out of position there, takes down Sabrango, gives the Rhinos defense a chance to regroup.
Off the left wing side, Vincello looking for the cross, blocked away. Off the foot of Martinez up into the stands on the far side. Throw in for the impact. There's the throw in to the far end of the 18. Yellow drops it back out top. Roberto spinning along the left wing, being chased by Tsakiris. Takes a look toward the middle. Pass in the middle is picked off, and now along the 18, knocked away, and Steele then volleys it out to midfield. That's knocked down by Gervais. Settles it back across midfield on the near wing, and played by Lyson at the right side, where Wilson heads it forward to the end line and get it to a Schweitzer for the Rhinos. Puts it away off of Wilson and out of bounds. So a throw in deep in the corner for the Rhinos on the near side. We take it by Perry. We're in the 49th minute. 1-0 lead for the Rhinos. Long throw in all the way out to midfield. Pistolito heading it forward, but Milanov is there to nod it away. However, coming up with the ball, Lyson, then he's run over from behind by Roger, so it'll be a free kick for the impact on the Rochester 40 on the near side.
That's one thing we saw Roger in the first match in Puerto Rico. He was just foul after foul. That's his style, though. It's a physical presence. He'll get involved, but now he's getting more fouls called against him.
When do you have that? His first game with the Rhinos was 8 fouls.
8 fouls.
Wow. That's more than Kirk Wilson ever had in a game with that. Across midfield, turning back Milanov as he's watched there, but it rolls away to Biello. Turns it to the outside. Return pass from Wilson to Biello, and he'll spin off in the corner. Drops it back out top. Vincello high left foot as he rockets that one way up over top of the net. Out over the end line, another goal kick for the Rhinos. Sponsors of these broadcasts include Personal Health Approach, Rochester's newest upscale health club at 3450 Winton Place. The Soccer Report, Tuesdays at 6:30 on WYSL 1040 AM. By Tony's Collision, the finest workmanship is guaranteed. Trust in Tony's for all your auto body needs. And by Total Tan, don't settle for half a tan, get a Total Tan. Located in Penfield, Gate, and Greece.
That's right, Total Tan.
Cross midfield, kept in play by Steele and knocked out of bounds by by Lysan, so it'll be a throw-in on the near side for the Rhinos. Steele goes short in the throw-in to Bolanos, tips it to the corner off the left foot of Steele and out over the end line. Goal kick now for the impact.
He's going to call him offside, so it'll be a free kick. Bolanos trying to sneak in. Johnny Steele just couldn't do it. Steele a little too far ahead.
All right, free kick for the impact. And Sutton comes outside the near end of the 18 to take the kick.
And Montreal still playing the 4 in the back. 4-4-2. Biello, that withdrawn striker. See if DeSantis makes any changes.
Yeah, he's got somebody up beginning to warm up a little bit. Comes out on the near wing, out of bounds, and this will be off of the impact. So a throw in on the near side for the Rhinos. Is that offside?
Yowie Gerba coming in. He's the new signing here for Montreal.
His third stint with Montreal as Wilson is out and Gerba is in the 51st minute. This is the first substitution of the game.
And Wilson has got 3 goals this year coming off. He's been a threat, but tonight very quiet. Gerba has been a terror with Toronto. 15 goals last year. He'll form a nice duo with Eddie Sabrango up top for Montreal.
And another whistle, stoppage of play, and they throw in on the near side for the Rhinos at the midfield line. All right.
Some confusion here with the referee and his linesman.
Carey with the throw in. Floats it through midfield. As it's headed aside and out of bounds on the near side by Pisolino, so it'll be a throw in for the Rhinos 35 yards out at the near side of the field.
That last change by Montreal, just a basic forward for a forward, so no formation adjustments by the Impact at this point.
Barry stepping up for the throw in once again. 52nd minute, 1-0 in favor of the Rhinos. Long up the left wing side to the near end of the 18, skips through and out of bounds. Well, nobody touched the ball, and so it'll be a foul is called actually on Roger, right?
You know, Roger calls for obstruction. Last two have gone against him.
The guy wanted to go for the ball. He should have gone around it.
Exactly what it is. It's Roger. He's involved in every single play. He won't give up on anything. If he gets the foul called against him or for him, it works out. So he's just a constant hustler on the field.
Pisolino shanks it off at the far side. Martinez under the ball. Tries to get away from Roberto as he's turned around, taken down. Foul is called on Martinez.
A couple of times here, the official can let the play go on. There's some advantage that's going on, but he's making the plays, stopping the flow of the game. I guess for Rochester up 1-0, that's a good thing right now.
Pisolino across midfield, draws it down to the 35, then chips it for the left post, but that's wide and out over the end line. It'll be a goal kick for the Rhinos. There's over for the ball. Dalla gets a hold of it. 53rd minute, 1-0 lead for Rochester. Other sponsors of these broadcasts include Tire World at 2049 Empire Boulevard in Webster. Auto Depot USA. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable reputation. Health Stores Chiropractic. In the Rochester Fitness Center at 3313 Highlight Avenue. Call 889-3280. With the right foot, Dalla hammers it out through midfield. As it's nodded forward by Roger and trying to get away Bolanos, but knocked down and taken back by the Impact. Long chip downfield, in behind is Gerba. He's through, and out is Bella. Picks up the bouncing ball on the second hop and grabs it because he just barely beats Gerba to the ball.
And that's a situation there where DeSantis wants Kevin Wilson back on the field, I'm sure, because with his pace, he wins that ball and puts it on the net. Gerba not as quick as Wilson, unable to catch the ball.
Out of bounds on the near side, throw in for the Rhinos. There's the throw in across midfield. As it's headed away toward the center circle by Pisolino. Drop back once again, Leduc to Vincello. That is 25, and with the left foot drives it out through midfield. Underneath the ball, Gerba he gets tied up and is taken back by the Rhinos. Pass on the right side, Tsakiris first touch across midfield. In behind, trying to get away Rosé, but the ball bouncing away. In the center circle, Steele has it for the Rhinos. With the left foot, hammers it on the far side. Martinez just able to reach it with the tip of his toe to knock it down, keep it in. Off on the far wing, Milanov up the right side. Pass toward the middle for Roger. Has it prior to the 18. Cross along in front, but nobody's there to help out. Comes on the near end of the 18 and up with it is Steele. Step over on the ball, tries to get away. Another one, and finally he's taken down, and the ball brought away on the near side.
Good effort from Johnny Steele. 2 step overs, beats one defender, just can't get around the second. And Montreal retains possession, but good creative play from the left midfielder.
Foul call on the Rhinos, comes out the near side. Gervais down on the field. Has evidently a little bit of a pulled muscle in the left leg. I saw them after warm-ups before the game. The trainer from Montreal was doing a lot of stretching on Gervais' left leg. So it seems that he's having a bit of a problem with it.
It looks like Montreal's not going to waste any time going to the bench. As Adam Braz, number 3, lacing up the boots. I'm sure he will replace Gabe Gervais. That's a big loss for Montreal. He has been a solid central defender for this team, and he's limping off the field now.
All right, so the 56th minute, Gervais is out, and Braz is in. That's the second sub of the match for the Impact. And restart for Montreal from their own 40 on the near side of the field. Former Rhino Gabe Gervais off the pitch.
Braz comes back to Montreal after spending the 2003 season in Sweden. So actually played with Montreal last year, so it's got some European experience.
Long downfield, coming down the Rhino 18, headed up in the air. Schweitzer knocks it forward to Milanov. One touch, flick off for Tsakiris, and back to Milanov. Turns it to the outside of the near wing for Steele up the left wing. Pass toward the middle, checking back. As Bolanos is knocked away, the foul is called, and Rhinos play it downfield, but that'll bring the ball back all the way down to the Rhino 40 for the restart.
And this is good for Rochester. Again, Steele had the ball on the advantage. Referee stops the play, and this is just eating precious time off the clock.
Long up the left wing side, in behind Roger, knocks it down. Near end of the 18, cross down in front, and it's then kicked away out over the end line by Bros, and he turns, and he's going right after the linesman on the far side.
And they wanted an offside call on Roger. He was clearly onside, and a nice job to pick it off the chest, quickly turn, and drive a hard, low cross into the box.
Corner kick from the left wing side by the Rhinos. Mladenov setting the ball in the corner. Short touch to Steele, turns it on the end line, across in front, but deflected away, and Roberto will drop it off. That's kicked out the near side, and chasing it down to the 35 is Tsakiris. On the left wing, high floater for the back post, and up in the air is Sutton to come down with the ball. Tsakiris likes that corner.
He sure does. Every player up off the bench for the Rhinos warming up behind the goal. So Coach Calloway going to the depth here in the squad. We'll see what he does.
Coach just wanted a little more room on the bench. Out of midfield. Pass through the center circle on the near side. Lysak getting to it to knock it down, keep the ball in. And down to the 18, stepping on it. Steele goes down, and then it's jammed up into the stands by Schweitzer. Steele gets up, he's all right. Well, it could have been an awkward tumble right there.
It sure was. Just stepping on top of the ball. It's slick now, the rain really coming down.
Fukusawa on the near side, giving it off. Lysak with a cross. High tip in. It's up over top of the net, comes down behind, and the goal kick for the Rhinos. 58th minute, 1-0 lead for Rochester. Scoring back in the 26th minute was Sean Tsakiris.
And Tsakiris, a great goal there in the first half. He's been going about 60 minutes here when he started for the Rhinos. We'll see if Coach Calloway pushes it a little bit here. I know that's been a concern for Coach Calloway and Tsakiris, trying to get Sean to play a full 90, but I doubt we'll see that tonight.
Here's Vallow with the right foot. Drives it out through midfield, and again, as Joe said, it's into the wind now here in the second half. As the ball comes down near across the center circle, and underneath it, Tsakiris plays it aside, however foul is called, and a free kick for the Impact, their own side of midfield. 59th minute, 1-0 lead for Rochester. Pasolito, as the wind picks up again. Thank you very much. Back into the center circle, giving it off to Leduc, and he'll try the outside of the left wing. Brought forward by Vincello. Takes a crack at the ball, and Vallow, but that's punched up in the air, comes out near the end line, and headed out over the end line by Perry. A collision with Vallow, and one of the Montreal players who is down on the pitch.
With Sabrango, and Vallow inside the six does a great job, wins the ball, gets a piece of the forward, clearly sending a message. If you're going to come into the box, you're going to pay the price, and Sabrango slow in getting up, but Vallow, no choice. He's got to protect himself, come in, win the ball, and then he gets a piece of Sabrango. Great keeping.
Corner kick off the right wing side. Short touch to Biello, sets it up. Now here's the left-footed delivery in front. Knocked in, and they score! The ball coming down, 6 yards out, was tipped inside the left post as Montreal has come back and even this one up here in the 60th minute.
And it's the new man, Ali Gerba, who's come over from Toronto in the right place at the right side. A bit of a mix-up there. The ball bouncing around at the 6th. It falls to the right foot of Gerba. He just pokes it in the net. And Montreal back in this game here off the corner kick.
Well, it certainly is disappointing for the Rhinos to give that one up, as the match now is even up at 1 apiece. They'll start all over again.
Now look for Montreal really to sit back and just kind of bunker down. If they can get out of here 1-1, they'll be very happy going home for their home opener.
Ball dropped back. This chip through midfield into Montreal territory. Roger stepping back. Bolanos knocks it down in the center circle. Turns it up the left wing side as he's being attacked and pressured there. And turning it behind, Fukusawa comes away with the ball. As the ball is controlled by Roberto. Drops it back. Vincello has it along his own 25 on the left side. Delivers downfield. And Gerba in under, but that one floated over his head, rolling toward the end line. Gerba, Perry watching him. That's at the end line. Kept in play, and Perry away with the ball. Out top, nobody can get to it. Shot in, missing the short side, and it's wide of the net. So it'll be another shot for Montreal, but missing, and the Rhinos will have a goal kick.
And that's a tough giveaway there by Bonsu. He's deep at the end line on the far side. Tries to put it on the ground to Sanfilippo. It's away from Sanfilippo, top of the 18, and Montreal just tees off on the shot.
61st minute, we're even at 1. Ball plays to the 6th. Vallow with the right foot. Delivers through midfield. That's headed by Pisolino back to the center line. Tsakiris with the left foot. Headed up in the air by Roger, coming down to the 35. Back heel by Roberto, but right to Martinez. The Rhinos have it. Goes for the net and puts it about 5 feet over top of the crossbar. Saw Sutton cheating coming out, and Tried to go for it, but a little bit too much on the ball.
It's not a bad look from Martinez. A lot of players will have their head down, not even being able to see at the keeper's office line. But Martinez takes the look, and another courageous effort from the Cuban, Ray Martinez.
Long delivery downfield, headed away. Back toward the midfield line by Roger, and then it's Vincello to chip it up the left wing side. Deep in the far corner. Backward Sanfilippo drives it past Zé Roberto, but out of bounds. So in the far side for the impact of around the Rochester 35.
A lot of buzz, guys warming up here for the Rhinos, but no one checking into the table yet.
It's back near midfield. Isolito in the center circle for the impact. To the outside on the near side, Lyson across midfield into Rhino territory. He'll feed it in front. Leduc pass of the near wing, but Steele stepping in as he's able to tip it away. However, it's out of bounds on the near side, so a throw in for the impact. Lyson into Leduc. Pass through to Biello. Settles the ball 35 yards out in the middle. Drops it back into the center circle for Z. Roberto. Tries the outside this time. Bras up the left wing and across midfield.
With the assist to number 5, Nevio Pisolito.
Ball put out over the end line. A goal kick for the Rhinos, so Pisolito gets the assist.
And all Pisolito did was on the far side, just headed back into traffic. Didn't have an angle to go at goal. And Gerba in the right place. Very opportunistic finish. Makes the most of it.
And Gerba coming over from Toronto, his third goal of the season.
Not a bad pickup. Coach DeSantis was looking for a forward, preferably a Canadian-born forward, and he got the real deal in Gerba. Francois and Matando going over to Toronto in that trade.
There's the kick through midfield by Valo. Headed back across the midfield line, settled in the circle by Bunsu, and for Mladenov as he's double-teamed, and the ball deflected away. Mladenov dropping it all the way back to his own 20 for Braz. Goes to the outside on the left wing, stepping up. Blocked forward by Perry, but then rolls out of bounds. That off of, well, I thought it was off of Montreal. Yes, it is off Montreal, so a throw in for the Rhinos. Long across midfield, but hitting a boot on it. There's Leduc to pass it forward into Rhino territory. Gerba checking after the ball. On the left wing side and turning to the outside. Getting to it, Mladenov sends it across midfield. And there it's recovered by Braz. Or Vincello make that. Now drop back to Braz in his 35. Rolls it along on the near side for Pisolito. Hands the ball across midfield. I'm seeing ghosts here.
Your water bottle fell over.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
No wonder my feet are so wet. Now into Rhino territory. Trying to sneak through Z. Roberto as he's taken down to the 18. Ball brought away by Mladenov. On the right wing side, Martinez. In underneath the ball. Drops it back in the middle for Mladenov. Rhinos getting hemmed up in their own zone right now. Mladenov chased by Biello. Turns, pass in the far wing, but headed forward. And the impact, Z. Roberto on the ball. Dropping it back to the outside, pass back in the middle, but Bonsu is there for the Rhinos, and this time able to get it across midfield for Roger. As he's bumped from behind by Bras, taken down and the foul is called.
Be a good time for Coach Callaway to go to the bench, get some midfield help in the second half. Rochester completely outplayed here in the midfield. Need some fresh legs to win back that crucial part of the field.
Here's Steele, pulls it down to the 25, then knocked away off of his foot. Controlled once again by the impact. Isolito is 18. Draws it off on the near side. Drop back once again. Sutton. Stopping the ball at his 18 with the right foot. Then will send it through midfield. On the way down to the 25. Hit it back toward the center circle, Mladenov. One touch, nods it to the outside. Tsakiris right back to Mladenov. Cross midfield for Mladenov. As he is sliding in on the ball in a collision with the Montreal player. Play goes on. Or they went stud and stud.
Well, Pisolito came in.
Yeah.
He came in reckless, and he's the one to take the worst of it on the knee. Good to see Bolanos up. Pisolito will be okay, but I thought it was a completely reckless challenge by Nevio Pisolito.
Well, Pisolito is up, and he's all right walking away, but they both slid on the ball and looked like about the same time.
But again, studs up. Pisolito a little more aggressive intent there than Bolanos. And Pisolito's had a tough start to the 2005 season in Puerto Rico, getting punched in the face by Marco Velez, and I guess maybe a little bit of a payback for that Lennon Steam Camp situation last year.
So a restart. As we see Pisolito coming over to the bench. He'll have to step off the pitch. Wait for his invitation to return. 67th minute, even at 1. Rhinos had a 1-0 lead until just a little bit ago. On the impact, scored to even this one up, scoring in the 60th minute. Throwing on the near side for Montreal. Lyson Cross midfield for Gerba checking back for the ball, but he's bowled over by Perry. And it'll be a throw-in, or rather a restart for the impact of the midfield line on the near side.
Perry very tight with the mark there, and the hands in the back on Gerba wearing Ollie on the back of his jersey.
There's a cross down to the Rhino 18, the far side, headed toward the end line. And Gerba after it. On him is Perry. That's in the corner, and the Rhinos will take it away. Pass toward the middle, Mladenov. Long chip out across midfield. Turning back Braz. On him is Roger, and Braz plays it back to his keeper. Sutton has it inside of his 18. However, the whistle was blown. I guess there was a, offside? What was the call?
Roger again with a foul, and I think coming with the right hand to the back of Braz. The official catching it behind the play makes the call.
Well, the ref coming over, saying something to Braz. Braz turns, shrugs, shoulders, says, "Who, me?" Evidently, he had something to say about the whole situation. All right, off on the near wing. Tyson drops it back to his 18 for Pistolino. Pass forward, knocked down. As Roger up with the ball, turns to get away from Z. Roberto. Has it 40 yards out, then drops it back at the midfield line for Schweitzer. Steps up. Pass blocked away. Schweitzer in underneath it again. Tips it along the midfield line. Tsakiris drops it back. Perry's one touch forward, but right to Z. Roberto. And the impact of the ball. Z. Roberto looking for the through ball down inside the 18 and out to scoop it off his battle from his 15. Runs along the 18, then throws it out on the near side for Martinez. Off the left wing as he's watched there by Fukasawa. And across midfield, or up to the midfield line is Tsakiris. Tried to play it away, but blocked. And into Rhino territory. After goes Gerba. And on him is Perry. Gerba knocks it out of bounds. The throw in for the Rhinos from their own 25 on the near side. So we're going to see a substitution. Is that Jamel Mitchell?
Yep.
Getting ready to check into the match for Mladenov. Mitchell coming in here in the 69th minute. And Mladenov is out.
Couple of touches, Mladenov. A little quiet evening for him. Mitchell now the forward. Checking in for the Rhinos, so he'll be up top with Roger. Looks like Bolanos will slot into the spot where Mladenov was playing. And maybe play more of a traditional 4-4-2. We'll see how this shapes up.
All right, throw in for the Rhinos. Here's Perry. High floating throw in across midfield. Roger tried to dot it forward. Getting under the ball, Martinez. But along the midfield line in the center circle, taken by Z. Roberto. He'll drop it back for Braz. In the center circle once again for Leduc. With the right foot, chips it off on the near wing. Fukasawa running after it at the near end of the 18. Now watched by Perry. Near the end line. Step over on the ball about 74 times. Knocks it out on the near wing. Once again is Lysa. With a left foot. Cross down inside the 6. Head ball outside and brought away by the Rhinos. Tsakiris in underneath it. Turns it to the outside along the near wing for Martinez. As he tries to draw it away, but taken one-on-one. Ball picked off his foot by Lysa. Now across the field and inside the 18 is Gerba offside.
And the Rhinos midfield, Tsakiris let that ball go a little too far ahead of him. And Fukasawa came down with the ball, but Tsakiris is out of gas. He couldn't even chase him on the play there. Ray Martinez not chasing back on defense. That's the spot Coach Callaway's going to want to look at to bring some guys off the bench.
Delivery downfield, headed to the outside of the near wing. Rolls out of bounds, so a throw in on the near side for the Rhinos. At the Montreal 30 on the near side of the field, it's Steele coming up for the throw-in. And the wind picking up here. Throw in, one touch to the outside, getting to it. Steele keeps it in, looking for the cross along the 10, and it's knocked away out of the box. Flick toward midfield by Biello. Stepping in underneath it is Bonsu. Draws it up the right side, down to the 20. Turns it to the outside for Martinez. At the far end of the 18, cross along the 18. Bonsu in the middle, but can't get a shot away. It had his back to that, and then it's played away out of the box. On top, taken by Bolanos. Takes a shot, blocked away as Biello gets a foot on it. That's out of bounds at the near side. A throw in for the Rhinos from 35 yards out.
Montreal now with 9 players back, 2 players up top, and they're just starting to sit back, play a bit of a bunker-style defense.
Knocked down to the 25 on the throw-in. Rolls along the 35 on the far wing. It's sent across midfield by Z. Roberto, and tracking back to the ball goes Sanfilippo. Drops it off to Vallo. He's being pressured there, but turns, gets away. Taken down by Gerba. And he's grounding onto his right leg. He was taken down as Gerba kicks the leg out from under Scott Vallo. And he'll draw the yellow card. 71st minute.
Wow, another scary moment. Vallo with the ball at his feet. It gets tangled up right in the middle. And Vallo with a neat little back flick gets it away from Gerba, but Gerba takes him down. The forward Montreal Gerba, he gets excited, sees the ball is out of control. He's going to go for it, but gets a piece of Vallo instead. Another scary moment for the Rhinos keeper.
Well, it's getting considerably wetter here tonight now. Some rain falling down. You can actually see it coming down on the lights now.
Coming down sideways.
That wind through midfield. And headed back toward the center circle. Yellow draws it forward. Trying to get away is German. Turns back for the ball. Plays it to the outside on the near wing for Fukasawa. And on him is Steele. Fukasawa up the right side. Nice touch of the ball. Very crafty player. Spinning from side to side. Drops it back for Lysak. Out around the 35. As he'll drop it back in the center circle to Blas. To the outside on the left wing for Vincello. Goes deep to the far corner. Biello running onto the ball. Around his heels is Bonsu. Biello in the left wing corner. Dropping it back on top once again. On the middle is taken there by Roberto. To the outside on the left flank. Vincello stepping up. Chips it toward goal. And Vallo up in the air. Comes down with the ball at his 8. And rolls it on the near side.
Montreal definitely with the better player in the last 10, 15 minutes. Pushing numbers. Defending solid here. And it's just a good half here for Montreal.
Roger taken down. Restart to the Rhinos from their own side of midfield. Up for the restart. Schweitzer plays it to the outside for Roger. Off the near touchline. Steele looks for the return pass, but that's picked off and then carried away. Past midfield. Through ball, but down inside the 18. Picked up on the third hop by Vallo. Throws it in out toward midfield. On the far side. Pass along the midfield line for Tsakiris. His feed forward into the center circle for Bolanos, but knocked off the ball. That's loose and taken back by the impact. Turned ahead toward midfield. Roberto drops it back to his own 18 for Vincello. As on him is Mitchell, and the ball is kicked high in the air, floated through midfield, but shanked into the stands. Out of play, a throw in near midfield for the Rhinos. Tsakiris at the midfield line, into the center circle for Bonsu. As he's challenged from behind by Gerber, but gets away with the ball. Looking to the through ball, Mitchell. One touch on it, but knocked aside, and Vincello takes it back for the impact. As crossfield all the way through midfield and out of bounds on the near side. Throw in for the Rhinos.
There's too much juice on the ball there from Bonsu to Jamel Mitchell, top of the 18.
Steele seeks a pass through. Checking back along the near wing is Bolanos. Drops it back down to his own 25 for Schweitzer. He'll play it down inside the 18 for Vallo. 74th minute, and we're even at 1. Turning around, seeing Filippo draws it away. Gets out of the box. On the near wing, giving it off to Bolanos. Turns it to the outside. Being watched by Fukasawa. Step over on the ball. Pass in the middle, but blocked away by Biello. A little too cutesy maybe here at the moment.
And much too cute. It's wet. You're deep in your own third. Get it out of there.
Roger across midfield. And he's double-teamed. The ball knocked away. Recovered by the impact. Roberto drops it back to his own 25. And in the middle, Lifesaver, a pass ahead of midfield. Stepping in, Bonsu knocks it loose, but the impact have it again. Roberto, watched there by Tsakiris. Comes away with the ball on the near side across midfield. Stepping in, Schweitzer, as he sends, collision there. Schweitzer's being given the yellow card in that collision with Fukasawa.
Bit of a hip check from Schweitzer coming in. He's just angry. He's frustrated with what's going on. And right at midfield, going into Fukasawa.
75th minute. The yellow card issued to Scott Schweitzer. Even at 1. Remember, there's no overtimes, there's no shootouts, there's no nothing. But 90 minutes this year.
True soccer. Finally.
There's a long chip downfield. Far into the 18, skipping through out the far end. Sabrango in underneath it. He's watched there by Perry. Brango dropping it out on the far wing. Right back toward the middle, stepping up, Leduc. Gives it off to Fukasawa as he'll chip it deep to the far corner and getting underneath it. And it's hammered away on the far wing by Martinez. Out of bounds. Throw in for the impact. Down inside the far end of the 18. Pops up in the air. Vallo out on the first hop. Up with the ball. Then he comes down. Another collision with Gerba. And Vallo comes down hard but does hold on to the ball.
He crashed hard into the dirt. The baseball infield uncovered here. And Vallo and Gerba have had some confrontations here in the second half. But as we go on, Montreal getting more possession, getting better here in this second half. Looking to maybe get that second goal. They'll sit back defensively, but they'll also push up at times, trying to catch Rochester off guard.
There's Sutton. Hammers it out through midfield. Flick on by Roger up the near side. Steele settles the ball at the near end of the 18. Being pressured, double teamed. to the end line, trying to cross in front, but shanked it off the outside of his foot over the end line, and a goal kick for the Impact. Other sponsors of these broadcasts include Clarion Riverside Hotel, host of Frontier Field, ask about their $69 spectator rate. Lakeside Country Club, golf along scenic Keoka Lake, East Lake Road in Penyan. Marina Dodge at 943 Ridge Road in Webster. And by Chase Pitkin, home of the lifetime tool warranty. Also, Faber Homes. See what they have to offer at faberhomes.com. Off of the far wing, out of midfield. Chipped across midfield into Rhino territory. Rhinos get to it. Pass out the near midfield on the right side. That's put up in the air downfield, but headed away. Back toward the center circle and knocked down off the arm of Tsakiris handball. And so a free kick here for the Impact. Substitution coming up as Doug Miller now will check in for Roger, who's played a strong game here in the 77th minute. Miller is in.
I think Roger a little surprised to see his number up on the board, but Coach Galloway going with a bit of speed up top now is Roger checking back, winning a lot of balls attacking-wise for the Reynolds, unable to really create much. He had a nice flick on header to steal, but otherwise he's been a marked man. So Mitchell and Miller, the speed combination up top for Galloway, and we'll see if there's any midfield changes also coming as we go on here.
Now, my first chance to see Roger play here tonight, and I was very impressed.
Strong player, able to hold the ball up well. Got to have some players working off of him a little better. That communication just not there yet.
Pass in the middle to the outside. Now moving up, Tsakiris and across midfield. Drawing it forward. As he plays it up the right side, Mitchell trying to get in on the ball. Slides in and knock it loose. After Miller, but couldn't quite get to it. Has that cleared away by Vincello up to near midfield. Oh, the speed showing right there on the part of the Rhinos.
And you can see Montreal, they're already adjusting to the speed of Miller and Jamel Mitchell dropping back, giving them some space, and Tsakiris took full advantage of it, drinking about 25 yards with the ball at his feet.
Cross midfield, off the foot of Martinez, and headed away out of bounds by C. Roberto. 78th minute, and even as one here at Frontier Field.
And the Reynolds still with three in the back. Miller and Mitchell, the two forwards up top, five midfielders. Bantu man marking Mauro Biello.
On toward the middle. As trying to sneak away, Bolanos is hauled down. Don't call it. Yes, there is finally a call. A late whistle. And so a restart for the Rhinos from 40 yards out.
And a late dive by Bolanos. Did a great job to win that call.
Wasn't a dive. What are you talking about?
Wonderful dive.
His arm is 2 inches longer now. Off the right side to the corner. Martinez, the cross, along the stick. And it's headed away out of the box by Lysan. On the far wing, Biello in under the ball as he hammers it out to midfield. Stepping up, Schweitzer nods it forward to Bonsu. 35 yards out. Goes to the left wing side, but no help there. Carried away by the Impact on the near wing. Lysan out into the center circle, stepping up in midfield. Blocked forward by Schweitzer as he's then taken down by Gerber. The ball through inside the 18 is grabbed by the keeper Sutton, and Schweitzer slow getting up off the pitch. Got banged in the back of the head, it appears.
Biello was chasing him down. Schweitzer may have caught the heel of Biello in the back of the head.
Ball played away out of bounds on the far side, so it'll be a momentary delay here as Scott Schweitzer gets up to his knees, checking around the back of the head. It's like Lennon Steenkamp getting ready to check into the match. And for the Rhinos, this would be the fourth substitution of the game, or third rather. Miller came in, Mitchell came in, and Steenkamp now coming in.
Steenkamp
really in a minute.
He was tremendous off the bench on Sunday. Had a header that hit the crossbar, and then buried one on a corner kick. So Steenkamp, hopefully he'll do the same thing we saw coming off the bench in Puerto Rico.
Steenkamp in, Tsakiris is out.
Tsakiris increasing his workload. 60-65 minutes has been his mark tonight. Just about 80 minutes. Scored a great goal in the first half, but he's out of gas. Good move to get some fresh legs in the midfield. That's where Rochester's been losing this match.
All right, so Steenkamp into the match here in the 80th minute. As the ball is booted away into the stands at the far side, and a throw in for the Rhinos. And around the 25 or the 30, here's the throw in. Trying to sneak it through to Bolanos, but that's picked off. Hit it off at the far wing and a pass back toward the middle. Biello knocks it down, and it's played out across midfield in the center circle, but a foul is called behind the play. Oh, free kick for Montreal, their own side of midfield. They're about 40 yards out.
All right, Rhino fans, it's time for the Chase Pitkin attendance gap.
Let me see. I would guess 9,022.
9,023, I think.
Gallo after it, throws it off in the far wing.
22.
Oh, you got it.
Across midfield, Martinez on the attack, being watched by Z. Roberto. On the midfield line, bump, but spins away, still has the ball. Sends it into the center circle for Steenkamp. One touch job again on Bonsu, and his pass picked off and carried forward, but a foul is called on Gerba, as Bonsu is taken down quite heavily.
It was behind the play. Bonsu's still down. Gerba has just been a physical presence since he's come on.
Ball.
He sure has. He's just hammering any Rhino player that he's got in his sights.
Bonsu finally getting up. 82nd minute. Even at one.
Fans, you can become part of the Rhinos.
Rhinos scored in the 26th minute to take a 1-0 lead, but Montreal answered in the 60th minute.
Montreal's come back nice, composed second half, and really started to control the tempo here.
Olanos and Braz doing a little pushing along the 18. Braz went down, but as they get back up, here's the service out of the center circle. Long chip up left wing side. Hit ball by Steenkamp. At the near end of the 18, but headed away out the near side. Moving in underneath it, Perry able to hit it forward for Steenkamp. Turns and looks. He'll chip it down inside the 18. Headed away out the far end of the box. After goes Martinez along the 18. Drops it back on top. Bonsu. One touch down the middle of the box. Hit ball over the air, but over the crossbar comes down behind the net. Well, the Rhinos get another opportunity.
Bolanos with the header from about 15 yards out. Not going to challenge Sutton. I think Steenkamp wanted that ball to come through to go for the volley there. As he was a little disappointed. Bolanos went for the weak header.
Are you tired of being turned out?
Well, it's still in the second half. It's, I have it unofficially, there's only 2 shots for each team this season. That again unofficially.
I'm not surprised by
this second half. Not a whole lot. Most of the play has been at midfield.
Yeah, between the 18.
Right away in the center circle, Biello turning into the outside on the near wing. Long service downfield. Gerba, but that's headed away. Nice Sanfilippo off the near wing. As the ball played away again on the near side, back to near midfield. Chipped up the right side. Knocked down by Lyson, then tipped away and out of bounds by Schweitzer. So a throw in for the Impact of the Rochester 18. Lyson looking for the open man. Creeps a few feet forward. That's tipped away outside, moving in. Biello with a shot. Knocked down by Valla. Loose ball is kicked out over the end line by Bonsu. So the shot by Biello, Valla couldn't handle it. He did knock it down. And by Bonsu to kick it away and out.
Yeah, luckily for Valla, it's cleared away by the Rhinos defense. But Gerba draws 2 defenders with him, opening up the space for Biello to run into it. He just lays it off neatly to the left foot of Mauro Biello. Gets the shot hard and low, and Valla makes a nice save in these wet conditions.
Corner kick off the right wing side for the Impact. 84th minute, even at 1. Short touch on the ball. Here's the service down inside. Steenkamp will head it away out the near end of the box. And a race for it. Miller up the left wing. As he one touches it forward to Steele at the midfield line. Turns back to get away from Leduc. Double team of the ball is then taken away. On the near side. Wide tackle by Steele, but still controlled by the Impact. Biello on the near wing. Pass up the wing. It's tipped away. As the bouncing ball is finally recovered by Leduc of the Impact. Carrying it down to the 25. On the far side. Inside the 18. Handcuffed to the ball. They shot and scored by Gerba. Down inside the 18 on the left wing side. Gerba left alone. Finally able to find the handle of the ball. Puts it inside the right post. And the Impact taking a 2-1 lead in the 85th minute.
That's a carbon copy goal of Corey Wolfow's goal in Puerto Rico. The Rhinos defense with that 3 in the back. You're down numbers. They get shifted to one side. And then Gerba just goes to that open side. Able to stop the ball, take his time, drives it hard and low past Scott Valla. Again, carbon copy of what we saw in Puerto Rico with the Rhinos defense caught on one side.
Well, Gerba scoring his second goal of the game.
Scored by number 28, Ali Gerba. With the assist to number 15, Patrick Leduc. That's Gerba from Leduc.
And so Gerba, in his first game back in Montreal, comes up huge as he scores 2 goals, and Montreal has taken a 2-1 lead.
Coach Nick DeSantis looks like a genius going to the bench, bringing on Ali Gerba for Kevin Wilson. And Montreal is paying dividends for them.
All right. Restart for the Impact from their own 35. And the Rhinos have about 5 minutes or so to try and get the equalizer here.
Be sure to take it.
Miller Mitchell up top for Rochester. Still 3 in the back, but again, the shape, totally out of shape there. Montreal making them pay.
And here comes the kick from Pizzolito. Long to the far end of the 18. Stepping in to head it away is Sanfilippo, and that'll skip out of bounds on the far side. Throw in for the Impact across midfield. Looks like Ribeiro getting ready to check in for the Impact. They'll do whatever they can now to delay as much as possible. Comes out on the near wing on the 35 and brought upfield by Pizzolino. Crossfield pass. That's knocked away by Martinez, but in the middle, recovered by the impact. Chip down inside the Rhino 18 and back for it. That's booted away by Bolanos. High in the air, still coming down along the 18. As they step in under the ball, trying to get away, Schweitzer nods to the side. Bolanos then will just volley it across midfield. Mitchell coming back, heads it all the way down to his own end of the field. Taken there by Sanfilippo to the outside on the right wing. Pass toward the middle. As Steenkamp steps up, gets the return pass. It's turned around now, carried away by the impact. Spinning back to the ball in the center circle. Yellow giving it off. Last midfield on the near side.
Right at home called Blueberry Hill.
And it is chipped down inside the 18 by Lyson. Rolling to the end line, out over the end line. A goal kick for the Rhinos. Substitution, Yellow out, and Ribeiro is in the 87th minute.
So midfielder Biello handing off the captain's armband to Nevio Pizzolino.
And safe at Chase.
Biello takes the time trotting off the field. Ribeiro, number 23. More of a defensive presence here for Montreal.
Gallen is just 9:44.
All right, time running out on the Rhinos.
Save on a yard man, 20.
On kick through midfield. Checking back is Mitchell as he gets tied up. And the ball then is brought away by the impact into Rhino territory.
Just some of them.
And the ball then tipped out inside to the 18 is knocked away by Votto. Out the far wing, carried away by the impact. Off the right side into Montreal territory. In under the ball, knocked away at midfield and played up into the stands. Out of play and a throw in for the impact of the midfield line. Continues to rain here at Frontier Field. Temperature down to 54 degrees. Cool, windy, and now wet evening.
Warm for Montreal, though, so far.
They're loving it. Trying to go unbeaten, playing 6 straight on the road to begin the season.
You got to give them credit. If they get this win, it's 4 wins and 2 ties in their first 6 matches on the road. That's the sign of a champion. Incredible start here for the Impact.
Even if the Rhinos were to come up with a goal in the next 3 minutes, they'd still be unbeaten at 3-0-3.
Amazing.
Cross midfield, take it down as Martinez. Whistle blows, restart for the Rhinos from their own 35. Schweitzer.
Everybody pushing up with Scott Bello here on the free kick.
All right, Schweitzer will serve it up as they battle along the 18 for position. Schweitzer low kick to the 18, but headed away out top. Comes off on the near side underneath of his steal. On the left wing, he'll chip it down inside the 18. Out is Sutton up in the air, comes down with the ball, and the Impact keeper has the ball. Takes his time waiting for the players to move away. We're now the 89th minute. And a long high kick downfield, floating all the way down to the 18. Headed away, back for it. Bonsu nods it forward, but up with the ball is Leduc. Gets tied up by Steenkamp. Gets away with it. That was Ribeiro, rather. Sliding in the ball. Sanfilippo brings it away. On the right side to Martinez. Out across the midfield line. His pass toward the middle. Leduc back knocks it aside. Sliding in the ball, Bolanos knocks it away for Miller. To the outside for Martinez. Reaches for the ball, comes up with it. Looking for the return pass to Miller, but too far ahead. It's taken back by the Impact. And then sent downfield into Rhino territory. Off in the far corner. Getting tied up, spinning around, deep in the far corner. Here's Sabrango. Haven't mentioned his name a whole lot tonight.
And that's a good thing. Usually when you mention his name, he's creating havoc, but Montreal able to do it without Sabrango being a key factor.
Rhinos take the ball away. Cross through along the 35 on the near side for Steele, approaching midfield. Pass into the middle. It's taken by Bolanos from across midfield. Turns it to the outside again for Steele, and he's double teamed. The ball knocked away but out of bounds. Throw in for the Rhinos. Bolanos long up left wing side. Lead pass to Miller. Ball in the near wing. Stops to the near end of the 18. Trying to skip away. Spinning back. Drops it to the outside of the near side once again for Steele. His cross along the 18. To the back door side, but headed away by Vincello. Off of the far wing. And the clock now will stop at 90. There's 4 minutes of additional time. Long delivery down inside and up. And his 10 to come down with the ball is Sutton. And he holds on. 4 minutes of additional time.
And the Rhinos need to get more players in the box. Great cross there from Steele. No one pushing up in the attack. 6 players still at midfield for the Rhinos.
Ball thrown out on the far wing. Carried away to midfield by the Rhinos. Trying to get away. Sanfilippo on the right side. Through ball, but that's picked off by Leduc. And headed toward the middle circle. Up with the Ribeiro on the attack for the Impact. As he runs into Schweitzer, sneaks the ball through. Here's Gerba on just inside the 18, pass over the near side. Turning back for Zabrango. He's watched one-on-one by Bonsu going to the end line at the near end of the 18. Looking for the cross. It's off the leg of Bonsu and out over the end line. And a corner kick for the Impact.
That last rush there by Montreal. Gerba being a little too unselfish. Trying to help out his running mate up top, Eddie Sabrango. I thought Gerba did have the turn on Sanfilippo, but unselfish plays it to Sabrango. Still wins the corner kick here for the Impact.
Well, nobody's come over for the corner. He'll take all the time in the world, of course.
DeSantis was furious when he saw 4 minutes up on stoppage time, but the referee's assistant explaining to him where the stoppages came.
Gallo was down twice. Had Gervais was down once. Had, who else? Another Rochester player was down.
Schweitzer with the head.
Yeah. All right, that one bounced out of bounds again on the near side out, so now it's a throw-in. Deep in the right wing corner for the Impact. Short throw in to Riviera, back to the outside, sneaks away out of bounds, throw in for the Rhinos now, from their own 18 on the near side. Again, we're in stoppage time. Just a couple of minutes to go, and the Rhinos needing a goal to get back in this one, trailing 2-1 out through midfield. As Miller dummied the ball, it is bounced away by the Impact, but taken down by the Rhinos. Martinez turning it to the outside up the right wing. And Filippo return pass to Martinez. Down to the 35. Long chip pass out of the near side of the 18. Headed away and out by the Impact. And underneath it goes Schweitzer. Checking back to the ball. Drops it off the midfield line for Steenkamp. Off the left wing, trying to get it through, but couldn't. That's bounced away out the midfield. Again, Steenkamp after it in the center circle. Bonsu to the outside. It's Bonsu on the right wing. Giving it off to Martinez. Has it 30 yards out. Inside the far end of the 18. After goes Miller to the end line as it is taken down out over the end line and the goal kick for the Impact.
Miller, a great try to turn the ball on Mincello. And Miller, not the biggest players out there, one of the biggest players out there, but able to fight off Mincello. I thought he did a good job, and I thought he won a corner kick there for the Rhinos.
All right, goal kick. As time rapidly running out here, and a substitution coming up for the Impact. Sabrango out. And going into the match will be Mertz. Again, this in stoppage time.
Gerba will be the lone man up top for Montreal.
All right. Sutton placing the ball at his 6. Montreal on the verge of going unbeaten in 6 straight road games. Wow.
The key now is just to keep it up. You've got the huge home stretch coming up.
Sometimes teams have a tendency to relax a little bit too much when that happens. After a long... They figure, if we can do well on the road trip and then we get home, we'll be on easy street.
I got a funny feeling DeSantis won't let that happen. But you never know.
All right. Or the refs in Montreal won't let it happen. Here's the long service through midfield, coming out on the near wing. There's the ball headed away into the stands off of Perry, so a throw in for the Impact from the Rochester 18 on the near side. Moments away from the whistle to end this one. As the Rhinos had a 1-0 lead until the 60th minute, and the Impact scoring 2 in the latter stages of the second half. The throw in deep to the corner, head of the side steal, not into the outside, and out of bounds. Throw in once again for the Impact on the near side. Fukasawa with the throw in. One chip to the end line, and there's the whistle, and this one is history. So the Rhinos had a pretty good game going for themselves until around the 60th minute when things started to fall apart, and the Rhinos will be very upset again here tonight. Final score from Frontier Field. The Rochester Raging Rhinos losing by a goal. The final score, the Impact 2 and the Rhinos 1. And this is Raging Rhino Soccer on Pickle 93.3 FM.
Hey fans, World Gym Rochester is the official strength and conditioning facility for your Rochester Rhinos, Nighthawks, and Amherst. World Gym Rochester is proud to offer personal training packages tailored especially to your needs, including a 5-component system that assures you results. Fun, high-energy group exercise classes like Rep Reblocker offers to use and work out with friends. And to make it more convenient for you, World Gym Rochester now offers newly expanded childcare hours. For more information, stop by the gym at 1717 East Avenue or call 271-0440. That's 271-0440.
Hey, you, what's your business?
The
it online at that'smyvision.com. 1,500 vehicles at your fingertips. Every Vision Hyundai, Vision Ford, Vision Nissan, Vision Dodge. Online. That'smyvision.com lets you compare vehicles side by side, calculate monthly payments, appraise your trade, and so much more. And since the Vision dealerships have over $10 million in approved loans, you'll get credit-free approval fast, easier, and securely. So car shop when you want it. At Vision, we're open 24/7 online. That's myvision.com.
Oh, yeah, see your vision now.
The New York Lottery presents number 40.
You know, some people think I'm over the hill. Why? Just because I'm number 40? Over the hill? Take number 55. No, there's a number that's hit its limit. So when the New York Lottery says pick some numbers, I say pick number 40 and kiss that midlife crisis goodbye. Think about it. At 40, you can finally get that little red sports car you've always wanted. Get that 40-inch plasma screen TV you've had your eye on. Why not? You deserve it. All I'm saying is, life begins at 40. And maybe the next time you play the New York Lottery, it can for you too. Seriously, I can still play. And look, if you can swing it, I wouldn't mind sharing the big 4-0 with a cute little number who's, say, 25?
The New York Lottery, Lotto, Take 5, Numbers, Win 4, and New York's Mega Millions. We've got your number.
It's Quick Draw Thursdays in May, wherever the New York Lottery's Quick Draw is played. Every winning Quick Draw ticket purchased between 6 and 8 p.m. Thursdays is worth 50% more.
Out tonight is Frontier Field as the Rhinos go down to defeat at the hands of the visiting Montreal Impact. And Montreal now on the season still unbeaten, playing the first 6 games of the year on the road, and they're 4-0-2 in 6 road matches. An incredible record right there. Rhinos had scored in the 26th minute, goal by Tsakiris, his first of the season. And at the halftime, the Rhinos had the lead, but the arrival of Ali Gerba from Toronto in a trade to Montreal pays off tonight as Gerba scores in the 60th minute and another one in the 85th minute. And Montreal squeezes out a 2-1 victory over the Rhinos. So very disappointing night tonight for Rochester.
Yeah, it sure was. You thought they had some momentum going at the half, up 1-0. Some nice play back and forth. Gerba came in, made a huge difference, but the midfield, I think, got exhausted for the Rhinos, and that's where we started to lose the tempo of the game, and Montreal took full advantage of that.
All right, let's take care of these things. First of all, the chase, pick, and play of the game tonight.
I think the second goal, obviously, by Ali Gerba, it's like I said, it was the identical situation to what we saw in Puerto Rico. The back 3 getting caught out of position, shifted all to one side. Gerba wide open there with a ton of space, time to settle the ball, making the Rochester defense pay for just being so out of shape in that one position.
Play of the game brought to you by Chase Picton, home of a lifetime tool warranty. And tonight's LaRocca's Restaurant player of the game for the Rhinos.
Okay. Roger hit a good game, I thought. He's still not getting the support that he needs up top. When he's getting that ball, he's got 2-3 defenders around him. There's not the play around him that's helping, but I think Sean Tsakiris scored a beautiful goal tonight, and hopefully there's many more to come. Let's go with Tsakiris.
All right, so the Rhinos very disappointed, I'm sure, tonight. And now the task gets even tougher as they go to Montreal. And Montreal will be celebrating their home opening game. And, of course, that'll be to, I don't know if they have a championship flag or what they're going to do, but I'm sure they'll be celebrating last year's championship in a big way on opening night. So it's going to be a tough task ahead for the Rhinos coming up next Sunday.
It sure is. Montreal can take this 2 ways. They went undefeated in 6 games to start the year. If they can continue this kind of pace, it's going to be a great season up in Montreal, and I'm sure the crowd is going to be fired up for the game. The Rhinos have some work to do to get fired up also, get back into the match, but Rochester, no favors now. 1-4, heading up to Montreal. A lot of work ahead of them, so it's going to be an interesting week as they lead into Montreal.
Well, you know, I saw a lot of things tonight that I liked. In fact, the Rhinos had things pretty well going their way, and I thought they were actually getting better and better as the night went along until that first goal was scored by Montreal. And I think it really took the wind out of their sails.
It did. It was a result of maybe not enough changes in the midfield. I think Tsakiris started to get really tired. Martinez in the second half, not too many touches on the ball, almost non-existent. And that, I think, really hurt the Rhinos. Montreal was patient. They fought back to get into the game. And they were down 1-0. It's the first time they've been down all year. I wanted to see how they would bounce back. Very resilient. And I think Rochester defensively, there's still some concerns with that 3 formation in the back. They're not on the same page. We saw them break down again. And this level, this league, you're going to pay the price.
All right, Joe. Thanks much. And hopefully next game it's warmer, right?
I hope so. You'll be up in Canada, so I doubt it.
All right, so stick around. Still to come is our post-game show, and we'll continue with that in just a couple of moments. As the final score tonight from Frontier Field, Montreal Impact 2 and the Rochester Raging Rhinos 1. For Joe Giuliano, I'm Don Stevens, and this is Raging Rhino Soccer on Fickle 93.3 FM.
Yes, this is my Beamer. You can tell from the hand-waxed hood right down to the Toyo Proxys TPTs. That's TPT for Total Performance Touring Tire. I wouldn't settle for anything less. When I switched to Toyo, I got high-performance handling that hugs the road at all speeds, wet or dry. And they're so quiet, I can hear the engine, not the road. Okay, I'll let you in on a little secret. If you promise not to tell anyone, you save some money. Try them for yourself.
Toyo Proxys tires are at Murphy's Tire, Niagara Street, Canandaigua, and Tire World, Empire Boulevard, Webster. Toyo tires, driven to perform.
Faber Homes is building communities for today's hardworking families. Park Place is located on Union Street, just south of 490 in Chilai. It's surrounded by 1,500 acres of county park. Many home sites are treed or offer the security of a cul-de-sac location. You must look at the new furnished model home at Park Place. The very best value for your family starting at just $129,900. Call them today at 889-9590. Visit their website at faberhomes.com or just drop in for a visit.
Oh no, it sounds like that car needs some help. Take your car where the Rhinos have been taking theirs since 1996 to Tony's Collision. Conveniently located at 270 Anderson Avenue in downtown Rochester, just minutes from the Park Ave area. Tony's Collision is family-owned and proud to celebrate their 40th year of providing quality collision repair. Their color match experts guarantee that your car will look like it came straight from the factory. Tony's Collision takes pride in their quality workmanship and the savings they pass on to their customers. They'll even work directly with your insurance company. And until May 5th, Tony's has free Rhino tickets. That's right, come in for a free estimate and tell us you heard this ad and receive one ticket for an upcoming game. When your car's been in an accident, don't settle for anything less. Trust in Tony's. Tony's Collision. Call 473-8776 or stop by 270 Anderson Avenue downtown.
Back to the Rochester Raging Rhinos post-game show. Tom Craver here behind the net as the Rhinos falling 2-1 to the Montreal Impact. Do a quick recap on the game right now. Rhinos got things going early on in the 22nd minute. Goal coming from Tsakiris, his first of the season. Got the things rolling for the Rhinos. Halftime came, halftime went, and the Impact got on the board in the 60th minute as they scored their first against the Rhinos. And then in the 82nd minute, check that, excuse me, the Impact coming in again, unmarked man, taking the shot, and going up 2-1, and that would be the final here from Frontier Field, 2-1 as the Rhinos falling to the Montreal Impact. Next game in Montreal next weekend. All right, that should do it for this segment. Coming up, the Free Time Magazine Out-of-Town Scoreboard. This is Rhino Soccer on the all-new 93.3 Fickle FM.
I'm Tom Rosati from Mallier Chevrolet Buick. You know, the guy who always says yes. Now with a lot more to say yes to. Mallier is Rochester's newest GM certified used car dealer with more than 200 General Motors certified used vehicles in stock. And with bumper-to-bumper warranty on these vehicles, you'll have the same peace of mind you have with a new car or truck. So take the short drive to Mallier in Honeyway Falls or check us out at Mallier.com.
Mallier Chevrolet Buick. We always say yes.
Wouldn't it be great if every tool you bought were covered by a lifetime warranty? Chase Pitkin includes one at no charge with every tool purchase. If you're not completely satisfied, return any tool with your receipt and we'll repair it, replace it, or refund your money. And you'll find we carry a huge selection of tools from the best names. DeWalt, Porter Cable, Bosch, Delta, Stanley, and more. All at great prices. The lifetime tool warranty, only from Chase Pitkin.
Make this summer better than last by actually using your deck. Enhance your lifestyle with a Durasol retractable awning from Patio Enclosures. Shelter your family from the sun's harmful rays and enjoy a worry-free outdoor living space while adding value to your home. Choose from over 200 vibrant colors and patterns that will become an extension of your home's personality and charm. For a limited time, receive a free motor with your awning purchase from Patio Enclosures. This summer, turn your deck into the perfect place to entertain, or just sit back and relax. For more information on retractable awnings, permanent patio covers, and sunrooms, call Patio Enclosures at 385-9999, or visit our showroom at 123 Dispatch Drive in East Rochester. Call Patio Enclosures now, 385-9999.
Rochester Raging Rhinos postgame show. My name is Tom Craver. Time now for the Free Time Magazine Out of Town Scoreboard. Free Time Magazine is Western New York's arts and entertainment guide, available online at freetime.com. Only two other games going on in the USL First Division tonight. Out of Richmond, Minnesota taking on the Kickers. No score yet from that game. It's got to be ending up just around nowish. So when we get a score, we will update you on that one. The other game going around in the league tonight is Atlanta up in Seattle. That game has a 10 o'clock start, about 15 minutes away from kickoff there. Of course, the other game in the USL First Division tonight is the Montreal Impact at the Rochester Raging Rhinos. The Rhinos falling 2-1 to the Impact. That puts Montreal in second place now. 6 games played, 4 wins, 14 points. Again, single-handedly in second place for the Impact. That about does it for the Free Time Magazine Out of Town Scoreboard. Coming up next, we want to take your phone calls for the post-game call-in show. 222-9393 is the phone number. This is Rhino Soccer on the all-new Fickle 93.3 FM.
Hey fans, World Gym Rochester is the official strength and conditioning facility for your Rochester Rhinos, Nighthawks, and Hammers. World Gym Rochester is proud to offer personal training packages tailored especially to your needs, including a 5-component system that assures you results. Fun, high-energy group exercise classes like Rep Reed Walker offered to use and work out with friends. And to make it more convenient for you, World Gym Rochester now offers newly expanded child care hours. For more information, stop by the gym at 1717 East Avenue or call 271-0440. That's 271-0440.
What if you celebrated getting things done in your office the way you celebrate on the field?
Barry, our project just got funded. High five. Headbutt.
Barry, are you okay? Perhaps some celebrations are best left on the field. But when you hear this, you'll know things are getting done. To learn more about how Nextel can help you get more done, call 800-NEXTEL-9 or visit Nextel.com. Nextel. Done.
A three-pointer in basketball, a hat trick, a triple crown in horse racing. The best things always come in free. Well, through Saturday, Auto Depot USA, 3-time consecutive Rochester Choice Award winner, will triple your down payment or trade-in allowance. Shop Rochester's best selection of late model, low-mileage, quality pre-owned cars, trucks, vans, and SUVs. Right now, if you put $500 down, Auto Depot USA will make it $1,500. Or if you have a vehicle worth $500, Auto Depot will make it worth $1,500. Plus, every vehicle from Auto Depot USA is backed by our 3-day, 500-mile, no questions asked, money-back guarantee. So what are you waiting for? This Saturday, score big at Auto Depot USA, where we'll triple your down payment or trade-in allowance. Call 663-2233 or get to 800 West Ridge Road between Dewey and Mount Read in Rochester. Auto Depot USA. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable reputation. Triple your down or trade-in up to $500 with approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
You're loving Fickle Radio because, let's face it, you're, well, fickle. You like change. You enjoy variety. You live for something new. That's why you're going to love Mulligan's Pub and Centerport. This isn't your typical nighttime hangout with nightly beer specials. Sure, you get those every day, but you get them every morning, too. Yeah, 8 till 11 a.m., 2-for-1 draft. Happy hours at Mulligan's Pub consist of 16-ounce drafts on special, most of them under $2 buckaroos. Enjoy country on Fridays, karaoke, or live music every Saturday. Bloody Mary Sundays. And you can't miss out on Monday Oldies Night with 25-cent wings. Stuff your face for a few quarters. Did we mention karaoke again on Wednesday, too? Plus, Mulligan's in Spencerport has the coolest jukebox in town, full of more than 140,000 songs. Who knows what you'll catch at Mulligan's Pub? But who cares? You're tickled. So get to Mulligan's Pub today, tonight, or tomorrow morning and enjoy great beer specials. What time, you ask? Who knows, but just whatever. Mulligan's Pub, your hometown bar located at 4618 West Ridge Road in Spencerport.
Next up, it's your turn to sound off on tonight's game.
It's the Nextel Direct Connect post-game call-in show.
We will take your calls. We would love to take your calls.
Driven by Auto Depot USA. Call in now. 222-9393.
And welcome back. Thank you for joining us tonight. This is the Nextel Direct Connect post-game call-in show driven by Auto Depot USA. Nextel helps groups get things done. Call 800-NEXTEL-9 for power phones with walkie-talkie, GPS navigation, and speakerphone. Nextel, done. And Auto Depot USA, 3-time Rochester's Choice Award winner, as Rochester's best selection of quality, pre-owned vehicles. Auto Depot USA, unbeatable prices, unbeatable reputation. Again, welcome to the post-game show. Thanks for listening. 222-9393 is the phone number that you can call to sound off tonight on tonight's game. 2-1, the Montreal Impact taking it to the Rochester Raging Rhinos. That would be the 4th loss for the Rhinos on the season. They are now 1-4. That would be Montreal's 4th victory of the season. They now have 4 wins, no losses, and 2 ties. Next game, next weekend at Montreal, should make for an interesting road trip yet again for the Rochester Raging Rhinos. Again, 222-9393 is the phone number. I will be joined shortly by Soccer Sam as we are here trying to dodge the rain behind the net as the ground crew is doing their thing. So what we're going to do is go to the phones and take our first caller of the night if we can. 222-9393, again, is the phone number here on the post-game call-in show. Caller, are you on the line? Oh, we lost our caller, pal. Again, 222-9393, you can be our first caller here on the Nextel Direct Connect post-game call-in show. Talk about tonight's Rhinos loss. Again, another loss, another sad defeat. Sean Tsakiris getting the goal for the Rhinos tonight in the 20-something minute. His first goal of the season. 2 goals then afterwards for the Montreal Impact. Okay, we're going to try to go back to the phones right now. 222-9393 is our phone number. Caller, yes. Welcome to the post-game show. Hi, are you with us?
Hi. My name is Silvio.
Hey, Silvio, how are you, buddy?
Okay, how you doing?
Oh, better with a Rhinos victory.
I'll tell you one thing. Was theoretically and minded defense. I was not too fond of it because they all played defense and I don't know the score. But tonight, I tell you, the worst game I ever seen in my life. That's the worst. And if he didn't do something about it, and I don't think they're going to win another game.
Sylvia, I got to agree with you. I thought it was extremely poor played soccer all around. I thought the first half we looked okay for a little while, but unfortunately, I got to agree. Soccer Sam, I'm back here. I was stuck in a little rainstorm here trying to get down here. Sorry about the delay, but I don't know what to tell you, man. It's just a lot of things aren't going right.
He can't pass the ball. He can't. He couldn't do nothing. I mean, those guys are professional. I've been the season tickets for 10 years, and every year it gets discouraged more and more. I mean, I'm a soccer fan. I thought I died to be a soccer fan, but enough was enough.
Well, what do you think the problem is? I mean, we got a lot of listeners listening right now. What do you think needs to be done?
More people. He was a goalie, and they got terrible. He didn't want to score on him.
A little mental lapse there, was a little mistake there, but overall, it's not clicking, man. And I don't know.
They got no defense. They got no midfield, no midfield at all.
This is what I got to say. This is my opinion. This is strictly my opinion only. Is I think the A-League or Division I soccer is a very fast brand of soccer. You need guys that can run fast, think fast, move quick. And I think we're lacking that right now. I think we saw a lot of sluggish play in the middle of the field. And it's a fast man's game. You can have all the technique in the world, but if you can't move fast and get into space fast,
right.
It's not happening, man.
I know that a new player, it take a long time to click together. I understand that.
See, I don't agree with that, Silvio. I don't agree. Silvio, you and I played soccer years ago together, and every Sunday there was different teams. In 3 minutes, you know to put the ball on my feet because I can't run the space. In 3 minutes, I know to put it on your left side because you like to cut left and move and cut right. I mean, it shouldn't. These are professional players. I don't buy that it takes time to get to know each other. That's a bunch of baloney.
I understand it. But the way it looked tonight, all 11 players, at least 10 anyway, they got no skill whatsoever. Unless they off night, I don't know. But they just scared me tonight. They really scared because they got no team whatsoever.
Well, Silvio, I'm as concerned as you are. Not only am I a major fan, but I work for the organization, and we work really, really hard to bring in fans, to bring in groups, and you need to entertain. You got people sitting here in the pouring rain. Probably, I'd say at least 8,000 of the people still were sitting here when it started pouring the rain out. And, you need to entertain. You need to move and groove and make things happen. And it seemed like on the last goal that Ali Gerber got, he was wide open, man. This is totally wide open.
They got, I would say, 90% the chance that they lost the ball. So they, first of all, they keep the ball too long. They got a pass. It's a team right there. And the second half from Montreal, they went all 11 playing on offense. All 11. Even the goal sometimes one offense. I mean, that's the team.
Yeah.
The Rochester couldn't move it. Couldn't even move it.
They don't have the speed. But the other thing, Silvio, and hopefully the listeners that are listening caught what I caught. 3 or 4 players gave away the ball more times than they gave out passes. And if you're playing midfield, you're playing defense, and you give away the ball constantly, the ball is coming back at you. And I saw that over and over. I saw it in Puerto Rico, and I saw it again tonight. So I hope that Coach Callaway gets to see the video of this game and sees that maybe it's not just the midfielders aren't working hard. Maybe they're just exhausted because the defense is giving away the ball. Silvio, thanks for the call, though.
Okay, see you, Sam.
Okay, buddy.
Thank you, Silvio.
222-9393 is our phone number here as Rhinos falling to Montreal Impact again. We have another call on the line? Yes, we do. Caller, what's your name?
I'm Dan.
Can you turn your radio down?
Yes,
turn it down. Turn your radio down, buddy. You know what we got in the studio with us, man? What's that? We got Camp David helping us out in the studio. It's Fickle 93.3 FM. Great music. I'm listening to that station today and I'm singing along. People are looking at me. What's wrong with that guy? Caller, what's your name?
Shauna.
Shauna, hi. How are you?
Good.
How old are you?
11.
11? What grade are you in?
5th.
5th?
Mm-hmm.
That was my favorite grade. I was in there 3 years. What did you think of tonight's game?
It was disappointing.
Yeah, what do you think needs to be done?
Pass more.
Pass more? What would you, now, if you were playing out there, what would you have done?
Shot more.
Shot more? You got to shoot the score, but you got to also hit the ball near the net. Any comments, Shauna?
What?
Any other comments?
Mm-hmm.
What?
Oh, I like the game, and I like the food.
You like the game, you like the food. You sound just like Sam. Yes. Shauna, you get a lot in common, Shauna.
Thank you very much for your phone call, Shauna. Make sure you keep coming out to the games. Diehard fans, Sam. Diehard fans.
Yes.
What we're going to do real fast, I know we got phone lines lit up, but we got players coming out to talk to us now, too. So I want to get a quick break on the next
you got a break when you got this gig. How many breaks do you need?
You know, I just got a break and got to get things squared away sometimes. So we'll take a quick break on the next Direct Connect post-game call-in show driven by Auto Depot USA. The Rhinos falling tonight 2-1 to the Montreal Impact. This is Rhino Soccer on the all-new Pickle 93.3 FM.
Carrier, he's still on the ball, seeks it through. On the right side, Kirk Wilson shot.
Rochester loves its Raging Rhinos. You can help your business grow by reaching thousands of passionate fans as a Rhinos advertiser on the new Fickle 93.3 FM. To find out more about becoming a Rochester Rhinos broadcast sponsor for their 10th anniversary season, contact Tim Thompson now at 423-2964, 423-2964.
A three-pointer in basketball, a hat Trick. A triple crown in horse racing. The best things always come in free. Well through Saturday, Auto Depot USA, 3-time consecutive Rochester Choice Award winner, will triple your down payment or trade-in allowance. Shop Rochester's best selection of late models, low mileage, quality pre-owned cars, trucks, vans, and SUVs. Right now, if you put $500 down, Auto Depot USA will make it $1,500. Or if you have a vehicle worth $500, Auto Depot will make it worth $1,500. Plus, every vehicle from Auto Depot USA is backed by our 3-day, 500-mile, no questions asked, money-back guarantee. So what are you waiting for? This Saturday, score big at Auto Depot USA, where we'll triple your down payment or trade-in allowance. Call 663-2233 or get to 800 Westridge Road between Dewey and Mount Reed in Rochester. Auto Depot USA. Unbeatable prices. Unbeatable reputation. Triple your down or trade-in up to $500 with approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
See it online at that'smyvision.com. 1,500 vehicles at your fingertips. Every Vision Hyundai, Vision Ford, Vision Nissan, Vision Dodge. Online. That'smyvision.com lets you compare vehicles side by side, calculate monthly payment, appraise your trade, and so much more. And since the Vision dealerships have over $10 million in approved loans, you'll get credit-free approval faster, easier, and securely. So car shop when you want. At Vision, we're open 24/7 online. That'smyvision.com.
Oh, yeah. See your vision now.
And welcome back to the Nextel Direct Connect post-game call-in show. My name is Tom Craver here. Alongside Dr. Sam, we are behind the net here at Frontier Field. Pouring rain. In the very pouring rain. I thought you were crying for a while there until you joined us, and then I realized it really was still a rain, Sam. But who we have here with us now, joining us on the Nextel Direct Connect post-game call-in show is the one and only Jason Perry. Jason, let me tell you, Silvio was just on the line. He was very disappointed. I'm worried for him. I think if anyone sees anybody on the Bay Bridge with their blinkers on, we may have a problem on our hands. But Jason, what went wrong tonight, my man?
I just think we were a team of two halves. I think we came out with a fire, with the mentality that we want to get this done, not only for us but for the fans out here. And I think we played about 80 minutes or so of a solid game, maybe 75, and then we just started to go down, lack of concentration. Both goals, happened because of lack of concentration, miscommunication, not only in the back but all over the field, because we've got everybody in the back trying to solidify a win, for the fans here and for us to get us back on the winning road. So, hopefully it's working out for next
Well, everything starts in the middle, and it seemed to me that the middle just wasn't controlling the game in the second half. And you guys were getting a lot of pressure in the back, a lot of pressure. They were coming at you constantly. Gerber was alone a lot. Once he came into the game, it just changed things. But, our midfield just looked exhausted.
Well, I have to take responsibility for that, and the other two guys who played in the back with me. When a new person comes on, who comes in the game, everyone brings a different style of play and different traits to the game. And Ali came on. He's a big guy. He's a physical guy. He's a little bit different from the other guy that they had playing up front with him in the beginning was Zabrango. And, it all goes back to concentration and focus. We've got to know that he's coming on, what his strengths are, what he likes to do, and he likes to float out. And he caught us slipping basically, and he was able to put 2 goals in, and now we're sitting here watching the rain go down. It's horrible,
So Jason, what do you work on then again for next week now as you go into play against Montreal again?
I think we just have to work on continuity all over the field. The thing is, we've been having people in and out of the lineup because of injury and things like that, and so once we start getting people into the lineup and we start building that continuity of knowing where someone's going to be and things like that, I think it's all going to start to come together. Hopefully the fans will be able to stick with us a little bit longer, and hopefully that continuity will come a little bit quicker so we can bring a winning season back to Rochester.
Well, these fans love this team. They're going to stick with you, man. But Jason, just do what we got to do, man. Get more votes out there in defense. We need someone to step up and just take control of this team. It could be you, man. I know you're young. You got some veterans out there, but just jump up, man. You got the look. You got the earrings working. Just go for it. Take control.
That's one thing that Coach really emphasizes with me, because I am more of a quiet player. I'm used to playing with a lot of veterans where I'm told what to do. And, Coach is saying, put your own impact on the game and boss people around and help people out and tell people what to do. Things like that. So that's something that I have to work on, and hopefully, by the end of the season, hopefully next game, it'll be, working its way, and then we can get a win out in Montreal, because definitely we can get a win. We showed today that we could score against them, and that's all we need to do. We have hope. They didn't shut us out. We we let ourselves down. We gave them the game. So next time, hopefully we'll get one back, and then everyone will be happy.
All right, Jason Perio, thanks for being part of it. Get out of here, man. I want you catching the cold, all right? That's a nice watch, baby. Where did you get the watch?
I was in Syracuse last year. Bad story. Rochester.
All right. We got our next guest here on the post-game Behind the Net, raining, pouring call-in show. Jamel Mitchell, Superman. That man, didn't get a lot of nice passes. He got in there, and it seemed like suddenly, man, it's just like you weren't getting the ball, and Mitchell just wasn't distributing.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. When I first got in the game, we had possession of the ball. We were still working it pretty good even after the goal. And, all of a sudden it just stopped. And, I really couldn't tell you why.
Well, I was watching you and Doug get into space looking for the openings, but our midfield just kept on losing it for whatever reason. It seemed like, I know it looked like Stoyan Mladenov went out of the game, and Lennon came in. It just seemed like a lot of the midfield was just dragging, in my opinion. My unprofessional opinion, it seemed like other midfielders are dragging, and there's all this open space from the Montreal side.
I think Mladenov may have burned himself out right in the beginning. He was up and down the field for a little while there. In fact, I was sitting over in 404 with the rest of the Rowdies over there, and there was one spot just before our first goal that he had a gorgeous look, and man, he had the broadside of a barn. And I think what happened was he was looking for a play to develop over on the right. He came in, and by the time he realized he had the broadside of the barn to hit to, he had moved the ball over to the wrong foot. He had to bring it back over again, and then he lost his time. And that seems to be happening. I don't know if enough midfielders are looking around. They're looking too much for a play and not looking everywhere. And maybe that's what was the case. Does that seem plausible to you, Jamel?
Yeah, it does seem possible. When you lose the center of the midfield, that's where all your playmaking comes from. If you don't establish that, if you don't take control in the middle of the park, then you're not going to get much out of it.
Well, tonight on Soccer Stam TV show at midnight on WB16, we show highlights of Puerto Rico. You were my Puerto Rico player of both games. You went in and you made things happen. A couple close ones. One was definitely in. Bad call to the referees, but you're back in your game. The knees healed. I can see the confidence. I'm watching TV today. I see on some commercials doing your modeling thing. I can just see it. You got it in your eyes. You're ready to rock and roll. What do you got to do to get back into that lineup and get more playing time?
I just got to show in practice that I deserve to be out there. I always give 100% when I'm out there. I do nothing but think about scoring goals all week. I just got to put more in the back of the net, and hopefully I'll get more time in there and prove to the coach and to everyone here, what an athlete I am.
I can tell you he's always thinking about scoring goals, because every season it seems that I'm around and Jamel's around, we sit there and talk, and every preseason I ask him how many goals we're getting this year, how many times we're going to see that Superman shirt, and he saw me coming at the ESL Center before the first game. He's like, oh, here you go. He did. I'm like, that's it. I'm asking the question.
Yeah, I've got 3 different Superman shirts marked up already, so
ready to go.
I'm so ready to show the shirt.
He's got the ring sport in there too.
Get the ring.
The Superman-esque ring.
It's obvious to me that Coach Callaway likes guys that are aggressive out there, vocal. Is that part of it? Do you think you need to become a little bit more vocal in his eyes?
I think I do need to become a little more vocal. I'm quiet by nature. But if I want to stick on this team, I just got to change my game. And every athlete should have to change the game to do what the coach wants. And I think he wants his forwards to be a little more aggressive with the defense. Knock them around a little bit. Scare them. Show them that it's not going to be an easy game. And a lot of the forwards here aren't used to that. He brought Tony in because that's what Tony does. So we got to elevate our game a little bit. And I think once we put it all together, it'll be great.
All right, get that Superman shirt ready. Jamel, it's cold out here. I don't want to get you cold.
All right.
Thanks for being part of the post-game call-in show, and good luck in Montreal next week.
All right, thanks. Anytime, Sam.
Jamel, thanks, buddy. Jamel Mitchell, guy's got, he's the model. He's everything, man. He plays some ball. Tonight, you got to watch it, Tommy. He had a header. It was just amazing, man. The guy can play some ball. Fans, we want to hear from you. Camp David's in the studio there at the Fickle Studio doing his thing. Probably going crazy with those phone lines. We're going to take a quick break here while we get him to set up more calls for us. 222-9393. The Rhinos falling 2-1 tonight to the Montreal Impact. This is the Nextel Direct Connect post-game call-in show driven by Auto Depot USA on the all-new Fickle 93.3 FM.
Hi, this is Joe Giuliano, Rhinos radio color commentator and host of the Soccer Report. Join us every Tuesday at 6:30 for full coverage of the Rochester Raging Rhinos, Major League Soccer, and international soccer news. Give us a call every Tuesday at 346-3000. It's the Soccer Report.
Hey fans, World Gym Rochester is the official strength and conditioning facility for your Rochester Rhinos, Nighthawks, and Hammers. World Gym Rochester is proud to offer personal training packages tailored especially to your needs, including a 5-component system that assures you results. Fun, high-energy group exercise classes like Rep Reblocker offers so you can work out with friends. And to make it more convenient for you, World Gym Rochester now offers newly expanded child care hours. For more information, stop by the gym at 1717 East Avenue or call 271-0440. That's 271-0440.
Hot dogs. No one makes them better than Weigel's. Hot dogs. Hometown favorites from Weigel's. The flavor is right. Every bite. Cover them with lots of everything nice. Everything you like. Come on, take one. No one makes a hot dog like Weigel's. 'Cause how we make them makes them great.
The time for a healthy you is now. And Personal Health Approach Health Wellness and Fitness Center, Rochester's brand new premier upscale health club, is the place you need to be. PHA Health Wellness and Fitness Center, located at 3450 Winton Place, is the official strength training facility for the Rochester Rhinos. Let PHA's personal trainers and exercise therapists create a personalized program that will meet your needs and goals. Call PHA Health Wellness and Fitness Center at 232-8888.
Welcome back to the next show. Right to the next post-game calling show. Scrimmage Ryan Hunter, the Rhinos falling to second 2-1 at Frontier Field to the Montreal Impact. We're going to take a quick call on the line. Caller, are you there?
Yes, I am.
What's your name?
My name's Adam.
Adam, welcome to the post-game show. Adam, you were back behind the net, weren't you?
Yes, we were.
All right, talk to me. You always have good things to say about the team as far as, or at least positive things to improve on for next time. What do you got?
All right, well, first of all, I'll start with that everyone's on the same page, okay? Is that I'm with this club and I'm going to follow it, okay, till I die, okay? It doesn't matter how we're going to perform in the field. But let's put our pride aside. This team stinks. There's way too many problems. I mean, way too many foreigners. Yours stinks. I mean, he's a foreigner. Let's start cutting players, man. Johnny Steele, he's a foreigner. Delgado wasn't any better or worse than Steele, and he's not a foreigner. We should have kept them.
Now, you know what? Steele hadn't impressed me until about tonight. Now, tonight I saw him running back and forth and making plays, and where I was standing in 404, he really was moving up and down and going on the ball. And in fact, just before Tsakiris scored, I really thought Steele was going to score.
You know what Johnny Steele's problem?
What's that?
He's young, and he watches a lot of TV probably. He probably likes Barcelona, if you ask me, because he probably watched Ronaldinho doing all these little foot moves, and he tries to do the same thing, except it doesn't work out, because he's in the A-League.
Well, I think a little trickery would be good here and there. I don't think it's something that we're used to seeing.
But he didn't do anything.
Rochester.
He totally disappointed me. Hey, don't get me wrong. Johnny Steele, he probably will be good 3-4 years from down the line, when he grows up a little bit and matures more. But right now, he's not the answer. Besides, Pottle didn't even dress today because Kelly wanted him to play.
Oh, well, he's still playing with things and seeing who's going to go where. So, Adam, we thank you for the call. We thank you for saying the kind words as far as sticking with the team to the end. We really appreciate that here. I'm sure the Rhinos, the team itself, appreciates that as well, too. But right now, we're going to go to another guest. We got another player here behind the net on the post-game show. It is the one and only Scott Vallow. Scott, welcome to the post-game show.
What's up, guys? I'd like to be here after a victory one time, but
yeah, that'd be nice too. I gotta tell you, Vallow came through. He called in. So,
all right.
Scott, your thoughts on what happened tonight? It seems like defensive lapses. Guys are kind of left open in front of you. What can we do to change that?
Yeah, it's very disappointing. It seems like we're a team of two halves. In Puerto Rico we played well in both second halves, and then today we played well in the first half and didn't carry it over to the second half. And guys are just losing focus, I think, for 45 minutes at a time, and it's got to change.
Scott, you're seeing the plays happen. You're behind everything. You watch everything, how it transforms.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on, especially that last goal from Montreal? I mean, a couple times in the first half, but several times, especially in the second half here, we saw guys flat out all by themselves.
Yeah, I think, on the corner, I think we were slow to react. to their two guys on the ball, and we got to shift and pick up open men, and we had a chance to clear it, maybe 10, 12 yards out, and didn't get a chance to do that. And when you don't do stuff like that, it costs you. And the second goal, I think, their two forwards crisscrossed, and we lost a man, and he ended up walking in, and it was almost the exact replay of what happened in Puerto Rico last week, just on the opposite side. And that stuff's got to change, and we got to be more focused on playing better defense, especially when we're up 1-0.
No, Scott, is it focus or is it fatigue? Seems to me that the midfield just was exhausted and not tracking back, and the defense is getting bombarded.
Well, I mean, everyone knows Shawnee's situation. He's obviously not a 90-minute player. I don't think it's a lack of fitness. I think it's just a lack of maybe a lack of passion or a lack of desire, or nobody's out there kicking other guys. It's just kind of going through the motions at times, I think. And we got to have more pride pride when we put on that jersey and go out there and do what we can to get the 3 points. And I feel like we gave away 3 today.
Well, tonight in Midnight Soccer Stand TV show, WB16, probably the best save I've ever seen by a Rhino goalkeeper. Upper corner in Puerto Rico. Dude, I don't even know how he got to that. I watched it over and over. It was amazing.
I don't either. I think I was too upset about the one that just went in a minute prior, and really tried to do what I can to keep our team in the game. It's you only do so much back there, and I feel like I'm trying to hold up my end of the bargain and try to see if we can bang some goals into Montreal next week and surprise them.
All right. Well, Scott, thanks for being part of the postgame show. Chris Bandera is going to probably get fired for getting all you guys a cold and pneumonia. But he's doing a fantastic job. Chris Bandera, new PR guy here for the Rhinos, bringing all the players to us. And, Scott, we appreciate under these conditions. Usually when players lose or guys lose a game, they don't want to talk to us. You're coming here in the pouring rain. We appreciate it.
It's a long season, guys, and, I want our fans to stick with us. We're working out some kinks early in the season. We'll be ready by mid-season, and by the end, you better watch out for us. We're going to still win a championship, so don't worry. Hello to my grandpa.
All right. Grandpa Val is out there. Thank you, Scott.
Thanks, Scott. Again, 222-9393 on the post-game call-in show, the Nextel Direct Connect post-game call-in show. Tom Craver here with Soccer Sam. We are going to go back to the phones right now. I know they're all lit up. Everybody, Sam, excited about talking to us here after this 2-1 defeat at the hands of the Montreal Impact, who you got to give some props to, honestly, because they, frankly, to be on the road for 6 games and to not lose a single one of those games. Not only that, they managed to put themselves in second place with 14 points, right behind Richmond, who's got 8 games in hand now. So let's go back to the phone. 222-9393 is the phone number. Do we have a caller on the line?
Yeah.
Hi. What's your name?
Nicole.
Nicole, welcome to the post-game show.
Hi.
Nicole, we haven't heard from you all year. Nice to hear from you. What did you think of tonight's game?
I don't think they did that well.
No. What do you think the problem is?
I think their ball handling, they're not as good as a team as they used to be.
Yeah, it's just they're giving up the ball a lot of bad passes and just miscues. I'm calling it fatigue. Scott Bell disagreed with me. I just thought the midfield looked really tired tonight.
Yeah.
But it's just maybe the way I saw it. I'm not a professional player. I've never played professionally. But it just seemed to me that out of the 4 guys that are playing in the middle, they looked pretty tanked going into maybe 10 minutes into the second half.
Yeah, I think they should have got Lennon in there earlier.
Very possibly. Very possibly.
Well, what are we going to do next? What do you think? I mean, you're going to come to the next game, the next home game.
Yeah. I just think they need to work on the ball handling, and they're not playing as a team as much.
Next home game is June 3rd, right here at Frontier Field against the Portland Timbers. Nicole, anything else to say about the game tonight?
Nope.
All right, Nicole. Well, I have my own theory. I've said this before. I'll say it again. I think when players in soccer are playing under pressure, not knowing if they're going to have a job next week, not knowing if they're going to start next week, this is not football. I'm not saying that people that play football are ignorant, but soccer is an intelligent man's game. It's a smart man's game. You're out there for 45 minutes, and women's game. You're out there for 45 minutes. Your brain's got to be clear of all thoughts. You got to just know what you're doing, and you can't have in the back of your mind any distractions. And I think a lot of these guys, part of the distractions are, am I going to be here next week? Am I going to be here next month? Am I, what's going on here? They're bringing in players. I'm not starting today. I'm on the bench tomorrow. What's going on? And I think, unlike other sports where there's huddles and there's inning breaks, soccer, you're out there for 45 minutes. You got to be thinking on all cylinders. It's obvious to me, and I think it's obvious to the coaches and the owners and all you fans that they're not thinking on all cylinders. So thank you for calling, Nicole.
Yep.
222-9393 is the phone number here on the post-game call-in show, the Nextel Direct post-game call-in show, driven by Auto Depot USA.
Did you know Nicole used to call like every single game last year?
She did.
Yes. She's been around a long time. Big fan. And Silvio too.
A lot of the Rhinos fans, they're all dedicated. We heard that with Adam. We heard that with Silvio. We heard that with everybody who's calling so far tonight. Everybody's dedicated. Everybody. But the thing about our fans, they're smart fans. They're educated fans, and that's the best part about this. 222-9393 is the number here for the post-game call-in show. Do we have another caller on the line? Caller, introduce yourself.
Hey, Mike Ryan, Spinning Webs. How you doing?
Hey, Mike.
I think it's a good thing that we scored against Montreal at all. You know, because didn't they shut out everybody? So
everybody but one. They've had one goal allowed against them. The Rhinos make the second goal allowed against them. So, yeah.
I think we looked good the first half. Maybe we got a little tired out in the second half. But I'd like to hail up the Stampede and thank them for their support, even though that we're, 1-4, 1-5, whatever the heck it is.
1-4. Mike, do me a favor. Next time you're with the Stampede, grab a couple of those rolls of toilet paper. We can use them in the office over here. Here's some money.
Oh, it's not like Erie County, is it?
All right, Mikey Moran, Spinning Webs, doing his thing worldwide all the time. He's the man. Thanks, Mike Moran.
No problem. Hey,
thanks, Mike. 222-9393 is the phone number here on the Nextel Direct Connect post-game call-in show.
Who's your player of the game?
My player of the game, honestly, Tsakiris was all up and down that field, and he was trying, for everything he's been through, and, we don't want to give him unfair slander or anything, but really and true, he is out there, he is doing his thing, and
he was the hardest working guy in the middle.
I was talked for a while, between him and Johnny Steele. I know I'm probably going to tick off Adam with that statement, but I have to give it to Tsakiris, especially because of the goal. How about you, Tim?
I think Johnny Steele played a fantastic game. He's just got to focus more on the giveaways. I think he gave the ball away a lot. I think if you watch the tape, you'll see that. And if he can focus on that and make sure that every pass is direct into the right man and don't give up the ball unless you give it to the man, he's definitely my number 2 player of the game.
So who's your number 1?
The number 1 player of the game tonight is number 8, Sean Tsakiris, one of the prettiest goals I've seen as a Rhino, and he just played solid defense, midfield. His passes are right there. And I'll tell you, you fans were there, you saw the game. A lot of guys weren't pulling their weight, so a lot of guys had to work extra hard. I thought Stoyan Mladenoff worked his tail off tonight to keep up with guys not working hard, and I thought Sean had to do the same thing, and they were just killing themselves. And then by the middle of the second half, I think they were exhausted because of all the extra work they had to do.
Well, there you have it. We both agree.
Finally.
For a change.
Yeah.
Number 8, Sean Tsakiris for the Rhinos is tonight's player of the game. Player of the game brought to you, of course, by La Roca's Restaurant, the official pregame meal of the 2005 Rhinos. La Roca's, 250 Pixley Road in Gates. For reservations or party house information, call 247-4350, 247-4350.
Next time I get married, I'm getting married there. I like it.
Don't tell your wife that. 222-9393 is the number here on the Nextel Direct Connect post-game call-in show driven by Auto Depot USA. We're going to take a quick break here on the post-game show, but when we come back, we want to have more of your phone calls here after tonight's Rhinos loss to Montreal 2-1. This is Raging Rhino Soccer on the all-new Fickle 93.3 FM.
Yes, this is my Beamer. You can tell from the hand-waxed hood right down to the Toyo Proxys TPT. That's TPT for Total Performance Touring Tire. I wouldn't settle for anything less. When I switched to Toyo, I got high-performance handling that hugs the road at all speeds, wet or dry. And they're so quiet, I can hear the engine, not the road. Okay, I'll let you in on a little secret. If you promise not to tell anyone, you save some money. Try them for yourself.
Toyo Proxys tires are at Murphy's Tire, Niagara Street, Canandaigua, and Tire World, Empire Boulevard, Webster. Toyo tires, driven to perform.
We lead very busy lives these days. So many demands, so much stress. There's just not enough time to get everything done. Come home to stress-free apartment living at Blueberry Hill. Luxury and excellence are built right in. Amenities above and beyond other rental units are included. Concierge service is just a phone call away. Let them take care of you. Call 889-7250 and make an appointment and see why Blueberry Hill makes life worth living.
A three-pointer in basketball, a hat trick, a triple crown in horse racing. The best things always come in free. Well, through Saturday, Auto Depot USA, three-time consecutive Rochester Choice Award winner, will triple your down payment or trade-in allowance. Shop Rochester's best selection of late model, low mileage, quality pre-owned cars, trucks, vans, and SUVs. And right now, if you put $500 down, Auto Depot USA will make it $1,500. Or if you have a vehicle worth $500, Auto Depot will make it worth $1,500. Plus, every vehicle from Auto Depot USA is backed by our 3-day, 500-mile, no questions asked, money-back guarantee. So what are you waiting for? This Saturday, score big in Auto Depot USA, where we'll triple your down payment or trade-in allowance. Call 663-2233 or get to 800 West Ridge Road between Dewey and Mount Read in Rochester. Auto Depot USA. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable reputation. Triple your down or trade-in up to $500 with approved credit.
And welcome back to the Nextel next post-game call by Auto Depot USA. Nextel helping you get things done. Nextel and Auto Depot USA, three-time Rochester Choice winner, has best selection, quality pre-owned vehicles, unbelievable prices, unbeatable reputation. And 222-9393 is the phone number here after this Rhinos lost 2-1 to Montreal. We're going to go back to the phones. We have Scott on the line. Scott, welcome to the post-game show. Hello, Scott, are you there, buddy? Scott forgot he was on the air. Hi, Scott. Well, maybe so. We lost Scott. That's all right. 222-9393. I guess we'll just go on to the next callers. I know we got lines lit. Everybody wanted to chime in tonight. We're in a puddle here. Is this safe? I don't know if it's safe or not. Big puddle of water here. The rain. If you hear this little ticking noise out there, that's the water dripping down on our table right in front of us here. Chin. We're going to go back. Let's go to the caller. Caller, what do you got, my man? Caller, you there?
Yep. This is Dick.
Legendary coach Dick Beal. Legend. We need something
I thought
here.
the first half stunk, too.
You thought, yeah. I mean, it was good in points. There's like, I had this discussion with someone in the press box today about they were mentioning a player played great the other game. You got to play great for 45 minutes or 90 minutes, not for 2 minutes.
I think the goal was a great goal, but it was lucky, and I think everybody looks at the first half because we were ahead 1-0 that it was that we played good, and I don't think we did. And, it looked to me like Ansu, his responsibility was Mauro Biello, and he was supposed to be following him all over the field. He's standing on the wrong side of him half the night. And, I don't think he knew what he was doing. And on the second goal, the right midfielder, Martinez, should have been back in there balancing. Because when you play three fullbacks, the weak side midfielder has to come back and be a fourth fullback, and there was nobody back there. He was wide open. So there's a lot of things that these guys just aren't getting, and maybe we got to stick to one formation. Make it simpler.
That's part of it. The other thing is, and I think that certain players are proven players in this league. This is a quick, fast, physical league, and I'm not sure if a lot of the guys that we got playing right now have the ability to play at this fast, quick speed.
Yeah, I think that's another thing. I was talking about it with my wife. It's hard to pick your players because you don't play anybody in the preseason. You don't see them playing against people who are good, and you don't see the breakdowns that we're seeing now.
That's it. Next year we bring Juventus in for the pregame, for the preseason. Well, that's a good point, Dick. And a lot of times these guys come here with these great resumes, but 2 years is 2 years.
Yeah.
I mean, I gained 100 pounds in 2 years. I changed in 2 years. but Dick, what would you do? I mean, you have an amazing coaching background. What would you do right now to make an immediate change on this team?
Well, Laurie's seen enough. He's been around long enough. I think they certainly have to work on possession because they're just giving the ball away too much. And And I think that they have to make it very simple for the players. So I would just go to a 4-4-2, something that he could play all the time, and then once everybody gets on the same page, then they can fiddle around playing one formation at home and one formation away. But you got so many guys that don't understand English. I don't even know how he communicates with them. So it's a hard thing to do, right? Most everybody understands a 4-4-2, because that's what everybody plays now. And maybe they got to stick with that. And like you said, maybe the midfielders were tired tonight. Maybe that's why Martinez couldn't get back and cover that off weak side wing. So I don't know.
Well, Dick, I think we're all a little puzzled here. Well, what's next? I'm saying it's speed, fatigue, and maybe guys that aren't used to playing at this level, this type of soccer. I can't think of the guy's name. The guy with the real weird name that played in France for the national team. 98 plays for the Metros now.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
I was watching him play Tsakiris.
Yeah, Tsakiris or whatever his name is. I mean, I watched him today. I watched the first half of the Montreal game against New England. This guy's a world-class player. Won the World Cup for France. I mean, every time he got the ball, he had these three young guys, boom, slamming him, taking the ball from him. He couldn't move. And MLS is a lot slower paced than this league.
Right.
And I think that's the problem. You got guys maybe that just aren't used to the speed of play in this division. That's what I think it is.
Especially on our field.
Right, in a small field in the dirt. Like you said, some of these guys that can't speak English, imagine they come out here, there's like a baseball field in the middle of the soccer field. It's like, what's going on here? What country is this?
Dick, thank you very much for your phone call. We appreciate you calling in and chiming in all the time, especially with the expertise you have. 222-9393 is our phone number here.
He's a legend, by the way.
He is the legend, Dick Beal. On the next Direct Connect post-game call-in show driven by Auto Depot USA.
I tell you, if anybody could get things done here, Lori Kelly's got an amazing background in soccer. Coaches Patrick, they know their stuff. It's just that, like Dick said, and I said last week, is that I don't think these guys have enough time against real preseason opponents to really determine if some of these guys that they brought in were still able to play at this level.
I think that's showing a lot more this year, especially on a rebuilding year. And I don't want to necessarily call it a rebuilding year, but it is. New coach. A lot more new guys coming in this year than we've seen in the past. Now, you've got to look at it as a brand new everything. And Dick made a good point, and I never had thought about it until just now, is all the different lineup changes. Everything that's going on. 222-9393 is our phone number here. What is your opinion of this? Do we have another caller on the line?
Caller, what's your name?
My name is Rick.
Rick,
Hi,
welcome.
Rick.
Your thoughts on tonight's game, Rick?
Okay, I'm on now?
You are on right now. We're live.
Okay. Just a couple comments about the team and tonight's game. Definitely I agree with most of the callers. The trouble is coming from the midfield, especially also the defense. One thing I did notice in particular is I don't know the names of players. One is on defense, number 15 and 35. They seem to work a give and go. One seems to come back for the ball, and the defender will try to advance up. It seems like there's a lot of loose balls there, and it's causing a lot of problems on defense.
That would be Stan Filippo, number 15, and 35.
I don't know. Both the goals seem to have come from that area. I don't know if they had for positive news other than they desperately need Craig Denton back. I think he might stabilize the middle a little bit, but there's obviously a lot of other issues that have been discussed already. The midfield just seems like they collapse. During the first portion of for most of the first half, they played a pretty hard game, but second half, again, it seems like there's no energy left.
Well, I mean, in a smaller field like this, you think, but I'm not sure what the problem is. The man you're referring to is Ray Martinez, plays outside midfield. He's more of an offensive-minded player, and most of the time there's three guys in the back, and I think Frank Sanfilippo is getting overworked, like you said. But It's just the coaches are going to have to look at the tapes of this game and the two Puerto Rico games and decide what they need to do to make a difference here. They got the expertise to do it. I'm not sure if they have all the manpower to do it, and that's something they got to look at.
Probably. I agree. I'm sure they have the quality. I just don't think they work together, and I do think the midfield especially is, I don't know, they seem to be gassed as the game goes on and just don't really can't keep up. I think the first caller you mentioned, you yourself mentioned that it's a fast man's game. Maybe it's changed quite a bit from the old Rhinos of '96 or somewhere in there, and you just need the fastest players, not necessarily the most skilled anymore.
I agree. It's different than the old NASL. I mean, it's just such a fast game that sometimes the guy that can move fast and pass fast do a better job than the guy that can hold the ball for 3 or 4 seconds. But thanks for your call, sir.
I'd like to mention one other thing.
Sure. Go ahead, Rick.
The goaltender, Bello, is doing a good job. I feel does not seem to back him up.
Well, I saw him several times tonight. Really,
he has to take charge, in other words, of the ball. He cannot wait for his defenders to clear it for him because I'm afraid it won't happen.
Right. That's not. Thanks for the call, Rick. Appreciate it. All right, Rick. That was cool. Rick was a good call. You get a lot of calls. I mean, from Rick to legendary Dick Beal to Nicole, Silvio. Silvio, all right. Somebody check if Silvio's okay, though. What do you say was the worst game you've ever seen in his whole life? I think he said that at least 30 times since we've been doing these shows. But,
30 times a season.
I love Silvio, man.
222-9393 is the phone number here on the Nextel Direct Connect post-game call-in show. A lot of good callers we have out there, Sam. Everybody in Rochester who loves this team and knows this team.
They love you.
Only on the weekends. But they're all very educated fans, and everybody's had some good ideas to calling in.
I didn't hear the Adam. Was he okay?
I think it was all right.
Sometimes like a little down. Was he down? Is he all right, Adam?
He was. You know what? Adam's great.
His shoulder hurts from throwing the toilet paper.
He only got a chance to throw. I think if he had that problem of hurting his arm from throwing the toilet paper too many times, frankly, I think that would be a good problem at this point. He says he loves the team to death. He will watch the team till his dying day. However, he's frustrated as most of us are. And Sam, you came out. I don't know if it was the cold or if it was what it is, but you came out frustrated and your feelings to be voiced.
No, I get accused on the web boards for being wishy-washy and lying and making. I don't think I do that. It's just that if I think the guys play good and they lose, I defend them. Tonight they didn't play good. The midfield was flat. They weren't running. They weren't playing together. The defense was getting overworked. The second half when Jamel Mitchell went in and Doug Miller, I don't think either one of them got one good ball. I got to say that. I'm not going to sit here and lie to people. I'm not here to lie to people. It's just that I just think that some changes need to be made like immediately, and I hope that the coaches look at the tapes and say, hey, these guys just aren't ready for this league, or they're past their better days. Their better days are done, and I think guys that have proven themselves in this division, the A-League, those are special players. Tonight the MISL championship game was on TV, and you see these guys that are, in their 40s still playing indoor, and they're scoring goals. Michael King, and you say, how's that happen? It's just like certain guys that are used to playing at a certain level are just used to it, and I don't think the age is a factor. I think it's a factor is if you play here. And a lot of guys on this team, you think about it, you go across, our team, look at the players where they played. Right now, we don't have that many players with a lot of Division I experience. Where you look at the Montreal team, they've gone through Bob Lilly, and now with their Nick DeSantis the last couple of years. From Sutton, he's been there forever. Nevelino Pizzolito's been there. Vincella's been there forever. DeTulio, Gervais. Lars Leifson came in last year from Syracuse, so he's a new one. Z. Roberto's been there forever. Eddie Tambrengo's been there 3-4 years now.
How about Biello? Biello's been there since '93.
Patrick LeDuc is the player that guarded Doug Miller in Game 1 here at Frontier Field when Doug scored 3 goals, and the team always rips Patrick about it. That's how long he's been around, and I think he assisted tonight on the goal. Sandro Grande's been there for at least 3 years. Mauro Biello, other than the year he came here, because Montreal didn't have a team, he's been there forever. I mean, you could go down the list. Gerba's been back and forth, but he knows the system. That's the difference here. You got guys who've been playing together, different coaches come and go, but the majority of the team stays the same. What they do every year, they bring in one or two guys to fill a void. I mean, they don't bring in a whole new team. They bring in voids. And I think we need to start focusing on bringing in whoever's available. Let's bring in who we need and where we need them. And it makes it so much easier for coaches. It makes it easier for the players that are here. There's more confidence in the players. They know, hey, it's not like, I know that whole theory, well, you want your job to be on the line. Nobody wants their job to be on the line.
Absolutely not.
I mean, if you and I were doing this show and they had two guys standing there watching us, waiting for us to make another mistake, how could, we messed up,
making mistakes left and right.
I mean, we messed up so bad as it is. Imagine that. So I think that's something that you really need to look at in the history of American soccer, not Italy soccer or German soccer or England soccer. In American soccer, most of the teams that have achieved success, real success, have had the same group of guys year after year. During our heyday, when we were doing our thing, 97, we've had the majority of the team was the same group of guys. And they knew each other. They knew each other's weaknesses. They knew each other's strengths. And I think that's the problem right now. And I'm not sure if that's going to change unless we make some really drastic changes in a lot of positions.
222-9393 is our phone number here on the Nextel Direct Connect post-game college show.
The sign girl just threw me a kiss. What's that mean?
She just feels sorry for us because we're stuck here today. Well, they find two people to sit here and watch us in the rain. I think we'll have to have those people examined, actually, because the rain is pouring down here at Frontier Field, and, we're making light of it, but the Rhinos still falling 2-1 to the Montreal Impact. Sam, it's cause of concern at this point. The Rhinos are now starting 1-4.
I never thought.
We're going to Montreal. So the team's going to Montreal. Let's face it, the Rhinos and being in Montreal, the luck is not there, the chemistry is not there. There's a very strong possibility that the Rhinos could start 1-5 this year. The last time they did that was back in '96. Don't get me wrong. Went to the A-League final and went to the Open Cup final as well,
Different league, though, back then. A lot less teams. Things were different. I mean, I think we could beat Montreal. Yeah, there's going to be 10,000 screaming fans there. There's going to be referees that usually come out of the trunk of the owner's car. But I still think we could win there. But I don't think we can win with the lineup that we had tonight. I think you got too many guys that just aren't fast enough to be playing at this level. I'm just being honest. I love everyone on this team. I love the ownership group. I love the coaches. But you got too many guys here that can't play at this level. It's too fast.
There was nobody breaking out, nobody breaking away tonight. There was a couple good looks. Again, I said Mladov had a good look before. Steele had a few good looks in the first half. And again, Tsakiris had a great look. Took him a while to get the ball under control. And that ball, somebody said it earlier, one of our callers said it earlier, it did. It bounced around the corner a little bit. It was a lucky goal. It was a great shot. It was well hit. It hit the corner a couple times and fell. And it just kind of happened to fall in.
Dick Beal said it was lucky. I think it was a fantastic shot. It was upper corner. He knew Sutton's tall. Sean went as high as he could.
He went right to the right spot, but
yeah, I mean,
it almost missed. Is what I'm saying. He caught it.
But a lot of goals are like that.
We're sitting here. I can critique it all I want. I can't kick the ball and hit the net from 30 yards away, let alone position it right in the top corner. So it was a well hit ball. But again, it wasn't methodical. It was he took the shot, it bounced back to him, he got it back down. It was beautiful. He controlled it great, and he put it right in front of him, ran his foot, and lined it up and threw it. And it was right in the corner. But
I love that kid.
Nothing was methodical. There wasn't good passes.
He was making some nice passes.
I'm not saying I'm talking about the team in general.
Did not give up the ball once tonight. Not one bad pass. I watched him all day long. Scotty Schweitzer played fantastic back there. He was everywhere.
He had a great game tonight. You're right.
He had an amazing game. He was working right side, left side, playing midfield. Fantastic game.
Looking like the Scotty Schweitzer of old.
Definitely.
Fans know here.
I mean, it's just unfortunate. I don't think we can go down the list and say that. I mean, about a lot of guys. And that's I think the problem. I thought Shaw played great. Scotty played great. I thought Stoyan worked extremely hard, unnecessarily hard for the position he was playing.
But he wasn't helped that much in the midfield. Martinez had a great ball thrown to him. if he would have ran, he would have been through on it, but he didn't, and he sat there and he was holding it. And again, I don't want to pick on any specific player. I don't want to keep doing that.
Let's talk about the positives.
There's examples that we can go through here and there. Everybody
has a job to talk about the negatives. I want to talk about the positives. Johnny Steele, I thought, had a great game. Gave up the ball a few times too many, but he showed that kid could definitely play at this level. He just needs a little more game time.
I think so. I think, and again, I think Adam disagreed with me on this one. Steele had some great touches, and I was, again, standing in 404, and there's a bunch of us there. There's a lot of educated soccer fans there as well, too. And we were talking about the touches. Steele had some great trickery. Could have had the ball taken away from numerous times, a couple little things here and there, and all of a sudden, next thing you know, he's around the guy, and he did this little dance, and everybody's going, oh, look at that. I think you're right. And then halfway through the first half, he was on the other side of the field. These are those changes that I think Dick was talking about. There's too many things going on, too many formations.
Guys are, they're not used to it. I mean, and I know, like, at higher levels, guys just move around and they can understand it. I think a lot of these guys just aren't used to that, but I thought Johnny Steele was playing defense a lot, played his heart out. He's in my top three guys, definitely. I think you should go to break.
I think you should go to break.
Yeah, I can talk all night.
Oh, we know that.
I'm wired here, man.
222-9393. Still waiting for the phone lines to come back, lit up to us. That is our phone number here on the Nextel Direct Connect post-game call. So we'll take a quick break as the Rhinos fall 2-1. This is Rhinos Soccer on the all-new Pickle 93.3 FM.
Every generation of Volvo has been committed to safety and saving lives. Visit Best Volvo, like Volvo owner Peter Parts.
I was in a horrendous accident where an oncoming driver had fallen asleep and hit me head on. I'm absolutely convinced I would have never walked away had it been any other car.
Test drive the Volvo XC90, the world's safest SUV, only at Best Volvo, where style, safety, and all-wheel drive come together to save lives. 1500 University Avenue. Every generation of Volvo has been committed to safety and saving lives. Visit Best Volvo, like Volvo owner Peter Parts.
I was in a horrendous accident where an oncoming driver had fallen asleep and hit me head on. I'm absolutely convinced I would have never walked away had it been any other car.
Test drive the Volvo XC90, the world's safest SUV, only at Best Volvo, where style, safety, and all-wheel drive come together to save lives. 1500 University Avenue.
Faber Homes is building communities for today's hardworking families. Park Place is located on Union Street, just south of 490 in Chilon. It's surrounded by 1,500 acres of county park. Many home sites are treed or offer the security of a cul-de-sac location. You must look at the new furnished model home at Park Place. The very best value for your family, starting at just $129,900. Call them today at 889-9590. Visit their website at faberhomes.com or just drop in for a visit.
And welcome back to the Nextel Direct Connect post-game call-in show, driven by Auto Depot USA. Nextel helps groups get things done. Nextel, done. Maybe Nextel can help the Rhinos get things done. And Auto Depot USA, three-time Rochester's Choice Award winner.
Repeat.
Unbeatable prices, unbeatable reputation. I got the unbeatable Soccer Sam here as the Rhinos fall to the unbeatable Montreal Impact, it seems.
I'm beat up tonight, man. I'm struggling here. We got Roy on the line. Roy, tell us what you thought of tonight's game, my man.
Well, kind of thought what you guys thought, that, the midfield seemed to be lacking, but you take a look at some of the individual midfielders, like I thought Tsakiris had a good game. Steele and Stoyan, it leaves the other two midfielders, right? Martinez and Bolanos.
Yep, right.
Right? I mean, and these are some of the foreign players, which I think we've got. I'm counting 7 foreign players. I've got a list right here. Rozier, Steele, Steenkamp, Carbajal, Martinez, Rivas to come, and Bolanos. I think there's still one missing. But,
did you say Bastu?
You're talking about players that played in this league before, and they've gone out and got all these foreign players, and it doesn't seem like they're doing the job.
Well, Bolanos did play in this league before. He played in Seattle last year for the end of the season, part of the season. Came in the training camp. I'm not sure if he was injured. Pato Aguilera was highly regarded by the coach earlier on in the year.
That's right, Pato's missing then.
Yeah, he didn't even dress tonight. Not sure what's up with that.
Okay, so Paco's the 8th foreigner.
Yeah, Anthony Regier, Trinidad and Tobago, played up top tonight, played 2 games in Puerto Rico up top. Number 9.
I like the way he holds the ball. I like the way he plays with his back towards the goal, but I don't think he's going to be a goal scorer we need.
Yeah. Stoyan is not is a U.S. citizen.
Stoyan is a citizen. I don't even him down for him.
And Mauro Carvajal, who did not dress tonight, he still had some back spasms. He played great in our opener here. Did not make the Puerto Rico trip. He hopefully will be ready soon. Johnny Steele, obviously, he's a foreigner, played fantastic tonight. Lennon Steenkamp came in the second half. I don't think he got enough touches or looks at the ball, but I thought he played okay. And then T-Bone Bantu's a foreigner. He played more of a midfield defensive role. Dick
I think T-Bone's considered a foreigner.
He is a foreigner. Bantu's a foreigner.
Because then that makes 9 foreigners we got.
I'm sorry, Bantu's not a foreigner.
All right. I don't think he was.
Yeah, he's not a foreigner, but Dick Beal said his job was to mark Mauro Biello based on what Dick saw, and I'm not sure what he's playing. And Ray Boom Boom Martinez, who's dying to score goals here, wants to entertain the crowd. He's like your pure, high charisma type forward. He's playing. He's for whatever reason he's playing a lot of defense. So I don't know, man.
Well, I don't get it, but
we need you to tell us what.
Well, I'm not the coach, that's for sure. I'm just thinking that they still got more cuts to make. And I think carrying 8 foreigners is way too many. If they're depending on Rivas to get them out of a problem, Rivas is not going to get them out of a problem. Rivas is a good player, but he's not going to do what they need.
Yeah, I think Rene Rivas is a hard-nosed physical player, but again, that speed issue, and that's a concern there.
I mean, especially if they're going to use him as a defensive midfielder, then that brings Tsakiris out of the game, right?
Right.
Who knows there at that point?
I mean, you got Kirk Wilson didn't dress tonight, proven A-League player, played in this league, played in this team for a long time. Got Billy Sedgwick, played in this league for a long time, proven player. Lennon Steenkamp played half the game. Doug Miller played a little while. Jamel Mitchell hasn't been a proven player in the last few years, but prior to that, prior to his injury problems, he was an amazing player at this level, at this league. Could he still do it? We're not sure.
So if we got all these guys on the team and we're still not sure who can do it and who can't, they bring in more players. We got a training camp full of players right now.
Yeah, we do. We have 2 teams we can field right now. I mean, Devins, Craig Devins injured. Ian Fuller, we didn't talk about him. And you people seen Ian play. He's had some problems.
Absolutely.
But he can hold the ball up top really well. Does things. Could play defensive midfield if needed. Big player. You got all kinds of players that have been proven in this league, but for whatever reason they're not in Coach Callaway's eyes aren't showing practice. That's all he's got to go by. The guy didn't have a 3 or 4 game trip to go play against MLS teams or A-League teams to really see what these guys have. He's basing it on practice.
Right.
This is my theory. If I played at this league at this level and I'm playing against a guy that just got here, I'm not the kind of guy at practice that I'm going to play as hard as I should. I think these guys are learning that a little too late. A lot of these guys that aren't getting playing time right now, I think that they didn't step up their game in practice, thinking it's only practice. I've already proved myself game time. I've already proven myself on the field. I don't have to play real hard at practice. Next thing you know, you're not dressing. You're not playing. You're not starting. So I think that these guys better wake up and say, hey, practice, I'm going out to kill. I'm going out to play hard because this coach is really looking at me in practice. Where I think a lot of them came here thinking, hey, I got my resume. I've shown I can play for the Rhinos. I've shown I can play in this division before.
I got the PTO. I'm here.
Yeah. I don't have to kill myself. So, and that's where I think it's taking some of these guys a little too long to figure that out.
Absolutely. I also think some of the other callers said in earlier weeks that they ought to have a better proving ground in their spring training, playing against better teams instead of the college teams. And maybe they should get together with a couple of MLS teams down in spring training or something down south or, something like that.
Very distinct possibility. Yeah, something good to look at.
Yeah, I think you got to put the budget there and say, okay,
that's true.
That's going to cost us $20,000. But then again, if we get another playoff game, or we get another Open Cup game, or we get a championship game, we're going to get that $20,000 back.
Absolutely.
So you got to look at it that way. But it's something we've never done here. It's something that our former coach or coaches never really demanded. They were content with playing with college teams. So So we kind of, like, the new coach comes in and we say, okay, this is how we do it here. We play a few college teams. We play Toronto and the college out there in the middle of nowhere. We used to play them every year. What is it, Cohocton or something? But that was it. You know, we played, and so we're doing things the same way we've done them for years. But I think now we got to change a little. Say, hey, we got different players. The league's getting way stronger now. We got to do things differently. So we'll see what happens, man.
Roy, thank you for the call. Appreciate you calling in. Call back anytime. 222-9393 is the number here on the Nextel Direct Connect post-game call-in show. Lots of changes to be made, Sam. Let's
talk about some positive things, though. What about Coach Callaway's wife helping give birth to Bonsu's wife, Ida? Didn't even know her, met her.
That's what you call the family team spirit.
I mean, that alone, that's, you know, just that's stuff that brings a team together. And hopefully, you know, they'll get this through. But congratulations to Bonsu, T-Bone Bonsu and Ida for having their twins. Now they have 3 little boys in their family.
Future Rhinos.
Future soccer players, I hope. And to Marcy and Joan, who's Willie Fitzpatrick's girlfriend, who helped take care of the kids and the family during this thing. I mean, the guy goes away to Puerto Rico thinking, hey, my wife's not due for another month. What's the big deal? Boom, she goes into labor.
Of course. Just when you least expect it. 222-9393 is the phone number here on the Nextel Direct Connect post-game call-in show. We will go back to the phones right now. And, caller, are you on the line?
Yes, it's Brian.
Hey, Brian, welcome to the post-game show.
Thank you. You know what? I can't believe that this team is 1-4 overall in the season. One thing that I really was somewhat bothering me was that red card by the yellow card when Tsakiris got when he celebrated the goal.
That's part of it.
It's a FIFA rule. It's a ridiculous rule. FIFA doesn't get it. The goal in soccer, there's so few goals that the most exciting part is the celebration. But FIFA, most of the guys that make all the decisions are 120 years old. They don't know what they're doing. So that's the problem, Brian. But you got to take off your shirt. You got to run around the stadium. You got to make things happen because that's the best part of it. But you know, NFL does the same thing. You know, they call it showboating. That's the beauty of the game. But these guys up top don't get it. But that's not. It's not the referee's fault, Brian. It's the league. It's a worldwide policy now, FIFA.
And you know what, Soccer Sam? I was going to surprise you and tell you that their favorite indoor game was televised tonight.
I know, Brian. I'll tell you a little secret.
Yeah.
I found a room all by myself, and I had the indoor game on, and I was listening while I was watching the Rhino game, and every time they said something good, I turned around and saw what happened. But last I knew, it was in double overtime,
and then I had to pull them down here to come back on the air.
Cleveland and Milwaukee were in double overtime. So if anyone knows out there who won, I'd love to know. Cleveland had to win it to cause the game 3, which is just a golden goal game. But ESPN too. I'm the big indoor guy.
Yes, ESPN. You're right, Sammy. That decision they had it because I was watching the Montreal game. Sorry to interrupt you, buddy. And it came over. I'm like, Sammy needs to know this. Sammy's a big indoor game. I remember when he took me to Buffalo for the game, but you know, because that's your favorite indoor soccer game.
Look, Brian, let me tell you something.
Yeah.
That game last week was on ESPN2, the indoor game. It got a 3 rating, which is higher than most hockey games, NHL hockey games, which there isn't any right now, and higher than most MLS games. So look out for indoor soccer, baby. It may be coming soon.
One more thing, Sammy. I seen a beautiful goal last week with the Montreal game. Here's what happened. Two fire guys were trapping Gavin. I don't know how he got through the defense. He shot the ball and it went in the net. It was a beautiful goal I've seen.
Brian, do me a favor.
Yes.
Call the goal. Just go. Give me a goal call. Let's do it.
Okay. Gavin, here comes the Montreal upfield. Gavin hands it back over to Gavin hands the ball. Hands it from the defense. Shoots. Scores. Gavin win the ball. He's all alone. Puts it in that. Montreal Stars takes a 2-1 lead.
Oh, Brian, I tell you one thing. Don Stevens, you better look out because Brian's coming at you.
And happy birthday to Don Stevens. His birthday is the 6th. Thanks, Jamie.
Bye, Brian. Thank you very much for the call. 222-9393 on the Nextel Direct Connect post-game call-in show. You enjoy that thoroughly.
I love that kid.
He's a good guy. He's a good guy. You know, he's another true soccer fan. I've been around home a couple times too. He is always there. He was always on some road. Well, very often on road trips with us as well, too.
I think I took Brian and Dick Field to an indoor game. Dick fell asleep at like halftime. But
how do you fall asleep at an indoor
Dick
game?
didn't like it. Dick's a purist. You know,
No, I know, but it's so fast-paced and it's so quick moving.
But the purists hate indoor soccer. I don't know. I think if you can play indoor well, you can play any soccer well.
I played outdoor for 3 years when I was growing up. I couldn't make it past my fourth year. I wasn't good enough to go on the travel, like you say. But I fell in love with the indoor game right after that, watching the Buffalo Stallions.
Man, that's
Remember
good.
that? Yeah, that does go back, definitely. All right, we got about 3 minutes here.
Next game, baby. We got to talk about the next game at home against the Portland Timbers.
June 3rd. It's my mother's birthday.
Happy birthday, Mom. Here's the deal. Auto Finisher Supply Company. The first 2,000 kids you come through the gate, you get a soccer beach ball. It's beach ball night. We're going to do something crazy at halftime. We're going to have some wild contests at halftime. It's going to be a beach night. We're going to have a car show with all kinds of exotic.
You're not wearing your grass skirt, are you?
No. Last time I had to braid my hairs on my legs. It was awful. I hate when that happens, but it's going to be a great event, and there's all kinds of ticket deals out there for that night. So go to rhinosoccer.com, get all the information, make sure you're at that game. And these guys are going to come back after the Montreal and Toronto game. They're going to need a lot of love and a lot of support.
Oh, yeah.
Hopefully they can turn the season around in Montreal, but
if not, it's got to happen in Toronto. Now, just recapping the schedule real fast. Next Sunday, May 29th, the Rhinos are going up to Montreal to take on the Impact. That game has a 4 o'clock kickoff. We'll be on the air with the pregame show at 3:30. Again, Sunday, May 29th. And then May 31st, day after Memorial Day. Toronto does things strange up there. Mid-afternoon, or actually mid-morning, 11 o'clock in the morning.
School day game.
It's a school day game.
Yep.
Nice.
Something special. You can bring all the kids there and celebrate the end of the school year.
It's nice to see Toronto doing new things and different things, and
Yeah.
creative things.
Yeah.
It's great to
The
see.
whole league's really taking off. Every city. I mean, Puerto Rico's fantastic. They're all doing great things. And then we come back home after that.
After that, it is June 3rd against the Portland Timbers, 7:35 kickoff, normal Friday night kickoff time, and then after that, the following Friday.
And it's a Friday Night Frenzy. You know what that means?
It is.
That means a band in the concourse playing some beach music. That means fireworks after the game.
After the game,
They
right?
got to be here.
2 Friday Frenzies in a row. June 3rd and June 10th against the Toronto
Sausage Links. I'm going to call them. Hey, Tommy, baby, everyone out there, I hope you have a great soccer. Don't forget to watch the Soccer Stain TV show at midnight tonight. WB16, great highlights from Puerto Rico.
I've got my DVR box on the tape it every week.
You got it? Good.
Got to go down.
But
last thoughts.
Last thoughts are, sorry, I just fell again. I got to watch what I'm doing here. That cough medicine's got the best of me.
I know, we're in the right space.
My last thoughts are this. This is a fantastic organization and a great coach and some great players. And we just got to tweak it a little. You got to tweak it to
You're not saying some players aren't great, are you?
I'm saying we got some great players, and we got to tweak it. And I have faith in this coach. This coach is coached with teams with absolutely no budgets. They've gotten into playoffs, won championships. This team's got an amazing budget. We just got to tweak it, get all the right guys in the right spots, get everyone's head back up, get their confidence level up. You saw Landon Donovan. It was in USA Today yesterday, big article. Couldn't focus in Germany. He just wasn't happy. He wasn't mentally happy. He missed his girlfriend. He missed the American lifestyle. I think that maybe some of these guys are just not mentally happy, and we need to do what it takes to make them happy. Either let them go or make them feel better about themselves or about their positions that they're playing here so they play at their best. That's all I got to say. I'm out, Tommy.
Sam, thanks a lot for joining me here tonight. The Rhinos falling 2-1 to the Montreal Impact. For Joe and Don calling the game. For Camp David, our buddy, back in the studio at Pickle 93.3, and for Soccer Sam to my right here, I am Tom Craver here for the Rochester Raging Rhinos. Falling 2-1 tonight, this was Rhino Soccer on Pickle 93.3 FM.
Auto Depot USA, Volvo, Blueberry Hill Apartments, Chase Pitkin, Clarion Riverside Hotel, Connolly Printing, Faber Home, Free Time Magazine, Gallo and Yakavangelo, Golden Memories, Arrow East, Messenger Post Newspapers, Midtown Tire, Health Source Chiropractic, Omaha, Mollier Chevrolet Buick, Lakeside Country Club, Cell Partners, Marina Dodge, New York Lottery, Personal Health Approach, Soccer Report, Tony's Collision, Total Tank, Vision Nissan, World Gym, Weigel, on the new Fickle 93.3 FM, Random Radio.
Fickle
The station designed so you can listen a long time because we don't repeat songs over and over. This is Fickle 93.3 FM, Random Radio.